In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness.
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
I was about to say, Rook B5, and she's done it! Oh, look at Irene! Can't believe it!
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
How in the world did this happen? She's so happy. She saved her team there.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh my gosh, Xu Yi is a magician. He just pulled a Houdini.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
That is it. He's the hero. The Blitz win and remain in the Pro Chess League 2023 season.
These teams won't be able to do it alone, and no one can host a show alone. Grandmaster Robert Hess, it's good to be back with you, my man, International Master Danny Wrench. Robert, thanks for letting me sit here and join what is now Robert Hess Week every week with the PCL.
Well, it's the Pro Hess League, I guess. But Danny, it's always a pleasure to commentate with you. We did this back in the day before the audience was just as big, so it's always great to go back to our old stomping grounds.
The old roots, the Pro Hess League. I wonder what that would look like, by the way. Let's unpack that after the show. But before we unpack what the Pro Hess League might be, let's unpack the standings as we currently sit heading into these critical weeks, these critical games, critical moments for the Pro Chess League. So many teams still trying to punch their ticket for the playoffs. We see 3 teams at the top who've already done so, Robert, and so many more teams still fighting for a chance for the extra bonus season.
Yeah, 3 wins and you're in. We've seen 3 teams secure their spot in the playoffs. Shanghai Tigers, they joined the Gotham Knights and the Indian Yogis yesterday. They beat the Bulldogs. So one more team will stamp their ticket into the playoffs today.
They beat the Bulldogs in comeback fashion, no less. Before we talk about the teams that might have a chance to punch their way in, everyone wants to talk about the chess bras. We also need to pay off the fact that there's some teams that have been knocked out. As we take a look at the standings, there are unfortunately a few teams who are no longer alive in this PCL season. The Berlin Bears and the Charlotte Cobras are already they've already been sent packing along with the Brazil Capybaras. Robert, your thoughts on the team here that maybe has the best chance to immediately punch their ticket for the playoffs and get out of this elimination bracket?
Well, I think that if you made me choose a team, most people would choose the St. Louis Archbishops. They were 0-2. That was shocking. They have Fabiano Caruana on their top board, and they're saying, going nowhere. Somebody help me. That person has to be Fabiano Caruana, and they'll be staying alive.
I love that. We're 2 minutes in and we've already got our first staying alive and going nowhere references on the songs. But let's hold the pop culture as we now bring up the man who maybe is more recognizable of any chess player to date in mainstream pop culture. That is world champion Magnus Carlsen. We can still say that for another month. He is the reigning world chess champion. He's also the winningest player so far in the 2023 PCL season. We're going to talk more about that later. But Robert, your thoughts on the highlights and lowlights that have been the Chess Bros season and their chances to maybe get into the playoffs before today is over?
Well, you said highlights, and I immediately looked at their ratings. They have so many players over 2,600, and Magnus Carlsen has been doing the heavy lifting. But I looked down at the X Factor. That's Razvan Priotu. He did really well earlier this season, taking down the likes of Vidit Guzrati. So it's not just about the highest rated players. They need help from their friends, and I think that Razvan Priotu, he's been excellent for the Canada Chess Bros.
One of the most underrated players in the league overall. He's been huge for them. We know that Eric Hansen, the manager, Mr. Chess Bra, has had his ups and downs, even called out by his buddy Magnus for almost losing one of their weeks. Women's Grandmaster Jennifer Yu, she's been great. We just got to catch up with her in Boston at the MIT, the Sloan Sports Analytics Conference. But yeah, so many big names on this list, so many stars. It'll be fun to see if they get in the playoffs, what they can do. A team led by Magnus Carlsen, I think, is what a lot of people want to see. But all right, Robert, the team they're facing off with, they don't want to see Magnus Carlsen and they don't want to see the Chess Bras get a win. Let's talk about the Levitov Chess Wizards. Again, a lot of big names to highlight here. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov at the top, Ralph Mamedov. Those are a couple of big names. Alexei Sarana, of course, is a name that everyone knows if they follow online chess. But Denis Lazovic, maybe the most underrated player on their team and one of the most underrated players in the world right now.
Yeah, he's a teenage superstar. His rating may not be as high as some of the others like Gukesh and Pragananda, but Denis Lazovic almost took out Wesley So before he went on to win the Chess.com Global Championship a year ago. That was a first round pairing. I think that going forward, Denis Lazovic will be the higher rated player in many of his matches. He's only growing, and he's been phenomenal in the Pro Chess League thus far.
He's been his record is 6-4-2 in the Pro Chess League so far. Speaking of phenomenal, there's one player at the bottom who I just learned from you is a phenomenal tennis player. Not exactly sure what Alexander Bublik is doing on the Levitov Wizards roster. Do you want to unpack that a little further before we talk about the round matchups?
I think it's awesome. I think that it
Okay.
just goes to show that chess is, of course, mainstream, but is so popular from people from a vast array of professions. And Alexander Bublik is a huge chess fan, has connection to the team. And so maybe it's just for show, some could say, but it's actually, I think, a true allegiance and somebody who really loves the game. It's great to see that.
I love it. And who knows, maybe it's maybe they're trendsetters and future Pro Chess League teams venture out to bring in streamers and stars of all kinds. I'm all about it. So, all right. I'm all about the matchup here today, Robert. This is going to be big. Let's dive into it. We've set the stage. The board assignments that we'll see, the Chess Bras versus the Levitov Chess Wizards, is going to be epic here. You obviously look at Magnus at the top, but then you look at all four boards are all GMs over there on the right side for the Wizards. Robert, what do you take away from this epic matchup we're about to see?
Well, I'm just looking at the ratings, and I see that it's plus 200 on board one for the Chess Bras. And not to be outdone, the Wizards have plus 300 on board four. And board two is also plus 100 in favor of the Chess Bras. So these are some, I want to say, lopsided matchups on paper, except for board three. So, Danny, I think it's going to come down to somebody having some upsets.
I really like that you highlighted board three. It's the only board where the matchup isn't lopsided by more than 100 points. We got a lot to talk about, especially as we know the way the PCL works. Kosteniuk's taken on Carlsen in the first round. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, but there's so much here. I think I want to touch on something that there's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes into building out the math that will construct a great Pro Chess League team. And one of the topics was, hey, a Magnus Carlsen will have 159 points to his credit because of the cap at 2,700. But a lot of people in that phone call, you remember, was me and you and Tanya and other people were like, well, Kosteniuk, whoever gets her on board four might even have even more of an advantage, right? What a monster she is as a board four. She's someone who's beaten Magnus Carlsen before, and don't you forget it. So, all right, we're going to talk about that in a minute. But before we do, we want to get to our first featured question of the day. The featured question for week 4 right now is, in today's matchup with the Chess Bras versus the Wizards, what do you believe the margin of victory will be, above or below 2.5 points? We're doing this over-under style, boys and girls. So what do you think, Robert? Over-under in this matchup? I know what I think, but you go first.
I'm glad you know what you think, first of all. So congratulations to you. But I feel a little put on the spot because these teams, with the way their rosters are constructed, I'm really not sure. I think it will be a close match. I'm going to go with the under. That's maybe surprising just because there's so much more possibility for the over here. But I think that's how close and how strong these two teams are.
I think it's most surprising because you agree with me. I also want to take the under. I want to remind the fans to use the command predict, get involved. Let us know what you think. Both Robert and I have the under in this matchup. I think this one is coming down to the wire. I wouldn't be surprised if we have blitz tie breaks. Let's dive in to the matchups, the round by round pairings, as we call them. Remind everybody, as we said, Board 1 plays Board 4 in the Pro Chess League, and today might be the most epic Board 1 versus Board 4 matchup we've had all year, especially because, Robert, Kosteniuk gets the white pieces. I don't think Magnus is taking this one lightly. He's going to roll out of bed a little earlier for this one.
He certainly must, because Alexander Kosteniuk has been on an absolute tear. When she won the Women's World Cup in 2021, that wasn't the end of her successes, and she gets the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. We've seen her take down board ones for other teams, but She hasn't taken down the number one rated player in the world in quite a long time. She beat him in 2009 in the World Blitz Championship. She had the black pieces in that game, but that's neither here nor there. This is 2023, and I think Kostyuk, she's on fire. Magnus Carlsen, he's shown that he's taken the Pro Chess League seriously. So, Danny, it's not a walk, in the park for Magnus. Sometimes you get these huge rating differentials between board 1 and board 4. She's a strong grandmaster in her own right. She is certainly going to fight.
I'm going to come back to this in a second because I want to touch on the fact that we rarely have a board 1 versus board 4 matchup that may be the thing that is deciding who wins the matchup at the end of the day. But another pairing, as you were talking, I was looking at this. The other one I want to highlight right out of the gates is Jordan von Foreest making his PCL debut against look across the side to one of the most successful players in this year's season. Right, that's actually a huge matchup right there, because if Von Foreest doesn't come ready to play in this format with the stakes being high, and Denis Lazovic also gets the upset victory, Dr. Evil quotation fingers, that could be huge for the Wizards.
Yeah, I think the quotation fingers are necessary because at this point, Denis Lazovic beating anybody, not a surprise, even if it is an upset on paper. But Jordan Van Foreest, we know what he's capable of. He won in Tata Steel. That's a classical chess tournament, sure, but he was ahead of the likes of Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri and the rest of the top players in the world. So when Jordan is in form, he's phenomenal. But the problem is when you're making your debut and you're not playing as much rapid chess, that can be difficult. It can be hard to adjust to the time control. And with Denis Lazovic having a wealth of experience, despite his young age, that's a tough matchup, I think, in round 1 for the Chess Bros.
Yeah, and the last matchup I want to highlight is Shimonov as well. A very experienced player in the Pro Chess League. Those who've followed it for years know he competed for the Webster Windmills and others, and he has done some damage to opposing teams. And look out for him as well. We know that Razvan has also been underrated, but I look at that matchup and I worry a little bit. As I'm looking at this on paper, I know the fans want to have the fan favorite. Chess Bros want to always be the favorite, right? And when you have Magnus Carlsen, it's hard to predict. But is this going to come down to Magnus Carlsen playing a simul versus 4 GMs, and he has to get 4-0 or the Chess Bros have no chance, Robert?
That's the big problem, right, for the Chess Pros. Anytime you have such a strong board 1 and underrated or lower rated board 4, you rely on your top boards for points. So whether it's Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he is, of course, always has to win his games, and then he needs his rest of his cast to help out.
Yeah. I saw a question in chat about who the managers were of the team. The managers play a big role because they're the ones balancing the ratings and making sure that they field a competitive lineup. We know that Eric Hansen is the player manager for the Chess Bros. Levitov, of course, the backing player for the Levitov Chess Wizards, aptly named, right? Let's talk a little bit about Magnus Carlsen. We talk about the lineup and the fact that he's the key to the Chess Bros victory week in and week out. And overall, Robert, he has delivered.
He certainly has, right? 11 wins, 1 loss to his name, but he could have lost a few more. That game against Awonder Liang where he was getting toasted, but somehow not just survived, but even won in that really stressful finale for Awonder Liang. So Magnus, we know what he's capable of. We know who he's always been. We know who he will continue to be, even when he loses that world championship title because he's handing it away. But he is a beast. He has the highest winning percentage in the entire Pro Chess League. I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, and then you have Hikaru right after. Those are some very impressive scores by everyone, by the way. But talking about Magnus, talking about being all in on this strategy that a board 1 has to get 4-0. We know he's not a guy who thinks too much about pressure. He's certainly delivered under pressure. But do you think coming into a matchup like this, Robert, with 4 GMs, is he feeling the pressure to deliver the 4-0 victory today for the Bros?
I think he, of course, wants to get 4-0, but he's thinking realistically that is going to be so difficult. He's capable. Obviously, if he plays in a tournament, he might win every single game. That's what happens when you're Magnus Carlsen, the greatest player in chess history. But when you're playing 4 GMs, 4 strong GMs like this, I think he's realistically saying 3.5 out of 4. That should be good enough if my teammates have my back, but that's a big if.
All right, my friends, mis amigos, I see you in chat. We see everyone. I'm feeling the energy today. Let's get this thing kicked off. Before we do, remind you that the format in the Pro Chess League, you know it, you love it, but we got to make sure that if anyone new is showing up and they ask, what exactly is this again? It's an all-play, all-team chess battle royale. The time control is 10 plus 2. That's 10 minutes plus 2 seconds bonus time with every move you make. We can play up to 4 rounds, and it's listed that way because it is possible to deliver a KO to a team after 3 rounds, though not probable. It does happen from time to time. It's the first team to 8.5 points. That's how you win a best of 16 matchup for those who don't do math good. And if we go to tie breaks, it will be a replay of the round 4 pairings, but moving to a blitz time control until one person wins. And on that note, Robert, it's time to see who's going to win. Alexandra Castagna, can she get the win? Can she get the dub versus Magnus Carlsen and set the Levitov Chess Wizards on a track to a likely victory? We're going to find out in just a moment because the games are getting ready. I think I see Magnus now. No, fans don't see him yet. He just brought his snacks. Oh, they missed it. Brought his lunch. He's ready. I'm ready. Can I get a banana? I'm sorry. Let's go.
You know what's cool about this, Danny, is that Magnus Carlsen has played every single week in the Pro Chess League. I think sometimes you see top players on a roster, and they're just there to fill space. Not calling Anish Giri out or anything, but sometimes they just don't play. But Magnus Carlsen is participating every single week.
I'll call Anish Giri out. Anything that gets a chance that he might show up and send a tweet because we know you know what he's doing, Robert. He's watching this show. It's all he does. All he does is watch our shows, whether he'd want to admit it or not. We have a Rasa Limo on the board with Castagna and Carlsen. I will highlight something behind the scenes. When Eric first signed Magnus, it took a little bit of convincing. Obviously, Magnus, he should be a sought after prize. But when Eric Hansen, I'm speaking with, first signed Magnus, I know there was a conversation where Magnus was like, "All right, I'm gonna play, but don't expect me to play that much." And look what he's done. Kind of like when we made our two companies come together, Magnus was like, "Hey, Danny, I'll stream some chess, but don't expect me to stream that much." And I think we've seen a lot more Magnus Carlsen on Twitch than maybe some people thought. So he likes chess. This guy, Magnus, likes chess. We'll just say that.
And when you let him choose, it seems like he chooses to play. And it seems like we have next game going between Von Forest and Lazovic. So that game has just started as well. But to go back to our bird's eye view.
We got our bird's eye view. We'll head back to Castagna Carlsen. Look at the prep, by the way. Sorry, finish your thought about when you let him choose. He likes to choose chess most of the time. That's what Magnus does with his time.
Well, it's funny because I was actually going to make a chess point, and then the board was taken away from me. So naturally, I got distracted. But he made a choice a few turns ago to take with the D7 pawn. If we just scroll to this moment here, you could take with the B pawn towards the center, but instead, Magnus takes away from the center with D takes C6, opening up the bishop right on its initial path and allowing it to develop. But Danny, in these types of positions, I've always been fond of them from the white side. We love our pair of bishops, but this bishop, its destiny is maybe to sit on e6. No real great diagonals to work with. This bishop staring into its own pawn, needing to defend over here. So I just have really been fond of these types of positions from white. It's closed, so the knights tend to be quite good.
I agree, and positionally, it's something where white has all the long-term cards, if you will. The doubled C pawns are a problem for black. Black has to be patient and careful not to overextend. At the same time, I'll say this: it is an imbalance game, right? You have the dynamics almost like a Nimzo Indian. You have a bishop pair and a bad pawn structure versus the knights and a better pawn structure, right? And so naturally, what that does is very early, both sides have different things they're playing for. So it gives you an opportunity to outplay your opponent stylistically rather than, say, a very closed or symmetrical kind of structure. So I think from a practical perspective, Magnus knows exactly what he's doing. He's getting himself into a double-edged game. But note how quickly Alexandra's playing. That's the first thing I observed. She's now up a minute on the clock over the world champion, which means she's also prepared for the position on the board.
Yeah, and we're going to see this knight hop to c4, go after this pawn on e5. This knight likely going back to d7. That's standard fare in these types of positions. She starts with bishop to e3. This can get dangerous for black.
Yeah,
I mean, you
like
typically
that.
defend a pawn like this with b6, but with knight coming to c4, maybe there's going to be an explosion in the center with d or b4, and things can get out of hand for black if you're not careful. And Castagna, she seems well-versed in this line.
I just want you to know, like, I keep turning over and trying to highlight the board. I'm so not used to you driving. I just want you to know this is so good for our relationship that you're the one highlighting the squares on the board. And I keep, like, I don't know what to do with my hands, myself. I'm nervous, like a first date, you know?
Well, it's not our first rodeo, Danny. We've been here before, so maybe you should act like it. No, in all seriousness, I took this one out of your hands quite literally.
Before bishop h6 was played, I wanted to highlight what I was doing was that if the knight comes to c4 with the bishop on e3, you have a4, a5, and you undermine the queenside pawns, right, to create those potential weaknesses on the c file. And if black plays b6, you can still try for a5 and maybe try to poke and prod to push the pawns forward. So I was trying to highlight that might be Castagna's plan. She ends up opting for this bishop h6 idea to eliminate the dark square bishop. Your thoughts on the choice there? And you see Magnus has already played b5 because the dark square bishop is gone. That c pawn is no longer as weak.
Yeah, I actually think that what Alexandra is doing is very sensible. I think she's playing natural moves. And B5, it's one of these moves where you're proud of yourself for gaining space, but you also are sticking out. So A4 can immediately chisel at this pawn and try to open up the A file for this rook. So you develop it from its starting place. So I actually don't see tremendous downside for Alexandra. The position is closed, as it was mentioned. That usually is good
Yep.
for the knights, but the knights don't have any places to jump to. And wow, that was a big choice, Danny. C4, that caught
Yeah.
me by surprise.
It immediately weakens the d4 square, and I was going to highlight that the only positional weakness White has to worry at all about in this structure is the d3 pawn because of the open d file, and that was already a something to take note of even before c4. But now Magnus can really kind of switch gears, develop the bishop, and try to put pieces on the d file for the d3 pawn.
Mm-hmm. So it's
Okay.
going to put all your rooks on the D file, go for that pawn, but maybe Alexandra has the opportunity to break open the queen side with A3. So while you would hope to get after the D3 pawn as Magnus, you just don't have time because White's going to quickly open the A file for this rook on A1.
Yeah. Well, she immediately plays a3 on cue, and look how quickly they're playing. These are some big strategic decisions being made with very little time taken to do so. I I'm a little surprised by that. Either Alexander's prep is still on the table, right? Or even if not the exact position, some ideas that she's familiar with. But it makes me wonder whether c4 was played a little bit too hastily. You can move the knight from f3 and drive the f pawn. By the way, that's the main plan I'm looking at for White if I had my way.
I think she's going to play this a little more quietly. I think she's going to play rook A2, rook A1,
Okay.
and then take on B4 at some moment. And Danny, this is one of those moments I should ask you. Do you feel like she's playing the player and not so much the board? Like she came into this game saying a draw against Magnus is a great result?
Possibly. I wouldn't necessarily blame her other than having the white pieces. That's usually an opportunity you don't want to let slip when you're a grandmaster of Alexandra's strength, right? A world champion. And at the same time, I think it's a team game for a reason. And she knows that she's the lowest rated player for the Wizards for a reason, which means she has to trust her teammates to also maybe hold their own. So a draw in theory is not the worst result. But as the game, you see the eval bar, the evil eval bar slowly going in that 50-50 direction, but now 50-50 that favors black. We know what Magnus can do with an equal position. I'm a little worried that she's playing a little too fast.
I
So,
think that if you take with the C pawn, here comes D4. That's he goes. So
oh,
Magnus is playing for a win because if
yeah,
Magnus
he
was just
wants
happy with a draw, he would have taken this way. We would have seen the rooks get traded off on A8, then rook A1, and there are no real open files to make use of. We see everything traded off. And Danny, I think we know where this is going. That should just be
yeah.
a split
But
point.
C takes means Magnus is inviting some double-edged chess, and we're going to see where that goes. On that note, let's invite ourselves back to the bird's eye view, and remind everybody that there are three other games going in this Chess Brawl versus Wizards matchup. Um, I'm taking a peek. Some spicy chess all around. I kind of want to head over to this Razvan game versus Shimonov, right? We got the king castle queenside. You like that one? It's a French, right? I mean, Shimonov, he's well known as a French player. Um,
Yeah, let's
so
definitely
not
go
my
there.
favorite thing. I always want the French to lose. Let's go over there. I'm talking about
Yeah,
the
but it's
opening, not the people.
I know, and it's funny because you were making it so tempting to go there, and then you're like mentioning the opening name. So then I'm like, the French defense, we don't love that. But this is the type of French that I actually do like. When you get into these
Yeah,
winnowers, look at this pawn structure, right? There are all of these triple isolated on the C file and isolated A3 pawn. So White's pawns are just all over the place, but then you have to count them. Black has 6 pawns, and White, believe it or not, has 7. So White is up a pawn. White has the
yeah.
bishop pair, but also has this really gross looking pawn structure.
I love how you said believe it or not, because those pawns are, overvalued, I guess, on the C5. I don't know how we talk about it. I always say pawns only a mother could love, ugly ducklings, but I've used those lines up so many times. But it is awkward. At the same time, let's talk about the fact that the king on the queen side means if the position opens up, white has long-term chances in some rare cases. Maybe there's a move like c4 at some point. You have to be very careful if you do that, and the position opens up for black's pieces, the d file and the light square bishop. Get jiggy with it. Um, so what's the plan here if you're white? Are you castling kingside, or are you to try to use the b file? asking for a friend? Or are you playing? Go ahead.
No, I would say I love the way you asked it because I could tell how nervous you were about it. Because I would also be super nervous. I don't want to keep my king in the center, but I need to get this rook involved. Like this rook belongs on b2. Get that rook over there. The only way you do that is with moving the king. So bishop d3 played, presumably to stop knight to f5. But I
Yeah.
feel like black could keep going with the king or bring a rook maybe to the f file and play knight f5 anyway.
Well, and one common idea, as someone who's played the white side of a lot of these winovers, the poison pawn in particular, one common idea is at some point, don't be surprised if that knight on a5 goes to c4, even if you lose a pawn. Because
Mm-hmm.
the moment that d file opens up, the d5 squares a spot for either the knight or the bishop. Sometimes you play bishop c6 and that diagonal opens up, right? And these structures can be super deceptive. I've lost more games than I'd like to admit as white in these positions where you're up 2 pawns, Robert, but black is just dominating the open D file. The light squares, the G and H pawns eventually start a pawn storm for black on the king side. So this is a very dangerous game. And frankly, again, I talked about Shamanov. This is the kind of position that he knows very, very well.
Yeah, and he looks like he's in a comfy place. I see a bed in the background.
Yeah.
After this game, he'll take a little nap, but hopefully he gets a win before that. Because Danny, I'm with you though. I've
By the
also,
way, can we notice, Robert, that the fair play phone is on the pillow?
yeah,
Everyone has to have a second camera so we can see their field of vision and a number of other things as we use to detect fair play. It's not just the physical proctoring, but that phone is our fair play team. Hi, fair play team, on the pillow.
That's actually it. Just makes sure that it's nice and cozy, and his position
Yeah.
is nice and cozy. Because if you think about it, while he's down a pawn, he has all of the other pluses in the position: a better pawn structure, a safer king. The king on a8's tucked in the corner. Where's this
Yeah.
king going exactly? I'm not sure. If it goes this way, as you mentioned, these pawns can start storming. And I really like your point about knight c4. Just to show what that might look like if we go back a turn, you take this knight, you vacate the d5 square. That's what Danny was talking about. You also can bring your bishop to c6 and use this newly open diagonal. So that is
Yep.
a thematic idea. Perhaps in the previous position, allowing a queen trade was not ideal. So that is why the king tucks itself in the corner. The knight c4 idea is not going anywhere. Maybe a knight goes to c6. Maybe you're going to still play for knight f5 at some point by bringing a rook to f8. There's so many different options here for black.
Yep. And the time also favoring black shows that Shimonov is a teensy weensy bit more comfortable. Not sure why I said teensy weensy bit, but I did. And let's go to the bird's eye view and check out some of the games.
For sure. All four games are in progress. And, well, Danny, I'm looking at the top left. Magnus doing Magnus things, huh?
Magnus doing Magnus things, and that's why it's why you don't ever condone a mindset of a draw is okay against Magnus, right? How many times have you and I been here? I feel like it's a deja vu, right, for the last decade of our life that the moment you see the position slip from an edge with the aggressive option to one where maybe you were okay with it petering out, Magnus doesn't think like that. Dude, dude plays for wins when he's already clinched the tournament against Levon Aronian, right, in the first ever Singfield Cup. Dude just pushes. I actually heard a story recently that part of the reason everyone remembers the 2013 candidates where Magnus lost to Kramnik, but still got the nod to compete for the world championship. Actually, sorry, no, Kramnik and Ivanchuk were playing, right? But the point is, Magnus didn't want to play for a draw in that game because he didn't want to leave his fate to someone else's hands, right? Even though there was advice like, "Hey, just play for a draw." That's not how he thinks about it, and I think that he's going to be pushing for a win here, despite having the black pieces in the first game.
Well, it's clear. A4. He's trying to spring free a passer. This B pawn would like to be advanced. You can't even take on A4 because this knight at C4 is loose, except for the fact this knight on D7 is also hanging. So it is actually possible to take on A4. Tactically speaking, I just want to show that very quickly, that you may think, oh, let me grab this pawn and lose a knight, but you don't just lose a knight because this would turn the game around as white goes in and delivers a checkmate. And if the queen took first, we just see the queens come off and then rook takes D7. And this might be an endgame that Magnus is going to play for a win by bringing his king up the board and using a pass pawn. But Danny, committal decision nonetheless.
Yeah, I think that black has two connected passers here, right? But the A pawn is fast. So this is one of those endgames where computers would play way better than humans. You start to calculate exactly A5, A6, A7. The rook goes to B7 and B8 before B2, B3, and then the C pawn helping. So no idea what to make of it. That's why I commentate now and and don't play. But that looks like a position that is a nightmare to calculate.
And well, they traded on D4. Alexander decided to take this rook and She can't take on a4, but this b pawn, I think, is going to tell the story. There's this knight hopping into c5, hitting this e4
Yeah.
pawn, hitting the pawn that eventually gets to a4. So I think Magnus, he's doing really well in this one, Danny.
Well, and you can see that also the time has gotten away, right? Remember what we highlighted at the beginning? Alexandra was up on the clock more than a minute at one point and seemed well prepared. Now she's down 3 minutes on the clock, and black is much better. So this one has clearly the momentum has shifted the direction of the world champion. You know, go figure. So this is getting tough.
Yep, and we see the eval bar going
Wait, now
all the
maybe
way
even just
down.
like c5. Oh, c5 rook d1. Okay, you have to be a little careful here. Queen e1 has a trick with rook d1 skewering the queen and knight. So I love how you highlight. No hands. No hands for me.
Hey,
No
that's
hands, Dan.
smart technology these days. All right, you say
Smart
something and it
technology.
happens.
A blunder on d1. Drop a blunder emote for me. Just do it. Just
No,
do it. So no,
no.
no.
I would, mm, no.
Okay.
I was thinking about it and I was like, no.
Well, for those who don't know, sometimes there's we'll drop some emotes on the board. It's a fun little thing, but that would be a blunder I've probably made before. Instead, what do? You can't take b3 because the pawn is pinned. This is actually kind of tricky, right? So I know the eval bar says black is winning, but let's highlight the reason Magnet. Okay, he goes knight
Oh,
c5.
oh.
Yeah, that's
What's
tough.
what's the follow up here? I
Can
feel
you even just?
such a Magnus position, Danny. Right? Let's just trade the
Yep.
queens. My pass pawn will get to c3. I know my pawn structure doesn't look great, but this rook is about to open up along the a file. He's too good.
Yeah, and you don't even have time to take c3 and gather the pawn. I mean, black is just winning a piece at least at the end of some of these lines. If we want to bring up the analysis board and just quickly show it, so we can pay off this game and maybe head back to the Shimonov. Like if you play, okay, what do you want to play here? If you take a4, is there already knight b3 and c2 coming, or you just play rook a4 first?
No, this
Both
works.
both look really good.
Yeah, you can't get this pawn. That's a big problem for white. That pawn will survive, and it's going to get to the other side. You can stop it for a moment, but even rook takes a4, and it's
Yeah,
not really helping.
yeah. Wow, queen c3. The little things. And oh, okay, here she goes. She's going for e5. I like it. Unfortunately, too little, too late. Um, that's also a very Magnus move. Oh, he takes with the king. I was going to say you could take with the queen because it guards e7, but this is also winning, and that hurts.
Yeah, the king looks like it's out in the open, but I think the queen can just slide back. All the important squares are
Yeah.
protected, and soon
Yep.
this pawn will go to the other side. So Magnus,
Okay.
he's crushing it. You made a reference to Little Things. I don't know if you saw that movie. If you haven't, don't. Not worth it.
Okay.
But
It's great.
yeah, the little things in chess.
Thank you for that.
important.
I love when you save me time. Let's back up and check on the bird's eye view. Magnus Carlsen will clean up this victory here. Um, sh- okay, the Shimonov game is still spicy. We haven't checked on the other two. Von Fourice and Denis Lazovic, of course, was another matchup we highlighted. Von Fourice making his PCL debut. Oh, we've got a huge time disadvantage there in Ralph Mamedov's game, the board one for the Wizards.
Yeah,
Want to head over there?
Let's go
Quickly.
right
What
to
do you
it
think?
because
Let's do it.
almost,
All the position is spicy too.
it almost looks like black is going to get checkmated because look at this configuration of pieces here, right? Like
Yeah.
if this were a rook instead of a bishop, rook takes h7 would be mate. But black is currently
Yeah.
up a piece, and apparently that was.
I was
not,
going to say, and
oh,
if that were Ralph Mamedov, it would be a doppelganger imposter. That's not Ralph Mamedov, everybody. We'll get. But okay, the H file is not enough for white because of
he
just
gets
rook b1 check here.
and queen f6 at the end. By the way, hitting the rook and just
Yeah.
winning the pawn. So you don't even have time to take this knight on h7.
Wow, what a move! Ralph Mamedov cleaning up again. Let's back up because that's not Ralph Mamedov. That's Alexander Shimonov, and we'll come back to it. But Mamedov is going to be the one taking the victory, which means both board ones are likely to get the dub here, with Carlsen beating Kostyuk and Mamedov getting the job done for the Wizards. I want to go back to the Shimonov game, but I feel bad that we're neglecting Von Fourice and Lazovic. Your call.
So let's go. No, the top right, the game between Lazovic and Von Forest looks like it's pretty calm for now. So let's go back to the chaos because I know that's where your heart and your mind is. So let's go right into the Razvan Priotu.
The chaos, and the eval bar is slipping for Shimonov there in his favor.
What is going
He's
on here?
you see the pawn storm for black on the king side. Eventually, that might be an issue with g4 or g3. Magnus Carlsen has gotten the victory, by the way, over Alexander Kosteniuk. But knight to b5 is heading into d6, maybe. What is white's threat? It looks interesting, but what exactly would white do next if you even gave them a free move?
I know what I would do. You see these double
Okay.
isolated pawns? I'd put one
Yeah.
of them on b4 and just kick this knight out of there, and
I
then
knew you
play
were going to
a5.
say something illegal. I thought the trick answer was I would just take them off the board and see if they notice, and then put my rook on c1,
That would
which would be
actually,
also good.
yeah, that would be a good thing. These pawns are in white's way, and bishop f4
Yeah,
is important because otherwise g3
yeah,
was threatening to trap this. And I think what Priotu, he's going to face some kind of pawn break on the king side. But if h3 is played, then you push to g3, and the rooks don't get their open files. So I actually think that this is not as easy as the eval bar may make it seem for black. And he
yeah.
starts with g3. But look at that. The evaluation is starting to go back towards the middle. And I'm not sure why, Danny. It still looks problematic, but maybe it involves queen activity. Like, get that queen in the game. I don't know what it threatens, but at least it feels a little concerning.
Yeah, and I guess the same question I posed for white kind of comes to black. Even if black takes f2, like rook takes f2, like who is that actually better for? Right? Like white is starting to get pieces a little more active. Surely black has h3 coming, but it's not exactly clear where the knockout blow is for black. That's my point. And as you said, queen e7 is a move. I keep looking at ideas of dropping my bishop to e3 so I can take on a7 with the knight. You know me, I always
Oh,
got sacks on the brain.
wait, you might
But
be able to do that. You might be brilliant. Knight a7,
okay.
king takes bishop e3. I wasn't even looking in that direction. And the eval bar is saying this is actually quite fascinating because you would think you.
Did you guys see what he said? Knight
I
takes
mean, you're
a7.
look at this. Like this is Danny Wrench style chess.
There you go. Sometimes it's needed. Every once in a while, you know? Every once in a while. This actually looks, by the way, this is what I was looking at, is like, is there some idea to just burst open the dark squares? Although I expected you to point out a blunder. Instead, you pointed out that it might actually be a fantastic idea.
Yeah,
He
I
didn't
mean
do it though.
he picks up the knight, goes in the other direction, and we'll see the eval go all the way back
Okay.
in black's favor. But knight takes a7. Wow, brilliant tactical shot by you. I don't say that very often, but hey,
Thank
tip
you,
my
sir.
proverbial cap to you.
There you go. It's every once in a while you kind of black out and you don't know how you got there, you know? There you go.
That's a different problem.
That's a different problem. Different problem. You know, I say whenever I say smart things, I go, wait, what? What's going on? All right, here we go. Knight d6 was played, but this is not a great approach for white because I think black can just trade, and I don't. I mean, you could also move the queen to c7 if you want white to take on b7. But what's the problem with taking d6?
None. I think he can take it. Maybe he doesn't want to see the queen land on d6, but if you're ever afraid of a queen being there, you can bring your second knight back. I think what Shamanov is doing right now, Danny, and this is instructive to everybody watching, is he's trying to come up with a follow-up plan. He knows that his
Yeah,
queen's under attack. He can take this knight. But what next? Right? This looks like h3, but you can't go h3 very easily. You'll lose this pawn. If you take on f2, as you were saying, here comes the rook to the king's defense. So there's no knockout immediately apparent, but he's trying to
yeah,
find the most challenging continuation. He brings his queen on over to f8. That looks very enterprising.
yeah. I think he's going to meet bishop e3 with h3 immediately, and
Oh my
just trying
gosh.
to create maximum tension. You know, like inviting too many in-laws to Thanksgiving. Maximum tension in one room. You know.
That's a good one. Oh, he goes right for it though.
Okay, queen g7 instead immediately threatens to take f2 and e5. Okay, very nice. You're highlighting so quickly, almost like you're a GM of highlighting. Um, but okay, still h3 has to come here soon. There he goes. Finally, h3 on the board. I loved your point, by the way, about finding the follow up and not just blitzing out. Because I do think a lot of players mismanage their time in those time pressure moments. That was what you were saying, right? It's instructive because you start blitzing just because your opponent's blitzing instead of really trying to put them on their toes by having the next move already in the bag.
I mean, this one, speaking of in the bag, how is this king possibly going to survive? Unless you allow some quick checkmate, like some kind of opening of the A file, there's no way that white can survive this game. Your king is about to just be crushed.
Can he take? I was just about to say, can he take g2 first before taking back on b7? He does. Um, the game between Lazovic and Von Paris is also crazy down the stretch, but I think we'll stay here because it not anymore. Oh, in fact, that game is now over, so we are in the right place. Not often you see someone take a rook and get a queen like that, so we'll stick right here.
Oh, and
Um,
another one.
another one, another threat, and here comes rook h1. Okay, he's going to take F1, and the king puts his Forrest Gump running shoes on. Can he get out before mate?
No, in
I don't
fact, it's
think
just
so.
going to be. He didn't even get a
Oh,
move
it's
on.
just
He
over.
resigned.
Take F1. Yeah,
I thought he lost
over.
on time. He resigned technically as he was hitting zero. So that's an
Just
accomplishment.
show the finish
itself.
here for everyone on King F2 that you take F1 and then Queen G2 is mate to follow.
Queen G2. The
For the
king
more
slides through.
visual learners.
Yeah. No, this is a lovely. It's a ladder checkmate in the end.
Yeah. All right. Well, wow. It was an all decisive game. Not a single draw in the books for our first round, everybody. But nonetheless, we are all tied up. That's a funny thing about chess, right? All victories for the black pieces. That means the higher rated player won on every single board. Robert, I know we didn't get to touch on Von Paris and Lazovic, but are you surprised by that result with Lazovic having played so well so far and Jorn Von Paris starting his debut with a dub?
If you're asking me if I'm surprised if Jordan Van Forest wins a chess game, even if he's playing the best players in the world, no. But I do think that Lazovic, it's going to be frustrating for him. We'll see if he can shake it off because losing in round one with the white pieces, that's not what the team signed you up for.
Yeah, losing with the white piece, especially when that's the board that they're really hoping to get a lot out of because he is so equally matched up against not just the board three for the chess bros, but he's a GM who's been performing very, very well in the PCL so far. So that's not a good start there for the Wizards, but also their higher rated boards did get the job done in Shamanov and Mamedov. So we'll see if they can keep that momentum going. So, all right. Well, on that note, we're going to take a very, very quick break, and then we have round two beginning just around the corner, everybody. So we are all knotted up here at 2 victories apiece for the Chess Bras and the Wizards. Don't go anywhere. The Pro Chess League returns in just a few minutes.
I have 3 puzzles here.
It's chess, yeah?
Yes, it's chess. No, we're gonna go.
Oh, but suddenly, there's like some kind of triangle so all over the place.
Oh, okay,
so,
okay.
Yeah, no, okay. Word of warning, I'm not the fastest.
So here is the first one.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So F2 check.
Yeah.
Rook A takes F2. Queen G2 check. Rook takes G2, knight H3. King H1, rook takes F1. Rook G1, rook G1.
Wow.
Is there like a mate anything?
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, I think I have solved it already. Like F2 is the answer. Actually, I didn't have time to calculate King takes F2, which looks. I mean, at the very least, I can just take on D3 and on F1, and I'm much ahead. And there is also Rook F2 in the end, so it's just checkmate. But of course, the point is after Rook, doesn't matter which Rook takes on F2, then there is Queen G2 check, followed by Knight H3 check, and Rook takes F1 checkmate. Or Rook G1, Rook takes G1 checkmate. I mean.
Okay.
Okay, I did or then they
Currently blind.
All right. Your 10 seconds is up.
harder than the.
Yeah. I just got it while I was singing briefly. Yeah, so it's obviously F2, and then Queen G2, Knight H3, and Rook F1.
Wow. Okay. So you're.
I mean, there's also Rook F takes G2, but same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Rook F takes F2, Queen G2, Rook G2, Knight H3, King H1, and then Rook G1's mate, but yeah.
Black to play and win or what?
Yes. Black to play away.
No, I think I got it right. I mean, takes. I don't know. Good. I didn't find the mate. So dumb.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I'll make a move. 92, yeah.
Unfortunately, the move is not 92.
Yeah, same thing. I can go find the mate.
F2. Rook takes
Oh.
F2.
I need the warm up. Can we start again?
That was
Different
the warm-up.
position. Yeah, I need the warm up. If it was a game, I'll go 92 takes G3 and RC. But I think it's just perpetual there, no? Or I don't think it's a mate. Yeah, no, I don't.
All good. The correct move is actually F2.
Yeah, Rook BF2.
And then.
Oh wow, like that. Somehow it's an unusual pattern, but it's really cool. No,
Exactly.
it's so easy.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
a lot of college-educated people, you know. I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean,
You know how to play.
listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
I'll say, Robert, that very few things give me more pleasure than watching chat roast Anish Giri, watching YouTube chat. I love the videos we play at the break. It makes it so entertaining. They're roasting him for not solving those puzzles. Doesn't that just make you happy?
Unlike you, other people's misfortunes don't make me that happy. But Anish and I were just messaging during the break there. So he seems, I'm not sure if he's watching, but it seems to help
I'm
your
sure
theory.
He is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get him. I'm trying to bait him into some WhatsApp DMing and him attacking me. But all right, we got a lot of things to get into. There's a lot of things at stake. Let's remind everybody of exactly what's at stake for both of these teams. A playoff bid, a playoff berth. The winning team officially advances to the postseason. The losing team is not out, though. They will return next week to face another 2-2 team. Let's remember the total prize pool available, which prizes don't start getting doled out till you make the playoffs, is $150 in cash, Robert. And anyway, we're playing for a lot here. That's the point.
Yeah, and I think the teams are highly motivated. We just saw 2 wins per side with the black pieces. The higher boards got the job done. And there's something I want to point out because, of course, the focus is on Magnus Carlsen and he taking down Alexander Kostenyuk. But both teams did the same thing, right? The players in their lineups, the top 2 boards, they got the job done. That was what was required of them. And, Shimanov beating Razvan Priotu, that was just as impressive as Jordan Van Forest taking out Denis Lazovic.
Completely agreed. And as we said, all the higher rated players winning means everyone won with black. But that also means that they'll get white in the next round. So I couldn't agree more. Although I will say this, if it goes according to plan and the higher rated players tend to win on every board, I don't know why I tend to give the edge to Magnus in those types of scenarios without early upsets. I know in theory I didn't do the math exactly right. That might actually mean the Wizards win because they have more of a rating edge on every board. But I don't know. I feel like unless there's an upset earlier on, or if someone gets a half point off of the shield of Captain Norway there and Magnus Carlsen, if that doesn't happen, I like the chess bras, but we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's dive into the next round. We talked about how every one of the higher rated players had black, Robert. Now they get white. Your thoughts on the key game, key matchup we need to focus on here?
Okay, well, the top players with the white pieces, I feel like it's just those middle boards. I mean, I generally trust the high boards, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. I'll trust Shimanov with the white pieces against My Lead Jade just because of the rating differential. But when you're talking about Van Forest, Kostenyuk, Mamedov, Priotu, I feel like between those 2 games, I'm not sure which team has the edge. I'm going to give a slight nod to the chess bras, but it's really close.
Okay. I think we give the nod to the chess bras in a slight edge, often because of this guy right here, Magnus Carlsen. He is sitting up and ready to rock. A slightly disheveled room behind him. Someone needs to talk to him about that at some point. We've been seeing it on stream a lot, but no. Magnus seems ready. Got his gaming chair, and he'll be throwing down, as you said, with the white pieces now against Denis Lazovic. I know he just lost to Jordan Van Forest, and now you get black against the world champion. Talk about out of the frying pan into the fire. But your thoughts on Lazovic in this matchup versus the number 1 player from Norway?
I don't think I need to say anything. Just look at him. Like that's probably how he feels. He's like,
I was almost asking for a pep talk. Like, could you give the kid a pep talk? He doesn't look super thrilled.
Yeah, no, I feel for him because he lost to the white pieces. I'm sure, like any chess player would be, super frustrated, wondering how he could improve. Well, he could start by making a move in this one. I hope he's looking at the chessboard and not just. Oh, he's gone.
He's gone, and
Uh,
just like that, poof, he's gone.
Dennis, come
uh,
back.
Guys are so saying, where'd you go? Sorry. Well, that was surprising, and Magnus is cool with that. He'll take a time edge to go along with his almost 400 rating point edge, given that he's a guy who's approached 2,900 at one point in his career. Anyway, let's maybe go to the bird's eye view and choose another adventure.
What other adventure, Danny? The game just started. Not to,
haven't
be
started
awkward
yet,
about it.
so never mind. Hey Robert, you wanna? We'll go to game 2. Okay, there we go. We just in time, saved by the bell. There we
Well,
go.
I also want to say that for Dennis Lazovic and everybody else in the league, your internet is your responsibility. That's just a part of
true.
playing online, where it's unfortunate to lose time in that way, but you have to be on top of it. So we actually have this game. It's an Italian game by the Dutchman Jordan van Forest, an early A6. I'm always a fan of these variations. I know that in recent years A5 has become increasingly popular. Usually that's in the C3 variations, but still, I like putting the pawn on A6, tucking the bishop back to A7, and then playing H6 and maybe even G5 later.
Flexibility, right? Flexibility is what players want these days in their opening repertoires, and it leaves opportunities for someone to misremember their prep, right? To misevaluate positions more often, and I know we talk about that a lot. We've talked about it many times, even during the World Championship and others, where you see these openings in play. But here comes H6 right on cue. Maybe highlight that. The reason the players delay castling now in these modern Italians, Robert, is precisely because that G4 or G5 idea is a real thing to worry about if you're too committal.
And we saw that happen between Levon Aronian and Vladimir Krumnik back in the candidates in 2016. And White castled the king just to show what that could look like. And then you make a G4, G5. You use this pawn as a hook. And I don't care what the eval bar says. It's not the important part. That a rook comes to G1, you play G5, and you blast that side of the board open against the enemy king. So I think, Denny, you're making good points that in this modern age, you're typically taught castle as quickly as possible. That's not the case anymore. You castle when the time is right.
Yep. Yeah, and again, you see the reason they're taking their time here, obviously both of these players very strong grandmasters, is because, like I said, the reason flexibility is king in terms of how a lot of modern players use openings and neural nets and all the preparation available is because people, even they're human, even if they're playing chess at the high level, and they can forget exactly what was the move here. Was I supposed to play this tempo, and these flexible structures, like Robert said, this A6 move, H6 move, you kind of, and then white in turn H3, A4. There's all kinds of subtle little missteps that you could go wrong with, and so they really need to be careful not to overcommit. And that's why they're taking their time, despite the very kind of tame looking nature of a 4 knights Italian structure.
Speaking
Look at
of
that
structure, how do you feel about
I was
this?
gonna say, me no likey. I mean, it. I feel like someone's gonna get hurt here.
You don't like two sets of double pawns, including double isolated pawns on the e-file. But Denny, I do think that they're very hard to approach. So Danya likes to say pawn structure is overrated, and Black's pawn structure does look bad. But what can White do about it, right? These pawns take control of such important squares all across the board over here, and White's knights, they're not going anywhere to pile up pressure on these pawns.
Yeah, but still, when I look at them, get the shivers. Thanks, Ed Sheeran. Get the shivers. All right, should we back out? We'll come back to this pawn structure and see where it takes us. Will the pawns be overrated, or will they be the weaknesses that decide the game? We see Magnus and Lazovic have both made moves on the board there. So Lazovic restores his internet connection. Good for him.
Okay,
We've
so he's back. That's good.
Yeah, he's back.
And what's going on in the bottom right? I mean, Shimanov on the white side of that board. Speaking of ugly pawn structures, in the bottom right, it looks like Black is going to have double isolated pawns.
I think that one started out, if I had to guess, like a Rossalimo Sicilian, similar to what we had between Kosteniuk and Carlsen, but with a different approach, with a B takes C6 capture rather than D takes C6, as well as some other differences. So we'll see there. Yeah. Well, Remind everybody, all 4 games count. Team chess. It's not just the top players, not just the biggest names in the game. If I had to choose, though, I'd like to take us to Shimonov again. I mean, I like that guy's chess.
Okay, so why don't we go there? Because I
Let's do
think
it.
that we've been highlighting some bad pawn structures throughout the day, and guess what? Look at these pawns for black. And did I find it funny when your first instinct, mine, I'm sure yours is, I would rather have white in this position, and the eval bar saying, actually, black is a smidge better.
Again, like Don, you said, pawn structure is overrated in modern chess with how computers have taught us to be even more aggressive. It's so funny. Just if we wanted to have a discussion on the evolution of how computers have influenced the game, the death of chess was announced, and turns out its demise was greatly overstated around the late '90s, early 2000s, and players were playing not nearly as aggressive as they used to be. A lot of draws. Everyone remembers the Kramnik Kasparov World Championship match, but now I feel like players are more exciting. They're willing to mix it up and get awkward looking bad positions. If I looked at this position, I would just say white is just doing fantastic. This pawn structure is horrible. I love white's position in every way, but like computers are like, no, the bishop pair, and I can be aggressive and long term tactical chances. Hey, get some.
That's exactly what it says, by the way. That's a direct
Yeah.
translation. But I like this last move, f6. I know Ben Feingold says never play it. Here comes e5 in the near future. That means this bishop on c8 finally has a decent square to go to. On e6, maybe slide even up to d5. So even though these are double isolated pawns that can't move, black is operating around them and saying they're not that weak because you can't get them. And so e5,
Yep.
maybe knight d4 at the right moment, bishop e6, things of that nature. That's why the engine is saying black is doing just fine.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I feel like if I found some Inside Chess magazine from the '80s and this structure was on the board, black would be given a question mark for f6, and by a grandmaster no less, and say like black is just positionally not doing well here. And everything you just described makes total sense. And you see, that's the dynamic potential of a position, right? And who can improve their position, and whose pieces have more potential power if they reach their optimal squares is how we now look at this stuff. It's not just the positional features of doubled C pawns and an isolated A7 pawn. So I love it. I'm sorry. I'm just going to turn this into a lesson and how fascinated I am about the dynamic ways we look at chess differently now.
You've changed, man. You've changed.
I've changed, man. What's wrong with you? Bishop e7. Noted that black wants the bishop pair. She's like, put the bishop on e7, e5, like Robert said, bishop e6, bishop d5. The light squares are a thing. And how does white actually put pressure against those horrible, they are horrible, and don't get me wrong, those horrible c-pawns could lose black the game if we end up being wrong and Shimonov finds a way, to nullify black's dynamic pressure of the bishop pair. So yeah, exactly, b3, bishop a3. But it is really interesting to see.
Yeah, just it feels very far away. So even if you put a bishop on a3 or on e3 in this case, it attacks the pawn once. Good luck attacking it again. And I would not take this bishop. This is actually a very important moment before we hop around to another game. I would not take this bishop because if you take this bishop on e3, you are giving away your most active piece, and white can even take towards the center here with pawn takes. You have these ugly pawns for the rest of the game. This bishop on e7 is particularly bad. So I just, do not take the bishop, and she doesn't.
Yeah, that's a really instructive point. e5 instead. I think the bishop will come to e6. If anything, if that knight and bishop trade happens, you want it to happen on d4, right? You want that knight to go to d4 and force white to capture. But okay, we'll see how Shimonov tries to pull an old school grandmaster move and kind of slowly positionally grind his way to a victory. Because right now there is a huge advantage for Magnus Carlsen. Is he about to deliver a knockout before we're 10 minutes into the round? We got to go to there. We must go to there. Take me to there.
Wow,
I want to go to there. Magnus Carlsen versus Denis Lazovic.
In the top left, we see, oh my gosh, the bar is higher and
Sheboygan,
higher.
Wisconsin.
What's the material count, by the way? Magnus is up like
I don't
2
even
pawns.
know. I'm just like looking at queen e8 and then queen takes d7, and I'm losing my mind.
Well, we are bringing that game up now, and Magnus Carlsen, he is up just 1 pawn. I miscalculated. It looks like more. This position looks like
Yeah, it
he's
looks
up-
like more because the king is completely naked and
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
not good for Denis Lazovic. I mean, let's see how many good ideas there are. You could just give this check, eventually bring your rook to e1. But the issue is, if we just call game before there's actually a knockout blow. That's how your opponent gets back in. So I do think that at some point we'll see a queen e8. The king has to go up, maybe even knight e5 to force this bishop off the board because g6 is hanging. That you just remove black's defenders and there will be checkmate.
Yeah. Yeah. And I like the idea of rook e1 too, even before knight e5, just because if the queen and rook are operating as a battery duo, I feel like the mating net is inevitable. But like queen e8 check, if we want to pull up the analysis board real quick. Okay, Magnus actually played queen e8 and king g7 immediately follows. I would say rook e1 here first before knight e5. And then if queen takes b2, can I just play knight e5 now? Unless there's something even better.
Well, looks like I was going to say knight e5, but I see it's a checkmate in 3, so I give a check. If the king goes back...
Rook h1 is coming on king h6. I didn't see that.
Yeah, rook h1.
h1.
So the rook on e1 is good because it helps your deliver checkmate on e8. That's why it's necessary. Because in the previously, the queen was under attack. Otherwise, you would play rook e1 and rook e8 mate, but you'd lose your queen. Don't do that. And that's why rook e1 first. Great idea, Danny. Just bringing the rook into the game, trying to deliver this checkmate. Knight e5 should be sufficient as well because black has nothing better than to take it. But Magnus follows your advice.
Rook e1 looks good. Looks good. Magnus follows my advice, and we'll see if he is getting a dub here very, very quick. I mean, this is not how Denis Lazovic drew this one up at home as far as how he was going to start his day. It's hard when you get back-to-back pairings against Jordan von Foreest and Magnus Carlsen. That's not everyone's cup of tea, but still, this is a tough start.
And look at Magnus. He doesn't go for checkmate, right? He just says, "I'm up
goes
a pawn.
for the end game.
I'm up a pawn. Why not? Let's just do this thing." And well, he'll regret it if somehow he's unable to convert. But this feels like a position where black has nothing to attack, and white is just going, "Whoa." Evo Bar not happy about that one.
I think if b6, he'll have to play rook c8, and then black has c5, where you sacrifice the b and c pawn for the b2 pawn, open the bishop. You lose a5 at the end of that. Oh, okay, rook h5.
Yeah, he defends this way. Okay, but Magnus was a4. Look at Magnus.
I agree. This doesn't feel like it was the cleanest knockout for Carlsen.
But I just love it that I'm like, okay, this felt wrong. Then he plays a4, and then I'm looking at it like, if I didn't have the eval bar here, I'm like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. How are you going to defend this pawn
rook
on
a7 is
d7?
a threat, by the way, and it's over.
Right. You took away the one square the rook could defend from, and if you bring the rook back this way, you're going to lose a5. So Magnus is just trying to win a second pawn and then go into a winning rook and pawn ending. But yeah, it did feel like he could have checkmated the black king, and then he instead settled for the ending.
Yeah, agreed, town. Population us. And let's go back to the bird's eye view town and take a look at what the people want. What the people want. I like the way that Jade Coulet is playing the game versus Shimanov. She's holding her own. A lot of tension in that position.
Yeah, in the bottom right there, it just feels like nothing has changed except white just shuffling back and forth, and black actually gaining kind of. That's good. What's going on in the bottom left, by the way? How did Ralph Mamedov's rook? It went from a3 to h3. Talk about a rook lift and switcheroo to the king side.
Yeah, let's do it. We haven't given Mamedov any looks today yet. Let's go ahead and see how he's doing. The same Ralph Mamedov, I left him. Same Ralph Mamedov I knew from many years ago. There he is. Still him.
Can we just go back a couple moves? Because look at this.
Yeah.
So there's a trade, and then rook a3, understanding that most of the action is about to take place on the king side, and then goes rook to h3. But there's something interesting about this position, Danny. Count how many pawns black has. The answer is 7. And white has 6. Where did the d3 pawn go? Like, it just looks like white just missing a pawn.
How did it go? Yeah. It's supposed to be there in the pawn chain. There it is. Okay, the trade on c4. That's what happened.
And then dropping this pawn on a5. So that's how this went weird. I mean, this game
it's
is
funny. Look at that move, bishop c1 by Mamedov. He's also, I don't know if I want to say he's an underrated attacking player. I think people know he's a very good attacking player. But I love how he played that position. You keep the bishop on the board, spying the king side diagonal, c1, h6. You already know you've got the rook lift planned. And that bishop is developed right where it sits on its original square.
Unbelievable. Yeah, h4, the rook lift, the rook goes over to h3 and g5. You know what's funny is I think that as viewers, as commentators, we're often looking at the eval bar for all the answers. But if that bar were not there, I'm pretty sure that most of the audience would be like, this looks so
Yeah.
scary for black. White's about
Yeah.
to crush. This queen's going to g4, h5. This king is in trouble. G takes h. If you take on g5, the pawn takes here. You open up the h file. That should be checkmate, and that would be better for white, but it says only
Yep.
slightly better. So I do think that the eval bar, it kind of can mislead us into a sense of comfort.
Completely agree. And this is a position where maybe, and even though we have the eval bar, we often say this, we don't have the engine lines in front of us. So our suggestions, sometimes we turn it on because we never want to leave you hanging if there's something that seems critical and we can't solve it. But for the most part, no move suggestions is super helpful because there's probably like one line that black needs to play for. I was just going to say that. I think any wrong misstep, watch that eval bar slowly creep up for white because everything about the pressure of this position seems super difficult for black. So whatever the best move is for black, that's another story. But this is a very difficult practical scenario to defend.
And what a move, queen d7, by the way, allowing g takes h6, opening up the king. But sometimes the threat is stronger than the execution. So I'm actually not sure if g takes h is the best thing to do because you know that if you take this pawn, black is immediately, almost pre-moving g6. Like, you're not opening up my king side anymore. Now your knight's in some trouble. I could even take it this way to win a pawn if I don't want to open up my king some more. So I feel like this type of position is one where white looks very threatening. And I don't know if there is, in fact, a better move than g takes h. But as long as there is this tension before pawn takes pawn, that black cannot play g6. I would like to keep up the initiative for a moment longer.
Yeah. I'd love to play something with the queen, like queen g4, something that prevents f5 from being captured. Not really worried about g6 beforehand, right? Queen g4 immediately threatens knight takes h6 with check to win the queen on d7. But I don't see a follow-up, Robert. So if I do that, I guess... But maybe the problem is, what does black play? If I play queen g4, I'm renewing the idea of g takes h6. By the way, it looks like it's on the board. Okay, immediately. Whoa. Wait, are you making these moves or are they?
They are. No, they're doing
Okay,
all this.
what's going on?
I don't know, but we do know that you can't take this knight with your pawn because it's pinned. You can take with the knight on f5, but this is worth showing that, and the king went to h8 for this reason. Knight takes f5 would not be met with pawn takes f5 because if you take this way,
g6.
the queen takes. Exactly. Intermezzo. Pawn takes g6. Going after this king, this knight is still hanging over here, and that would not be good news for black. So look at this move. King h8.
That's how you unpin pawns. You just get your king out of the way. Now your pawn's unpinned. Problem solved.
You can't even take this because now your queen really is loose over here.
Yep.
I feel like white's actually on the verge of just falling apart, but there must be some sequence here that allows white to stay in the game. The good news is you can't take on f5 just yet. Queen g7 would be checkmate. So rook g3 played for that reason.
He's all in on this idea that the G file will become open at some point. The queen on G4, the rook on G3 says, let me in, like a vampire banging on the door. Apparently, folks, if that happens, as long as you don't invite them in, vampires can't come in your homes. Pro tip.
Well,
you're
this
welcome.
knight came back from the dead, Danny. It was sideline on h7 for a while. Now it goes to f6. By the way, Magnus Carlsen did officially just win his game against Dennis Lazovic in rook endgame.
Just about to say, speaking of vampires, he's sucking the life out of the Wizards right now. Magnus Carlsen gets a victory very, very quickly, and yeah, but this game is crazy. By the way, rook takes h5, queen f6 check coming.
What do you do here? I'm so scared of rook takes h5.
Knight takes f5 is the only move, I think, because it hits the queen.
Knight takes, but pawn takes, then you're inviting this pawn to the party? You might be right, but it looks so scary.
What's funny is every move that is played on the king side, that bishop on a5 just looks more and more like, did he just get lost? Like, where is he? Right? He's just like wandering off in the wilderness. Okay, knight to g8, and just like that, white has some sort of knockout, and he finds it right away. It's queen g5, I think, to follow. Oh, h7.
Yeah. And this knight can't move. This is actually sick. I think that white just stole a piece, because if you take the rook, h7, you can't take on h7 because queen takes h5 leads to checkmate. The only move is knight here. You take, and this is forced checkmate. Do your puzzle rush, everybody. That can't be stopped. So rook takes h5 is automatic. Rauf Mamedov does not need to be asked twice. And with under
show them the idea too that if g takes h5, h7, if the knight moves, you're back to queen f6. That's the whole point. Is now queen f6 check is again. Yeah.
Good point. and then the king takes, and queen g7 is mate. So you're going to get mated on the g7 square, regardless
Wow.
of how you respond to h7 there. So g takes h5 is almost out the window, and if that's the case, you just gave white a piece.
And look at the time. The time is also ticking for Razvan here. This is not a good sign. Rook takes h5, spotted so quickly by Mamedov, and now his attack is paying off. And by the way, that bishop on a5 still not playing, right?
You need
Just
it here.
on the bench. You need him on f8. You need him on e7. You need him anywhere but on a5. And it's like white is up 2 pieces here.
Yeah, and bishop g5 bring another piece to the party. h7 while bishop f6 check will lead to mate. So go ahead, take this on h5. h7 is going to be played.
God, what a move, by the way. h7.
Mm-hmm. And I think
With shivers. I like it. Sorry, I got that song in my head now. Now I got that song. I'm singing in my head. Give me the shivers.
Just take and take and take. I don't know. Take everything. You're also up material.
Take. Yeah. Bishop takes f6. Bishop h3 is coming. Okay. This is over. In fact, they don't even make us do that awkward thing where we have to leave them to finish without us. They just resign, so now we can go focus on the other games. That was crazy. Mamedov with a brilliant attacking performance. He helps the Wizards stay even. The number one players for each team, everybody, getting the dubs when it matters. Carlsen and Mamedov crushing their respective opponents here in round 2.
And I agree with Double J Jared that attack by Mamedov was amazing. Let's look at this game between Von Forest and Kostenya, because speaking of amazing attacks, this one looks straightforward. The white king, safe and sound. The black king out in the open, and there should be a mate. The rook coming in. And is that checkmate? No, the king goes here, but it's mate.
Queen g8, though. Okay. Rook h5. Queen g5. It's mate. Indeed. Jordan Von Forest getting the dub, using his cupboards as a towel rack like any bachelor would. There you go. There you go. Just hanging them up.
Danny, look at the last game in the bottom right. All these other games are done. Kings are all in the open, and this one's on move. It's move 31, but it looks like maybe move 21.
And it's still the positional. We spent all the time talking about the dynamics of chess, right? This is like the positional. White is better positionally. Black was hoping to get tactical tension, but okay, right as I say that, it looks like white is finally simplifying here. Oh, I thought bishop a3 was next. I was going to say, maybe bishop a3 should have been played. I don't know.
It definitely should have, because you would have just hammered at the c5 pawn, pinning it to the queen back here. By the way, black was doing very well in this game. It looks like she misstepped somewhere to allow her very strong grandmaster opponent to get the advantage. But this is not over. This is opposite colored bishops. Let's not discount that fact, because if the rooks and the queens come off the board, there will be often drawing chances with the presence of bishops not on the same diagonal. So, Danny, I mean, white here has some options to go after this pawn, but you know that black is thinking about playing c4 herself.
Yeah. No, and Shimonov misstepped. Bishop a3 was correct. I'm surprised because I suggested, but it really was. And now this isn't that clear, because if black gets c4, the light squares come to life. Even if she gets a draw at this point, that's probably a successful result, having black against Shimonov, knowing that she might have been worse here at one point. So this is the main enemy she has is maybe not even on the board, but on the clock.
Right. And Shimonov needs this, by the way. The Wizards need this because they're down 4-3. So far, boards 1 and 2 have won all their games. So if Shimonov wins, he'll keep that trend going. But he needs to get this game 4-0. But Danny, we're seeing a lot of trades happening now. And look at that. Knight takes d4. The bishop is loose on c1.
Nice tactic. She finds it. Shimonov is letting this one slip. And there you go. You see the nod. He goes, okay, yep. That was the acknowledgement of missing a move nod. You ever seen that, Robert, in chess? Acknowledgement, I missed the move.
Not only have I seen that, I've been a part of that all the time. I'm playing. I'm just like, trying to pump myself up, and they're like, good.
Yeah. Okay, no, I missed that. And by the way, if you don't take that knight, it might be headed to more dangerous locations. Things like f5 and g3 exactly are on the agenda. I love when you highlight good. There you go. Shimonov is all in. Here we go.
That's an important pawn.
Yeah, that's an important pawn. But what was she supposed to do there? A7 and d5 are hanging. What was the move?
Maybe she could have taken that knight on a4 potentially.
Take a4. Okay.
simplify. But I understand her instinct, because even if you take A7, she's saying it's not about the pawn quantity, it's about pawn quality. If I can get this pawn running up the board, combined with ideas to try to make a draw over here, that should give her chances. But now we're in a real blitz game, Danny. Under 20 seconds for Shimonov.
Yeah. Both players living on the increment, living on a prayer. Thanks, Bon Jovi. Where have you been? Queen E3. If the queens are traded, black gets 2 connected pass pawns in the center. But actually, look at Shimonov. He kind of does the eyes are big. I don't know what to do here. G5. Wait. G5. Wait. I think G5 freezes the king.
But there's also D4. Here come the pawns.
Like, oh my God, he's shaking his head. It's running away from him. Bishop H5, maybe?
Oh,
Bishop D5, hit G2.
She keeps the king out. The king can't get any closer.
Oh my gosh, he blew it.
And now this is simple. Her plan is like very obvious. Just bring the king up somewhere. King D6. And if
King
the knight
D6.
back, Bishop E4.
Bishop E4, the knight moves and you punch D3. Don't hold back now.
Oh my God!
What a turnaround! What a game this will be for the chess
Don't go
bros.
G3. No!
Oh, knight C4. No! Oh
It's,
no!
Somehow it's still good for black because she's going King B4, take, gobble, gobble. You know, just go full vacuum.
Oh my God!
cleaner.
How lucky is that? You blunder a fork and it still works out. Sign me up for that lifetime. Missed it. Okay.
Bishop back to B7. Good move. Just going to take this pawn and roll the A pawn.
And the A pawn runs. Oh my gosh! Wow.
Okay. Oh, bishop takes G2. The knight was overloaded.
Yeah.
Covering.
And bishop F3 still a threat though. And now when he shakes his head, D1 queen is coming, and Shimonov has gone off the rails here. We see the chat loving it. Miley the Beast.
Wait.
Miley Jade.
She barely got that move off. How is she so calm?
Move! No, you don't have any time! No. Oh no! Oh my gosh! I think she just forgot. There was no lag. Her connection was great. I think she just forgot about her clock.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, what a heartbreaker.
Oh, I feel for her. And you see Shimonov, he's like, I don't want that win. Like,
yeah, he's
that
like, I didn't deserve that at all.
She played so well. Not just to survive in a tough spot, but then to get the advantage. She found all the correct moves. She's objectively completely won at this point, and she lost on time.
Oh my God, what a heartbreaker. You can feel the heartache for the entire Chess Bra squad. Chess Bra Nation reacts. That was a moment that they wish they could have back. She was so close. She played so well. I think she got in the zone on the chess, Robert. She zoned in on the chess, forgot about the clock, and she's completely winning in the final position, but no time left to do it. So that means we remain tied in this matchup.
And just to show everybody, Danny, I understand that there was some fear that if you get this queen, that once this captures, the king goes to F7. Maybe she's just trying to calculate a few things over here. But it was this simple. King D4 ends the game on the spot. You boot the knight away from the defense of the promotion square. So that means that if this king marched way too slow, I take and promote in the next turn. And if you give one check, that's not going to be good enough because the black king just gets out of the check. It could really go anywhere. But the point is that after King E4, I'm getting a queen. Whether you like it or not, you can't stop it. Shimono's laughing because otherwise I was going to cry about how that game went.
But as you show it, that not that it feels any better to lose on time, but there were some real problems there. I appreciate you showing that. I didn't realize how dangerous King F7 was because D1 Queen is the easy move for people to make here, and you can show it maybe real quick. After Knight takes, Bishop takes, King F7. Black is still winning, but this is scary, especially with no time. I think probably just rushing the A pawn and sacrificing your bishop, Black still wins. Yeah, okay, but that makes not that it makes me feel better. My feelings don't matter here, but oh my gosh, wow.
Yeah.
You can feel her pain. It's sad. Let's talk about the scores. That means we remain deadlocked. The match score is 4 games each. This round by round score shows that once again we had a 2-2 affair with all the higher rated players getting victories with white, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, the results we see, but the games were anything but clean cut. Some of those games were very topsy-turvy, especially the last one that we saw. But we know the score. It's 4-4. The top boards, perfect, 2 out of 2. The bottom boards, struggling against their higher-rated opponents. So, Danny, still so much life left for both teams, for all the players. But I think, as we look at it, now finally, at long last, those board 3 and board 4, they get to play each other. Some points will be scored.
But it also means that the players are delivering with what we predicted, right? Robert and I both said this would be under 2.5, that this would be a nail biter. I said we might even have overtime chess. That wasn't just hyperbole. I legitimately think this is going to come down to the wire, and that's exactly what the scoreboard tells us is going to happen at this time. Because, okay, all the higher rated players have won. Now that the ratings get closer, do we get more upsets? I feel like the Chess Bros might not have a better upset on the board possible than the one they just had there, but still, it got away. We are tied in this matchup, and we have so much more ahead. Speaking of what's ahead, Robert, did you know that the Chessable Masters is coming up? Did you know that?
I did, yes, indeed.
Okay. Well, it's finally here. The 2023 Chessable Masters. This is the second event for this year's Champions Chess Tour. Remember that, everyone. It is a monumental one as well. The Chessable Masters will bring Magnus Carlsen back again as the last time he'll be competing as the world champion. Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana also already have punched their tickets into that. The knockout round, the main Division 1. They did that due to their performances in the previous Air Things Masters. Remember, everybody, there are 4 spots remaining. The action kicks off with the Monday play-in. Tune in for the play-in on March 13th at 8 a.m. Pacific here at twitch.tv/chess. Use the command CCT in chat for all the details. You know it. You love it. It is the Champions Chess Tour. Robert, I'm loving this match. I don't even know what's going to happen next, but the drama is real. The hype is real. Don't go anywhere, everybody. We move into round 3 when the Pro Chess League returns in just a moment.
Where does that come from, that kind of even keel, like kind of level-headedness? I mean, a lot of people get really big-headed and very, very confident when they like get on a roll, and you're just like, I didn't play well, gotta be better next time.
I mean, you can never relax. I mean, I do that so I don't relax. I keep the same amount of energy and concentration during the tournament.
I have 3 puzzles here.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be much easier than this. Okay. I have
good.
the warm up.
Yep, 10 seconds.
I did see this one, but
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously bishop d2, king a5, rook a3, bishop a4, queen takes b7.
Ooh, it is not.
It's not.
I'll give you a second try.
Really?
And also 5 seconds if you want to look at the boarding.
No, I don't need to. I didn't. Because there's a rook g3 trick that I missed. This is true. Okay, just give me one second. Let me think about this. Yeah, I'm not gonna get it without actually thinking. So you can just tell me what it is.
Okay, it is queen to f3 first.
Okay. Yeah, I would have had to think for like a couple of minutes to get that. That's actually pretty tricky.
Yeah, I think I found it on bishop d2.
It is not bishop d2.
Okay, let me try again. I know the position is.
okay. This one is going to be more difficult, of course. So I'm thinking about queen f3 right now. I'm not sure. Bishop takes and only then bishop d2, so that there is no rook g3. Yeah, okay, I would stay with queen f3 in the first move, and after bishop takes f3, bishop d2 is for sure the main line and the beautiful one.
Yeah. You're nailing this one.
Okay. I think this one I have. I think it's probably queen g3 first and then bishop d2, because in bishop d2 there is rook g3. So I think queen g3 at g or queen f3 bishop d2. Let me think. Oh, queen f3 may be better, because then I just deflect the bishop as well. Yeah, queen f3, bishop f3, bishop d2. Yes, that's the one.
Perfect. Yeah, queen f3 was the correct move. Yeah.
I guess bishop d2, king a5, rook a3 check.
Unfortunately, bishop d2 doesn't work because of rook to g3.
Ah, rook g3. So queen f3 first.
Yes.
Okay.
Queen f3 first.
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah.
Perfect.
So that queen takes e2 either.
Nope.
It's not mate.
Not quite. It is a queen move.
Ah, oh, it's a queen move? Oh, queen f3?
Yeah, it's queen f3.
Ah, queen f3, bishop takes f3, bishop d2. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, queen f3.
Welcome back, everyone. The Pro Chess League continues to roll on here. We do have a barn burner, a close one on the tables today. With me, of course, Grandmaster Robert Hess, International Master Danny Wrench, and with the Chess Bras, of course, the backbone of their team. He's played every week, Magnus Carlsen. Robert, he's doing it again. He's increased his win percentage yet again. Your thoughts on the world champ? Is he going to go 4-0 again today?
Seems like he's unstoppable. He's in great form. And he's also a great teammate because what we're informed of is behind the scenes, he was actually encouraging Miley Jade after her loss, cheering her up, saying it's okay. And so that's great to hear and to see from such a great ambassador of the sport that he does it behind the scenes as well.
I love it. And, it's the right thing to do because no matter how heartbreaking that game was, he needs Miley Jade to have her best chess for the next 2 rounds, right? And you got to focus on the positive and build on that. And if she gets the job done, they might still get the victory and clinch their playoff berth. So, all right, let's move on to the overall scores. Talking about that, of course, one of these 2 teams will clinch their playoff berth when it is all said and done at the end of this matchup. Will it be the Bras or the Wizards? Robert, this is nerve-wracking. I'm nervous. I don't know what's going on.
Your nervousness is palpable. I feel it from over here through the screen. But, what the players are seeing is wins at the top and then losses, unfortunately, at the bottom. But as we get into the next round, Danny, that's when it's going to have to stop. The top 2 for each team can no longer be unbeaten. And then boards 3 and 4, wins are going to be scored.
Yeah, it's hard for me to predict which will happen first as far as the upset for which side. I think Magnus continues to get the job done because it's what we've seen. But so many matchups to talk about. Let's bring up the specific pairings and do that job and break it down because we also want to call attention to who has white in these games. Shimonov gets the first move against Carlsen. He's an attacking player. That's where you want to be. But Razvan gets white against Kostyniuk. I wonder which one of those has more of an advantage there. What are your thoughts?
Well, it has to be Razvan because of the rating differential. They're very close. So Priotu needs to start scoring. He has some great chances in the next 2 games. I mean, he's playing GMs of his caliber. And for Shimonov, he needs to play much better than he just did because you're not going to get away with the type of play that he just had against Miley Jade. He was lucky to survive her. That was just, a mind slip by her. She just wasn't looking at the clock. But Magnus will crush players if they're not on their best game. So Shimonov needs to step up right now.
Crush players, indeed. That's what he does. He crushes players for breakfast. And Magnus Carlsen ate his breakfast before this match began. Maybe it was lunch. We saw him getting his food ready, and he's ready to rock. He's taken on Alexander Shimonov with the black pieces here. Shimonov laid back, leaning back, sporting that NYC gear, making Robert happy.
Now he's back to the board. So I was worried that he was going to fall over just because that didn't look very good for his back unless it was a prescribed stretch. But look at this.
Not good posture. Look at that. Queen takes d4.
He's doing a Magnus. This is a Magnus specialty.
And this opening, and we'll see what he's going to test Magnus's prep against his own little sideline here. This is not the best variation for White. Just everyone watching at home, right? White loses time with the queen, and Black really doesn't sacrifice anything to gain that time. Positionally, you haven't made any weakness. The knight on c6 is good. There's no weaknesses for Black. So what's the idea here?
Well, you brought your queen out, which likely means that you can castle quickly if you so choose. And now that Black is fianchettoed, we might see this typical Alpha Zero style H pawn push up the board, getting aggressive. So Magnus is thinking here because he might want to develop his knight to f6, and he does. But you always have to look out: is e5 coming?
Yeah.
Is it fine? And Shimanov actually goes kingside castle. So Danny, I don't understand this opening decision. It seems like Black has no issues.
It's definitely not prep, right? I was going to say that usually when you have the first move against Magnus Carlsen, you want to be aggressive and take him down lines where you just, you're trying to put as much pressure as possible. This is a game that is right in Magnus's wheelhouse, right, Robert? Because it's just a game. It's just a game of playing chess, and you know who plays the game of chess pretty good? Magnus Carlsen. So
I was going to say you. So I'm,
Oh, come on. You just stop it. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Don't stop. But seriously, I'm with you. This is a dragon with no stress. If I could play the dragon and get these positions as Black, I would still play this way.
But look at Shimanov go. He's spent 0 time. He has more time than he started with. So, Danny, I think he's showing us that he's willing to play offbeat lines, maintain the equality, and get a lead on the clock. I think he just wants to draw in this game. Like, he is clearly not playing with aggressive intentions.
Interesting. Although, as we say that, it's funny. The maneuver has put us in a position where White might at some point play c4, and if the rook comes to d1, we've transitioned into a Maroczy binds sort of structure for White. And usually in those structures, you want that e6 pawn on e7 because it guards the d6 pawn. And so, especially in spots where the bishop is fianchetto, this is, again, Black is totally fine. Eval Bar says it, but it is interesting as I look at the maneuver and I call attention to, like, if White gets a3, c4, rook d1, there's a bind here and maybe a little bit to play for. He starts with rook d1.
Yeah, and the Eval Bar is going to go up a little bit, down a little bit because it's a level position. But sometimes in order to get that advantage, you need to take some kind of risk. And I just feel like Black is very solid despite the potential target on d6 here. I think Shimanov, based on how he's playing, he's going to go knight d4. He's just going to let's just put that piece in the center, try to make some trades. He's not playing ambitious chess. He's just playing stable chess.
Agreed. And as long as you have an edge on the clock, I guess you can kind of continue to play that way with Magnus Carlsen, but it is something that not many people have done successfully. As the game gets long and maneuvers happen, usually Magnus Carlsen maneuvers good. But okay, let's back up and take a look at the other games that are underway. All 4 are in action at this point. This is round 3. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? We are deadlocked, Chess Bras and Wizards, and the winning team gets into the playoffs, everybody. So this is huge stuff. I kind of want to go to Miley Jade's game versus Denis Lazovic. You cool with that? I like that. She's got a good position to start. And what are your thoughts on that?
I'm more than cool with it. I mean, we have a Dutch defense, so it's not Jordan Van Forest playing the Dutch defense. It's Denis Lazovic. And look at how Miley Jade has operated here. So just to quickly scroll through the moves, that's the Dutch, putting the pawn in f5. And we see she fianchettos, plays a very safe variation against the Dutch. And what this position often comes down to is, can White strike with e4? You don't want to do that too soon because that opens up the f-file and there's a rook staring down into White's position. She has played e4 because she can get away with it, but you have to be very, very careful here. And the point now is after f takes e4, you take back, knight takes, rook takes here. It looks awkward to have a rook on e4, but you're staring down at this pawn e7. White can push this pawn to d5 at some point, and Black gets one tempo against your rook on e4 over here, but you just slide that rook back, and your pawn is safe. You can play c3 next, and it feels like White's position is quite nice.
Well, and the typical idea of e4 sticking to this position is also the light squares are a long-term weakness for Black, right? That's kind of the whole idea, is that e4, open the e-file as Robert highlighted, the e7 pawn may be weak, maybe White gets d5. But the other thing you've done is Black played f5 in the Dutch and kind of laughed in the face of danger in terms of what the typically weakest squares on the board are. And when you play e4, eventually those light squares become a problem, whether it's queen b3 as Robert highlighted, the knight on f3 moving, you have the light square bishop. So I really like how Miley Jade played it. I agree with you. I think, there's a reason Lazovic is thinking right now. He actually doesn't want to get a position like this. So solid stuff and maybe a good opportunity for her to bounce back. If you're just tuning in, like I said, not just to scold you for where you've been, but we had an incredibly dramatic finish at the end of round 2, where Miley Jade unfortunately lost a heartbreaker despite being in a winning position against Alexander Shimanov.
And for Lazovic, this is the opposite of the type of day that he wanted. The guy's been so good throughout the Pro Chess League to this point, and yet today he's lost both of his first 2 games. Now in game 3, he's without question on the worst side of this opening, and he plays e5, which, Danny,
Wow.
maybe he needed to do that, but I feel like in these types of positions, white can just play solidly here, like take this pawn, and after pawn takes back, you kind of have like a bad King's Indian. That's what this is turning into. And just to put that on the board quickly, your bishop on g7 is behind this pawn as per usual, but white hasn't pushed that pawn to d5. That's usually how you get this action, is the center and the queen side is closed, and then black strikes on the queen side over here. So just to show, like, if you play d5, now you're in a good King's Indian, right? You move the knight away, you already have f5 in, and you didn't have to move your knight a bunch of times to get f5 in. So d5 out of the question. I would just open up the center a little bit more, and then play against these hanging pawn structure in the center.
I literally have zero to add to that, and that's my job, is to try to add the context or try to dumbify it to my international master level. But you did such a good job at explaining it. You should consider commentary for a living. Let's back up and maybe take a peek at the other games in progress. I do like Miley Jade's chances there. I feel like let's try to do the full round the horn thing. This is finally a round where we don't have one game, everybody, that might end quickly. Last round you had brilliant victories by Mametov and Carlsen, respectively. But I think let's touch on all of them. You want to go to Razvan's game versus Alexandra next?
Let's do it.
Oh. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's a big
Razvan
big
Priotu
matchup.
taking on Alexander Kosteniuk. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go for it.
No, you're all good. You're just naming the players. I was saying the matchup is a big one because both players, they're about equal in rating. So this is a toss-up on paper, and both players have lost their 2 games today. So, Danny, you look at this position. White has the semi-open file here, has this bishop looking good, but black has this extra pawn on the king side, right? We see that there are 4 pawns for black compared to 3 for white. Who are you taking?
Well, black has the extra pawn on the king side, and if Priotu doesn't do anything, she might have an extra pawn on the queen side. The a3 pawn's hanging. I'm just putting that out. Like, the bishop might take that pawn in a second. And so, okay, bishop c5 was played to stop that, but I was calculating how he would deal with that. Maybe I thought queen c1 as well, but bishop c5. I kind of like Kosteniuk's chances here. It's a very equal position, right? The eval bar certainly says it's so, but off to a good start. You have bishop h3 if you really want to simplify the position, and as the pieces are traded, the structure is a little bit better for black. I don't really see a way to target the doubled c pawns or the isolated a pawn yet, but they are weak, and as long as the tactics don't get away from Alexandra, I like her chances here.
And I'm completely on the same page, and I think a good move for her would be to play b6. Just clear this diagonal. Oftentimes, white's compensation comes from that diagonal. She played bishop to h3, doing the same job. Both moves looked pretty interesting, but maybe this is more forcing and thus better. So you called it. She plays it, and I see no issues whatsoever in black's position. I think she's won the opening battle, and she has a slight lead in the clock.
Yeah, agreed. And I was just about to say that. You stole my thunder or set me up. You gave me the assist, and I'm going to dunk it home. I think the lead on the clock is a huge point, because it's not a massive gap, but it shows how comfortable she is in the position. And if that gap stays and we just get lower and lower for both players, her practical chances are even better. And don't forget, she plays in online events often, not just Title Tuesdays, but Arena King. She streams, so she handles herself in time scrambles very well. And okay, so I like Alexander's chances. Let's complete the round the horn cycle, because there's only one other game we haven't touched on, and it is Ralph Mametov's battle as the #1 board for the Wizards against Jordan von Parijs, the second board for the Chess Bros.
And I have to say that this looks good for Jordan. I see why he has got his hand just chilling over there. He's like, yeah, I'm not working too hard.
I thought he was tired. I thought it was a late night last night hand. So.
It could be that too, but whatever he's been doing is working for him. He's 2-0. His games have seemed to be pretty good quality. And now he has the black pieces here. He's got a pair of bishops in an open position. So white doesn't have an extra pawn for that pair of bishops. There's no target that he can go after. Danny, this just seems like one of those positions you look at and you say, black's playing for 2 results.
Agreed. It's so simple, right? I mean, you just played bishop d7, put the other rook on d8. You could even back that bishop up to c8. Once the rook is on d8, the bishop is developed on its original square. The queen centralized just looks pretty there, and she's got her eyes on the entire board. This is one of those bishop pairs where what went wrong, right? What was the compensation white was supposed to get in giving black the dynamic advantage of the 2 bishops?
Well, I don't like that move whatsoever.
I don't like it either.
This pawn is a long-term weakness. So after b6, we're not capturing that pawn. We're not allowing it to take us. He might play b5, but let's just stop at b6 for the moment. This pawn is a long-term issue. At your idea of moving the rook and bring the bishop back here to go after that pawn, that just feels like, white could be in some
Well,
danger.
and there's
but
also c5 coming there, and then the bishop could come to b5 if the queens are traded.
you said c5. And
he's played it right away. I didn't even see the board yet, the live board. There you go.
And the reason he did this is after pawn takes b7, queen takes b7, if you just carelessly move your knight, in comes the bishop to b5. And that's skewer winning material.
I didn't even see how good the tactics were, but there they are. Yeah, c5 is what I wanted to get the end game where I could target the a6 pawn. But in games, in a middle game like this, the bishop is also doing good. And Mamedov has problems.
He does. But if somehow these pawns are traded for each other, then black, most of the advantage will be out the window. So if you can actually get away with this, it's great. And the point is that if this knight moves away, once the queen trade happens here, you can't take with the rook. Just to show quickly, if you take with the rook, same thing is a problem. Bishop b5 is an issue, not just back to the pawn, because that pawn will take, but very importantly, the rooks can't get out of the way of each other. You're going to lose one of them for the bishop. Black is winning.
Well, we were highlighting the long-term potential reasons you don't want to give up the bishop here. Why we liked Von Furie's position is the light square bishop doesn't have a counterpart. White doesn't have a way to challenge it, but now the tactics are immediately a problem. And we always say that the reason you don't want to give up the bishop pair, and some people even use the math term, the bishop pair is worth 7 points to a knight and bishop, is because it's harder to keep positions closed than it is for them to become open. Over time, positions most likely become open, and if you get the bishop pair early and you're a strong grandmaster like Jordan Von Parijs, you can force it open. And these tactics are just looking like they're going to be very good for black. This was a good move, maybe. Get the queens off the board, get off of that diagonal, no more skewers for you. Mamedov is now kind of trying to hold this one.
Yes, no, he will have his work cut out for him, but I do want to drag us back to our
Let's do it.
See a trade of, well, this one looks like maybe pieces are coming off, but if you look in the bottom right, Danny, look at that position. That is a full-on King's Indian. I was saying, take some pawns, open up the center. Miley Jade says, no, I'm going into a King's Indian. And this one's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know that I like her decision there. I will say this. The other thing White has going for her here in this King's Indian is, yes, Black has the traditional King's Indian pawn chain, if you want to highlight c7 to f4 for me, buddy, because I just love showing the giant spear of attack. This is what the King's Indian is built on. A closed center allows you to do a pawn storm on the king side. But the one thing White has going for her, Robert, is the Fee and Kettle structure is a little harder to attack if you can hold it. If she can move the knight, well, even just looking at the position now, everything is defended as it currently sits. The bishop on g2, the knight on f3, the queen on b3. It's not exactly clear for black how you continue to improve a traditional King's Indian pawn storm here. At the same time, the more I say that, I don't know that I really see a clear way that she's blowing open the queen side either. This is not your typical King's Indian in many ways.
Right, because pawn trade, okay, then what have you accomplished?
Yeah, exactly.
What you don't want to allow is some kind of pawn takes, a knight into f4, a piece sacrifice. That gets very scary with the queen diving into the g4 square. I put it in red because there will be blood.
Ooh.
And so this is not
shivers.
looking that
He gave
easy.
you the shivers to get Mufasa.
Yeah. But Danny, I mean, right, we've both had so many positions in the King's Indian where, like, I know the eval bar will say White's better. Hikaru has talked about this a lot, that engines they see very deeply, and they're always liking this for White. But then you play it, and practically speaking, so difficult to find a concrete measure. I do see something here. I like the move knight c6. Oftentimes in the King's Indian, you do want to swap a couple pieces, and with this queen in line with the king over here, you can get away with it. But bishop h1 looks like it's a step in the wrong direction going into the corner.
Yeah, and I don't see an immediate follow-up for black, but it's a good sign when you're attacking and your opponent has to make moves on that side of the board, the side of the board where you're dominant and you're attacking. And it's kind of an abstract thing to say, but when I was coaching professionally, Robert, many lifetimes ago, I always said, if you're the one attacking in a true race position, White's on the queen side, black's on the king side, right? If your opponent is having to make defensive moves on the side of the board where all you're going to do is have more firepower, doubled rooks, g5, g4, that's a good sign, right? It means they're not playing moves where they need to prove that they were ahead in that foot race. And so that's a good moment for Lazovic and a bad moment for Miley Jade.
Yes, so Miley Jade on the clock trying to figure out how she's going to repel this ensuing attack. I mean, the rook is coming to f8, g5, g4, as you mentioned. This looks very, very scary. But in the Pro Chess League, every single game is of equal importance, Danny. As I look around the horn, I mean, some of these games are looking good for certain players. The left-hand side, the black pieces, doing quite well.
Yeah, doing quite well. Let's go to Magnus's game again. We know the fans want to see Magnus Carlsen whenever he's playing chess. We've heard that. We've heard that that's a rumor. So let's go take a look at Shimonov's position versus Magnus. Uh, it's an exchange extra for Magnus, but White has a pawn for it. Interesting. I'm not sure how we got here. We might want to bring up the analysis board and head to the
Right
back
here.
cave and see
I
what it
got you.
was, because this is interesting. Yeah, go for it.
The knight went into d4, and if you don't take that knight, you're strategically lost because this knight is just dominating this bishop, so he decides to sack. And then Magnus put the king back on g8 here, and look at this, g4. He's trying to play
G4.
4 in attack, but rook c8 by Magnus, that was lined up so quickly. Let's trade. I'm ahead. I have a rook for just a bishop and a pawn, and if we trade here, the queen gets into c1, the rook goes down to a1, there might be a mating attack.
Yeah, the queen can even come to f4 in a lot of those positions, so now the rook avoids that trade to try to keep that queen at bay. Do you offer the queen trade on a7 if you're Magnus here, or do you want the queens on the board now that White has voluntarily opened up his own king?
Yeah, I like queen a7 just because of the prospects of the endgame, though there is a pawn hanging on h5. So White has a bishop and 1 pawn. If you get a bishop and 2 pawns for a rook, you feel like your chances to survive are much better. But also queen a7, at some moment there could be a queen f6. Your queen's kind of staring in the wrong direction. If you could put your queen on g7, now we're talking. The king feels very safe over here, and the queen can both defend and attack. So Denny, it's a good thing for Magnus that he has so much time, because this position is definitely more difficult than just, I'm an exchange ahead.
Yeah. Speaking of time, it's time to recognize that one of the games is finished. We have a draw in the game between Mamedov and Jordan von Foreest. So the board 2 battle, respectively, board 2 for the Chess Bros versus board 1 has ended peacefully. And we can, I don't mind heading back to the Magnus game if we want. I just wanted to call attention to that. It is good to note that board in the upper right is now a draw. But let's go back to Magnus's game real quick, because he played rook c2, giving up the h5 pawn. Oh no, he took on g4 first, then rook c2, and Shimonov doesn't quit. He plays h5 to continue to pry things open. Look for Robert's queen f8 or something here. Like, get the queen over there to get the queen to g7, even queen d8 to spy the g5 and h4 squares, Robert.
I like that more. Nice find by you. The rook cleared the path. The rook was in c8. Now it's gone. Let's go queen d8. H takes g6. Looks very scary if you were to take on g6, because you're allowing this bishop in with check, and you see the evaluation bar immediately go to even, equality. But I don't think Magnus, if he plays queen d8 after pawn takes, I don't think he is going to just take back. He'll bring his queen out
g5.
Here.
Yeah. The only question I have is queen d8 met by h6, and now you have to play queen f8 anyway?
But the good news about that is the position remains a bit more close. So you play queen f8, and now I'm going after this pawn.
Okay, good. I was making sure you were still with me. You passed my test. That's all. I was making sure we were seeing the right things. That's all.
And Magnus goes queen a7. The engine does not approve.
Yeah, engine liked our move. What is it? That's one of those rare moments where our intuition of bringing the queen back to the king side was right all along. I think now queen f6. If I'm just guessing here, I think queen f6 is probably the move that the engine would say. White is keeping pressure. Yeah. What was Magnus's next move? I don't know.
The problem for Magnus is if he gives his opponent a single turn, the game is going to be in favor of White.
I think I just saw his body language shift a little too there, and I know Fabi hates when I say that, but Fabiano Caruana is not here. I feel like Magnus maybe missed something, because you said queen a7 to a5 is not the side of the board the queen wants to be on. This is exactly the type of chance that Shimonov would want. Whether it works or not, there's a mating net here, and it's scary.
But it's kind of clever, because the rook went to f1. It couldn't go up. You want to go to rook left to attack the king, but queen a1 check would have forced the queens off the board here, because the king is under
I see.
threat.
Rook f1, he has queen c3. Is this the idea? Is
he went back to
d8
anyway.
So he gets there. The old-fashioned way.
Queen c3, I guess, was possible, but d6 was hanging, so he just defends everything. But the attack kind of rages on. This is not over. Just because your queen got to d8, hg6 still a huge threat. If you don't want to take on h5, that opens up your king some more. So Magnus down to just a minute on the clock here, and his defensive task, not easy. Zeros.
Yeah, this is not easy at all. And again, if you're Shimonov or if you're in the Wizard's corner, this is what you want. You got to go all in. You got to take a swing at the king. You best not miss. But you better do it, right? The chance to win a match against the Bras has to start with someone trying to take a swing at the king, Robert. You got to go after him.
Yes, but let's go to the bird's eye view really quickly. Because speaking of taking down the Chess Bras, look at the bottom right. It looks like Miley Jade has almost no time on her clock, and Dennis Lasvik, all of his pieces are in there for the kill.
Yeah, that went away. I think you were totally right, Robert. D5 was the wrong approach to that middle game. Miley Jade should have kept it open, and things fell apart. Just like that, Lazovic gets his first win of the day. Denis Lazovic, after starting 0-2, is trying to help the Wizards and rights his personal ship. All right, we got to go back to the Magnus game because now they're both under time pressure, and that's the action people want to see. The world champion doesn't come under fire that often. He's trying to hold on. He is keeping the edge on the clock, which is huge.
Oh my goodness! But his king, where's it going? Like up to E7. It looks so scary. There are a bunch of checks in that position as well. But he's controlling the dark squares. So that's the problem with having a bishop. Is you control the light squares. That's good for you. But how are you going to get onto those dark squares and cause problems? Queen G5. What a calm move by Shimanov.
I was going to say, if you could just take the queens off the board, you'd be thrilled if you're Magnus, because now your king dominates the dark squares. E7, F6, E5. Right? It's a cakewalk. But you can't get the queens off the board. You're constantly in danger of blundering a mating net.
And Black doesn't have a move because you can't bring your rook anywhere off the last rank. Queen d8 is checkmate. If you go queen e7, queen h6, we're just going to get a repetition. So I actually think that we see the e-bubble off to the side, but that makes perfect sense to me that Black's run out of moves, and maybe you have to keep going back and forth in some way.
I think queen e7, queen h6 might be how it ends with a draw, because if queen e7, White doesn't want to take g6. No, Magnus wants to win.
Wow.
He's not giving up yet, but he could lose this game. Like, I know people are like, oh, yeah, right. No, like, Magnus could lose his second game in the entire 2023 Pro Chess League here. Look at that move. He says Rook H.
Yeah,
Rook H1's coming.
And he's like, you can't really stop me from all of my threats over here. So he gives up a central pawn, and Rook H1 feels automatic, but he's taking a lot of time here.
Yeah, this is super scary. Shimanov shakes his head. He only has 7 seconds. The Black King is on the run. Switch to the C file. What a move, by the way. What a nice idea.
Where's this king going?
I don't know. King
E8
E8. You got to back up. E8 or D8.
Back to his starting to B6, trying to get Rook
B6
C7.
B6 with Rook C7 coming. Oh my gosh.
It's getting out of
This
hand.
is looking scary.
There's this and this over here. Watch out for the checks from all angles.
Yep. Queen H6. Oh, it's a blunder. Don't know how, but Rook C7, he's on it.
Oh, no, he needed Rook H1, but look, this king, it's wide open. And
oh, my
Bishop
God, Black
F7.
is flipped.
It's mate.
Got to run to F8, Queen C8, and Queen G8's mate. Oh,
yeah,
no, it's not. Bishop E6 first.
Yeah, and then the king has to go up, and you have Rook F7, Queen G8, all this stuff. Is
oh, my gosh.
Where's the mate, though?
No, it's over. There's got to be a net here. Magnus shakes his head. It's over.
King F6, Queen F7 is done.
Wow. Alexander Shimanov shows the world it can be done. If you swing at the king, you best not miss. He does so, and he succeeds. Magnus Carlsen loses his second game of the entire PCL season.
And you see Magnus is researching what went wrong, what could I have done?
Yeah.
But it was that critical moment where Shimanov decides to give up the E4 pawn. The evaluation's still level, but Danny, King G2, Rook H1, just going in from all angles, back to C1 eventually. This was a great performance by Shimanov.
Yep. And again, the right practical thing to do, to try to go for an attack and put Magnus under pressure. Don't let him have a Magnus-style game. And he delivers the goods when it matters most for the Wizards. And just like that, Chess Broad Nation is on the edge of their seat. It's comeback time in the last round. The only other game we didn't get to see the closing moments to. Oh, it's still going. Oh, it's head there. Yeah, sorry. Priotu versus Kosteniuk. I thought I saw it end.
She's got to pass pawn here, but unfortunately she can't take the rook. She loses the rook of her own, so she takes this pawn.
Oh.
Alexander Kosteniuk, so good.
What a move. If King F2, Knight C1, Knight D4, you have Knight D3 check. No, you can't do that.
It's over.
You just missed this. I was literally just calling out the line that I to show why you couldn't go for it, and he does so. And the Wizards, led by Kosteniuk and Shimanov, are in charge of this match, Robert.
Yeah, what a final stretch there for the Wizards. They score 3 victories and 1 draw in that round. Denis Lazovic, he had the higher rating on that board, but Alexander Kosteniuk winning with Black, and then Shimanov with the biggest upset perhaps of the entire Pro Chess League season, taking down Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and no disrespect to Denis Lazovic, I knew he won as well. I was saying led by Shimanov and Kosteniuk because those 2 games were technically upsets, I guess if you want to say the board number, although Kosteniuk was the rating favorite. But Lazovic, as you said, got the huge win, a 3.5 half score. That is not what I thought was going to happen. We were just talking about a deadlock game was going to overtime, and the Wizards deliver what could be a fatal blow to the Chess Bras in this round 3.
Yeah, it was all knotted up. Now it's a 3-point lead for the Wizards, but crazier things have happened. Remember, earlier in the season, the Indian Yogis scored 4 out of 4 in the final round. Who were they playing? It was the Canada Chess Pros. So the Canada Chess Pros will have to flip that script, get 4-0 of their own. But it's been a struggle for Razvan Priotu there. I mean, Miley Jade, she had her work cut out for her. It's always going to be an uphill battle. But for Razvan Priotu, the strong grandmaster who is a staple of the Canada Chess Pros, Eric Hansen said that was one of the first people he chose for his team. He's struggling today.
He is struggling today. I'm sitting here in my head. How do you script the last round? It has happened. We've seen 4-0 victories. You mentioned the Yogis over the Chess Pros. We've seen other 3.5 point comebacks in the last round too. It does happen. So nobody should go anywhere. Obviously, the drama is potentially very real here in the last round. But I'm shocked and impressed by what the Wizards were able to do there. I'm also super excited that we still got a lot more chess ahead, as all of you should be. We got 13,000 on Twitch, more than 5,000 on YouTube. We got a party here in the chess world. The Pro Chess League action is on. Robert Hess isn't going anywhere. Don't worry, I won't let him. But we are going to be back after a very short break. Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
You guys play chess? You want to talk about it?
Yes, we do.
Let's do. Oh yeah. Where do you play chess at?
In our room.
Okay, when I say chess, the first word that pops into your mind.
Protect my queen.
Hikaru.
Intelligence.
Strategy.
Tactics.
Toby Maguire.
Oh my God, you saw Pawn Sacrifice? Yeah. If you're on Tinder and you're scrolling and someone has a chess player on their profile, is that swipe left or swipe right?
Swipe right is good, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Instant swipe right.
Okay, super into that.
Right, I'm into it. Yeah.
You're into chess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably whatever the swipe is, not interested.
You're not interested in chess players?
I'm not interested in chess players who are on Tinder.
Oh, I get that. In fact, that checks out. If I ask you to name one chess player in the world, can you name a chess player?
Yeah. No, I cannot. Anna Taylor-Joy.
Capablanca.
Wow, name another one.
Oh, Kasparov.
If you name 5 other world champions in the next 15 seconds, I'm gonna give you $50.
Karpov, Spassky, Holgar, Carlson, and Anand.
Holy shit, he did it! You get $50, dude! Oh my God, we just lost $50. Whose idea was that?
One of the best things about the Pro Chess League is you get to see the players in their natural habitat. Not focused and looking to impress in a hotel ballroom, but relaxed and chilling, almost like they don't know they're being watched by thousands of people.
Well, they do agree to be on camera. Let's make that clear. But it's easy to forget when you're so focused on the chess. And focusing on the chess led Alexander Shimonov to beat Magnus Carlsen. He's clearly doing something right.
He is the player of the day so far. What a tournament, Robert. He goes from almost losing and should have lost to the Chess Bros board 4, Miley Jade, to then beating the world chess champion in the very next game. Let's bring up the Chess Wizards, not the Chess Bros lineup, and just take a look. You see Shimonov right there in the middle of the pack. Not even one of the top players by rating, if you will, for the Levitov Chess Wizards. But I did say at the start of the show, I will say that Shimonov was someone who I always have circled. I've been watching this guy deliver in the PCL for years. For those who want to back up and see the proof, he has delivered some deadly blows to opposing teams. He was a star performer for the Webster Windmills for years, and he's a beast, man. So I'm not that surprised by Shimonov.
No, he is a mainstay of the U.S. Chess League and the Pro Chess League, and he's been around. And he almost lost to the 2200 and then beat the 2850. So you never know what you're going to get here. That's the nature of this league. And, well, the Levitov Chess Wizards have so many strong players. They bring out a great lineup each and every week.
It is like a box of chocolates, just like Robert said. You never know what you're going to get. Let's see what we ended up getting as we take a look at the scores. The Wizards are up by 3 games heading into the last round. Robert, storybook ending. Get the fans to yell at us and say it's scripted. How do the Chess Bros make a comeback and win in this next round?
We're going to have to look at the individual pairings because it's board 1 versus 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, and 4, 4. All the boards are playing their respective opponents on the other team. And here's the problem, Danny. You look at board 4. Alexander Kostenyuk is 25-21. Miley Jade is 22-04. So you need wins somewhere from Canada. You can afford one draw. So they need Miley Jade to draw at least, and then everybody else to win. I'm sorry, but Alexander Kostenyuk, the way she just played against Razvan Priotu, I hate to be the bearer of bad news if you're a Canada Chess Pro fan, but then it's just not happening.
No, I tend to agree, and this is why you have a person like Kostenyuk on your team, because if you get in a spot like this, she is favored against, I would bet every other board 4 in the league. I mean, she's a world champion. She's beaten Magnus Carlsen before. She's a monster, and yeah, it's really hard to script how the Chess Bros come back in this one. Stranger things have happened, and not just the revival of Winona Ryder's career on Netflix. Sorry, haven't said that in a long time, but Stranger Things, what a great show. Okay, it's going to take some Stranger Things for this matchup to go the Chess Bros way, but we know that they are getting underway here very soon. Robert, your thoughts on is Magnus Carlsen beating himself up right now? Beat himself up a little bit.
My thoughts on Stranger Things. And I was going to be honest.
Oh yeah. By the way, what are your thoughts on Stranger Things and how it ended? I mean,
No, I haven't seen the latest season. Like I kind of got bored of it. It took too long to come out. I just wasn't feeling it so much. I'm going to be honest with everybody. Sorry if you're a diehard fan, but if you're a diehard fan, that's a great series of movies. Number 1 and number 3. That's where it's at. But
that's true. Samuel Jackson, Die Hard with a Vengeance. That is by far the best one. Sorry, we continue. We agree on that, right? We're on the same page on that?
Wait, you want to talk about Hans Gruber, or are we going to talk about Ralph Mamedov here?
Samuel L. Jackson, Jeremy Irons, Bruce Willis. That movie was phenomenal.
Yeah, but the first one, I mean, you just got to... That's where it all began.
Yeah, but talk about a sequel that really tied it together. Hans Gruber's brother,
But number 2... was not good, right? The second
No,
one?
number 2 was bad. That's why number 3 was so good, I feel like, because it really righted the ship for a series that could have gone off the rails.
Right, but you lose the trust of the viewer when... Anyway, back to the chess here. We see that we have a position where Magnus finally decides to break open the board, but look at how he's sitting there, right? He knows that this match is getting out of hand. It's maybe already a foregone conclusion, and that's a bad place to be as a chess player because, of course, he wants to win every game he plays, but when you're Magnus Carlsen and you're kind of expected to win every game, the pressure's on you, you end up feeling a bit responsible for how the team does, as if you're the only one playing.
Yeah, and it's tough, and we know he loves the league. That's why he plays every week. He cares a lot, and certainly lucky for the Chess Bros. Even if they lose this round 4 and ultimately the match, they still have a chance next week. Their season is not over, and maybe that's what the people they want. More content, more drama from the Chess Bros. But certainly this day has not been what Magnus wanted. Losing that game to Shimonov, a heartbreaker. Okay, this is a fun one. Let's just show everybody the battery on the long diagonal, just because some people like to see basic checkmates. Just give me a highlight there. You know, that's all. That's all I ever wanted was that.
Yeah, it's a longer distance relationship than you and I have, from B2 to G7. So, hey, I'm just trying to make everybody happy, and so that is not going to happen. That would be too accommodating, and we instead have a locked up position.
D6 and then knight D7. The battery is still there, and sometimes there's fun discovered tactics, but okay, no player at this level will blunder into it. And white often will end up retreating that queen at some point, everyone, and maybe putting a knight on D5. Maybe you try to get E4 and get a bind style position. There's a lot of options here. So, all right. Magnus knows he has options in this game, but what options does his teammates have left? We're going to need a massive comeback if we're a Chess Bra fan. We take a look at the bird's eye view. Board 2, we have Jordan von Verist taking on the Shimonov man of the hour. I wanted to say the Shaman. The Shaman who beat Magnus Carlsen and is 3-0 on the day.
I thought you were going to make your first Sheboygan reference with that.
Sheboygan, Shazam, by the way. I'm not looking forward to that sequel.
No, please, let's not talk about that.
Talk about sequels that are just, why are we here? Every DC movie taking one of the tanks. Sorry, okay, moving on.
Let's go to that game between Jordan von Forest and Alexander Shimonov, because Shimonov, he's been the hero for the Wizards. 3 out of 3. He had a comeback against Miley Jade. He was completely lost. There's no way of telling it any differently. He was completely, hopelessly lost until his opponent lost on time. So in this game, he's playing his beloved Caro-Kann defense. He played the French defense in another one. But Danny, as I look at this, I see a bishop on G6, I see a pawn on H5, and you're like, how do I increase the pressure? Do I play bishop E2 and go after it? Oftentimes, black is just quick enough to make a move like knight F5 in these positions.
Yeah. I'm looking at this position with true frustration, because I just lost a game playing the white side in one of the Chess.com staff daily chess championships in this advanced Caro. And I feel like every time I play this position, white should be better, and I don't ever find a clear plan of how to proceed. So sorry, I just made it all about me right there. Real frustrated with my loss.
So, yeah, I can tell. I mean, do you want to talk about it a little bit more, or you can dive into the position?
I played one of these. You can look it up in my history. I played one of these queenside pawn stacks. There's lines not with the bishop on G6 where you can play B4, and if the queen takes it, you quickly flip to the B file. It didn't go well.
I'm sorry.
So, all right, back to this position. White does want to put pressure on H5, as you said. Immediately, you got to deal with the... Okay, so it's kind of like... This is a little bit like my line, but there's no rook B1 here for more reasons than one. White can play bishop D3, by the way, because the rook on C1 is protected. Just note that. That is kind of an important thing to... Okay, so I've actually played this line. This could be right up the alley I need to learn from. So let's see if Jordan von Verist can show me how it's done.
Yeah, well, D takes C4. I was highlighting that move before because it allows the black knight to jump out to D5. It opens up this bishop. And as you were pointing out, with the bishop on G6, if you just take back on C4, you're not going to get rook B1 in this game. So this is a big moment for Jordan. The top players, they don't immediately recapture. He might, in fact, take this bishop on G6. That way he later, not immediately, has rook B1 ideas. And for instance, if we just show a variation, bishop takes, knight up to E4. Now this knight is protected, which frees the rook to go to B1. This rook, instead of castling, can go up to H3, and we might see pressure against his pawn F7. And look at it. Bishop takes G6 has, in fact, been played, and he castles first. He says his H4 pawn is not a problem, but I like starting with knight E4. It didn't seem like there was a need to rush.
I like your idea better. I liked your idea better, but I'll say that I like the idea of what he's playing for anyway. This is a very double-edged position. He knows he has to get a win. The eval bar says it's equal because it's incredibly unclear. And I like White's practical chances. Once a knight does arrive on E4, there's still F4, F5 ideas even in the air. The queen on B2, at some point she has to waste time to get back into a good spot, because otherwise there will be threats like rook B1. So you got to watch out here.
You certainly do. And this king, where's the king going? Is it going to sit in the center, or it can't castle queenside? can't castle through check. You can't castle kingside because your bishop's in the way. But if you play bishop e7, at some point this pawn on h5 will be hanging. And if you trade bishops, then give me that d6 square. Oh my goodness, that d6 square is a problem. There, look at it, it gets a star. That's how
Oh
important.
my God, that's a star square from a star player. That's a star square. Look at that. What else can you do?
a lot. I mean, what do you want me to do?
I honestly, you shocked me with it. You shocked me with it. That's because you're such a star. Knight b6. The other knight comes to e4, which is kind of interesting, right? Because he keeps the eyes on the h5 pawn, right? And maybe that's why he didn't play your knight e4 earlier, Robert, because he wanted this idea to continue to hamper Black's development. The bishop on f8 really doesn't want to move if that h5 pawn falls because g7 comes next. So, okay, interesting stuff from Mr. Van Forest.
I think for a rapid game, just this position is too good for white. You're down 2 pawns. You've sacrificed them. But I think just the way this happens stylistically, look at the clock. Shimanov was playing very quickly against Magnus. Now he's in the think tank. I think this is a board where the chess pros should be feeling quite confident.
Yeah. We saw a little smile there from Jordan. I don't know what he was smiling about. Maybe he's just saying, I like my position, giving us a little smile. So, all right, let's back up to the bird's eye view if we can and take this dog and pony dance another direction. We've got Jordan Von Parijs with an edge, Magnus Carlsen also with a teeny edge against Mamedov. Denis Lazovic, though, rebounding after his 0-2 start once again, off to a pretty good start there against Razvan Priotu. I think we head over there.
In the bottom left there, that's the exact type of position you want, right? For the chess pros, it's something crazy. But in the bottom right, it looks like Alexander Kosenyuk. That might just be the 1 point they need to make this match theirs. But if she is unable to win, then the other boards, of course, will play a huge role.
Yes. Well, where do you want to go? You want to go to Kostynyuk versus Miley Jade first, or you want to do Lazovic versus Priotu?
Let's go to the Kostynyuk and Miley Jade just because this could be the match clincher. And I actually think we're in a moment where it's already too late for Black because with the bishop on f4 staring through the knight at the queen, the threat is knight takes c6. Just give me that piece. Your queen's at the end of the line. So, Danny, I actually don't see a single move here for Black.
Were you asking me? I mean, I don't see a good move either. There's a discovered attack that let's highlight bishop on f4 staring down the queen. You can't even play queen b6 because the ladies exit, but then white wins on c6 immediately. So that's a problem. Actually, yeah. In the live board, it's really hard to see what Black can do. There must be some move because it's
no. This I think you can just take. Because when the bishop takes on f4, you bring your knight right back where it came from.
Yeah.
That's check. And then the bishop is lost contact with the queen over here, and you're going to win it.
Ouch. This looks really tough, and this might be a really sad round for the chess pros. This could be one of those where Kostynyuk wins quickly, and even if the other 3 boards all go the chess pros' way, it doesn't matter. The match is over.
And this, you see the eval at what, almost +7? The reason why this is actually going to be a really instructive example of loose piece. What's the loose piece? It's this knight. So queen takes f4 is forced, and I'm just going to let Alexander show you what's up. Knight takes e7 is check because the bishop hits the king. So you don't have time to trade queens. And after king takes, queen c5 is check. It may lead to checkmate, but you also just win this knight on h5, and that's more than enough for Alexander Kostynyuk to take this one. I'm looking at her face.
You see her.
Right? She's
doing that. Was the Hikaru duck lips. She's doing a Hikaru impersonation. She gave a little bit of, you guys, look at that. Oh, she's doing the Hikaru head bob, everybody. Somebody call Hikaru. Because we got a copyright thing. She's using his stuff. She's using the head bob duck lips. Oh, look at, and you're using the emotes.
Yeah, I've crowned the chess queen, and that is Alexander Kostynyuk, and that's a great queen, giving the king a check over here and hitting this knight and winning it. So this is game over, unfortunately, for Miley Jade. It's just been that kind of day. Even though she had Alexander Shimanov, she should have won that game, but she flagged. But that's, history at this point. And the Levitov Chess Wizards, Danny, they're about to secure that playoff spot.
Yep, and congratulations to them. Obviously, Chess Bra Nation, heartbroken. Luckily for Chess Bra Nation. What exactly is the Chess Bra Nation? It's quite global. We know they're the Canada Chess Bras. There's a lot of fans everywhere. So You can let us know if you're a Chess Bra fan in chat, even if you're sad. They will have another chance next week. Their last chance, in fact, comes next week.
Yes.
But this one's going to be over, and that's why you bring in Kosteniuk, man. As valuable a player to any roster compared to anyone in the league, honestly.
If your board 4 can be relied on to give you at least an even score in playing weeks, that's just bad news for the opposition.
Okay, she's feeling good. Takes a sip, and pomegranate juice. If I had to guess, she seems like a pomegranate juice kind of girl. I mean, like antioxidants, they're just great for you. Shout out to pomegranates. Let's move on. Okay.
I mean, pomegranates are great, but I just wasn't expecting.
They're
us
great.
To get
They're
into that
fantastic.
conversation.
Man, the King's on F6. Holy bejesus snap! We have liftoff.
It's one of these positions, Danny, where you'd resign instantly in an
not
individual
a team game,
game tournament. But at Bishop E2, drop back. The next move will be Queen G5 checkmate. If you don't stop it, Queen H4 check will trade queens. You're up a full piece. And so yeah, this one is done. But this is also the match decider. It's just unfortunately for
might as well stay here till it's done, because as much as we love Magnus, Jordan von Foreest, Ros von Priotu, as far as the other 3 boards for the Chess Bras, unfortunately for Miley Jade, this is the only game that can save the day. So unless we see an internet connection failure for Alexandra Kosteniuk, or something in that juice that makes her go crazy. Pomegranate juice normally stimulates critical thinking, not the opposite.
Oh my goodness, you and the pomegranate juice. Well,
I mean, they should be sponsoring these shows at this point. I'm giving them so much love.
Yeah, but you're not giving.
Someone reach out to Palm. Someone reach out to Palm and throw him a clip. I'll drink it. I'm not gonna lie. There's been other things I've been asked to drink on these shows that I wasn't really drinking. Okay, it was acting. You ever see the Super Bowl commercial? It was just acting.
Oh,
okay, but I would slam me some pomegranate juice right now. I'm sorry.
I appreciate the honesty. And Danny, this was a curious moment there where Kosteniuk went Queen H6. She could have went Queen H4 and traded off the queens, but she just decided to keep them on. She knows objectively she'd win no matter what she does, but I would have thought that trading was best. But okay, I feel like maybe we don't need to stay here, even though it's going to take a little while because Miley Jade will play it out. But we know that at this point, barring some kind of ridiculous blunder, it looks like Kosteniuk has this one for the Wizards.
Yeah, I think barring some ridiculous blunder, you're right. We'll keep our eye on it. I'm looking at the other games. Jordan at the very least is doing work. Look at that game. Let's quickly go over there, because the man who's been the shaman is about to get shazammed by Jordan von Foreest.
Can we talk about Jordan's last move, knight f5? He didn't take anything. He just brought his knight to f5. It wants to go to d6. As if you take me, he's just bullying his way through to the d7 square. And look at this.
Yeah.
Nobody puts a pony in the corner like this.
Sometimes you put baby in a corner, but you never put a pony in a corner. It's not a good idea. Just do the math, everyone. They only have 2 squares to move to from there. It's not a good idea. It's a donkey. There you go. That's not a pony. It's a donkey. And just like that. We'll talk. Speaking of donkeys, we got unicorns coming up next, and they're going to be fun. So just a reminder, obviously we have the final moments of this match, but if anyone does that thing where they go, oh, this is where they just start doing random commentary that I don't enjoy. First of all, what's wrong with you? We're having a great time. Second of all, we got a whole other matchup around the corner.
We do indeed. And Jordan von Foreest playing great chess in this entire match, right? If and when he wins this, he'll go to 3.5 out of 4, which is he played 4 GMs. That's a great score for him. But oh my goodness, I think we should go back to the bird's eye view, just because I think the finishing touches are being put
about to take place for Kosteniuk over Miley Jade. Let's head back there and load up the game, because it looks like, again, I don't think Miley Jade will resign. It's not a thing you normally do in team chess events, at least not till it's like over. But this one is getting pretty bad.
Yeah, and also Magnus Carlsen, he's in a tough position as well. And that's the thing about team events, and why the final score is not always representative of how you played, because sometimes you just have to win, so you're not even playing objective chess anymore. You're just throwing crazy stuff at your opponent because you maybe even, and under normal circumstances, on round 5 of a tournament, you just say, all right, good game. You played a solid one. Now you have to just go for a win, even if it means you lose. But this one, I think, has just been out of hand from the start, Danny. Alexandra Kosenyuk, she's played a great game, and there's a king on f6. She's up a piece, and she's still thinking. So I think that's the most instructive part to everybody watching, is she's not rushing just because she's ahead. She wants to make sure that she secures this victory.
Agreed. And she also has a time advantage anyway, so she might as well use it, she's thinking. You can debate between moves like h5 and then you rook lift, by the way.
Yeah.
I saw your brow became furrowed because you were looking at another board, not this one, I think.
Oh, but look at that.
Oh, look at that, knight e5. Trying to walk the king out to e5 where you have mate with queen d4, and then you can pick your flavor on g4, whatever you're into, bishop or pawn. Jordan von Parijs, by the way, just did quick work of Alexander Shermanov. That was nasty. Honey Badger takes what he wants.
That's why I raised my brows. I saw the final moves in that game, and I was like, "Oh, gosh, that hurt."
No, I knew you. I know you so well. You know, it was. I saw that. That was not a current game, Robert Hesluck. I won't catalog your behavior like I've done Hikaru's. You're welcome.
I appreciate that, and so does the entire world. Thank you for.
Okay, now you could do so many things here. You could play queen f4 check, but probably queen f5 comes, and Alexandra's already shown. But now that you can trade queens and take the bishop, Robert, I think that's what she's going to do. She's like, all right, I didn't want to trade queens before, but now that the queens and I play knight takes c6, this is just rover. Immediately in an endgame that I think my 7-year-old could win. Talia's been doing pretty good, by the way. Taking care of business.
Good.
Converting on her advantages recently.
Well, she has a good instructor in the house. I'm talking about her older siblings. I'm glad she's playing well. And Alexandra Kosenyuk, of course, a great role model for so many in the world because she's been at the top of chess for a long time. Her rating dipped in the last bunch of years, and then suddenly in 2021, she's been had a resurgence. She won the Women's World Cup. She just won the recently concluded Women's Grand Prix, and it just feels like every event she plays in, her name is at or near the top.
No, seriously, it feels like she's been a staple, a household name for a long time. It's as far as greatness achieved by the top women players in the game. You're putting her right up there with the legendary names like Judah Polgar and others. She's been around for a long time and doing it better than most. She's going to lead the Wizards here, leading with probably the victory that just secures it.
Okay, so full extra piece. Kind of tough to commentate on this one because it is an entire bishop ahead for Alexandra Kosenyuk, and under normal circumstances, Miley Jade would have resigned many moves ago. It's not disrespect. In fact, it's respect to your teammates to play this out because you know that you're going to suffer. It's not fun, but you're doing it because at least it keeps your team in the match. But Danny, Jordan Van Forest, he won. Looks like Rafa Mamedov down to his final seconds against Magnus Carlsen. A kind of a wacky endgame in the top left.
Yeah, let's quickly pay that off. People want to see Magnus, even if it's not the game that ultimately. Wait,
they're both blundering back and forth.
Yeah, I was going to say the eval bar slipped. Magnus was winning there for a second. Now he's winning again.
Yeah, because this king is going to win this pawn over here. Oh, wait, but if you take the pawn, there's rook g1 ideas.
Yeah, you have to be a little careful here. But you can play rook g3 first here, and then h2, rook g2.
He's going the other way. He's going to go rook a3, and then king here, and then? This is actually much trickier than the eval bar made it out for me to believe.
I feel like the idea here at some point is just to show for everyone, when the pawn goes to h2 for black, White will just put the rook on it. What a great idea. Now rook a2.
Oh my goodness. That was brilliant.
What a move. Okay, that's how you do it. King h4. We didn't that's a retreating king move. Who finds those? Okay? Now it's over.
Yeah, because you can just play a6. Essentially what you're going to do is black is in Zugzwang. The rook can't move because the pawn will be lost. The king can't move because you push your pawn. So you have to, let's say, release with your rook at some point. You take here, and you're going to win g6 after. Just a7 check, and then you can
and then
just
king
go king
h4.
back. I don't
Amazing.
I don't think I've ever seen a Zugzwang like that.
Wow. Unbelievable. Magnus is going to take h2 and then win this with the Lucina. Let's head back and see the final moments. It looks like Kosteniuk is going to take down Miley J. This is the victory we want to see because it is the clincher for the Wizards. But Magnus Carlsen, that was bleeping impressive. I'm not going to lie. It was wild.
I was not expecting that at all. And even though the eval bar went all the way up, the way that he won the game is just by keeping black frozen in place. And we see in the top left, he's working those rook and pawn end games. But Denis Lazovic, he actually may be the winner for the Wizards because
Unsung
you see the
hero.
evaluation there. We haven't even looked at that game, but now it's sky high.
Going to say, we'll keep waiting for Kosteniuk to deliver the final blow, and she does. Let's bring that up. She gets the victory and is the person who secures the Wizards dancing in the playoffs, the postseason. Welcome to the postseason, Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yep. And
Great day.
She has just changed to the Swiss Federation. She now has led her team to the playoffs. She's having herself a pretty good week.
Yep. And a much more professional setup with the fair play cam in the back. A full tripod, not quite the pillow setup that we saw from Shimon up there. But Alexandra Kosteniuk, congratulations. She helps lead the Wizards. They will be in the postseason. Will the Chess Bras be able to do it? We're going to have to find out next week. Let's head over to the game with Lazovic and Priotu because it is the only one still going. You see Magnus Carlsen converted on the victory. Good old-fashioned family fun there. If you don't know your rook endings, go check out Magnus's game on your own because that was a very instructive finish there.
And what is going on in this game? White is up a pawn and has like this shield.
Oh,
in
the queen's defended, dude. 93, I did one of those like, what? 93, the queen's lost with the rook on a2. Got to see the whole board, Dan.
And you don't want to move your king to e2, for example, because then you do blunder your rook. This is blunder territory. This looks like e4 is hanging because the f3 pawn is pinned. What should white do here?
Is d5 not a move?
I think queen takes e4 will be the response.
d5, queen e4.
Oh
Lazovic leans in. He's got 25 seconds. 20 seconds.
I feel like black's going to win this game. I just think the black king being very safe over here. King g1. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, and it's already slipping. Look at that. Instant by Priotu.
Yeah, and rook c2. There's like knight e1, hitting the rook, hitting this pawn. Oh, my gosh. How do you make a move in this position?
Yeah, especially with 5 seconds on the clock. Queen d2. Yeah, it just feels super scary.
91. 91 and go queen f1 because the a2 rook is loose. The queen can't take the 91.
What a move. 91, Robert Hess. That was a find, man. He didn't see it. Tries to do it the old-fashioned... Wait, what? Oh, he just loses the rook. Lazovic leans in like, oops.
Yeah, that's the problem. Full board awareness from black because white's pieces were hanging all over the place, and he dropped the rook on a2. He's still trying to survive this. Danny, it's not out of the question that white holds this game. Be very careful for black with his bishop on h2.
Well, and even though the match is over, it's actually funny to highlight that this game does decide the prediction results. So if you played along with us and predicted a 2.5 under or over score, you have a lot riding on this. I'm not here to condone gambling in any way, but if you bet on it somewhere, you might want to pay attention.
And look at this. B6 can be captured. It's just turned around while you were talking about the ills of
the over-under. Where was the blunder? Okay, it's not over yet. Let's not go there. I want to see it, but because there's still only 3 seconds.
Oh, that's good game clincher.
There you go.
C7's hanging. The bishop can now come
Queen's
out.
off the board, and white's going to win. So let's bring up the analysis board while he finishes the job here. What was the blunder there while I was calling attention to the over-under bet? I missed it.
Right here, he walked his knight into a pin, and he had to play the move b5 to defend this knight because when he went, the game is over.
There it is. It's
resignation.
over.
But yeah, just to finish the point there, that it was an unfortunate blunder for Priotu, who played a great game at this moment. Yeah, just had to play b5 because queen e6 walked into d5 with tempo, and there was no way to save the knight. So it gave white suddenly 2 bishops against a rook instead of just an exchange down.
Yep. Well, and the knight fell, and then the b6 pawn fell with check, and Bob's your uncle, as they say. So, all right. Well, let's recap what just happened. If you just tuned in or if you followed the whole thing, what a wild ride we all just went on. This matchup ends with a 2-2 score here, but that was just the formality of the Wizards getting the job done. I want to go right to the overall scores and just highlight for everyone that we were deadlocked at 4 games apiece heading into round 3. This was a 4-4 tie until the Wizards went on an absolute tear, led by Shimonov, who took down the world champion. Robert, quickly, your thoughts on just how much of a matchup nightmare might the Wizards be in the playoffs?
Well, look at the bottom 2 boards for the Chess Bros. 0 points between them. That just can't happen, right? That's just, that's not saying anything about the Wizards, but for the Chess Bros, you need to score points. Getting blank like that is going to cost you. But the Wizards, look at their performance, right? Let's talk about the positives. Very balanced team. Shimonov led the way with 3 out of 4, but a plus score on board 1, even scores on the bottom 2 boards. And if your boards 4 and 3 are getting 2 out of 4 in a week, that means the enemy team, I'm saying as if like they really hate each other, but the opposition is in huge trouble.
Right. No, you make a good point. It's balance versus top heavy, right? I mean, look at we talked about the Wizards coming in, GMs on every single board, the best board 4 in the league, and a very, very balanced lineup. And on the other side, you have a very top heavy Magnus Carlsen led Chess Bra team, and you're rolling the dice either way, but in this case, it really worked out for the Wizards. Let's talk about what that does to the standings and where the Wizards stack up here in the playoffs. Let me ask that question again, just because I jumped the gun a little early. How do you compare the Wizards to the other teams who are already awaiting them, the Knights, the Tigers, and the Yogis?
I think the Wizards are up there with. There's not a team I can name that is better than them. They may have lost a match thus far. Other teams are just as good. But with that kind of balanced roster that the Wizards trot out, where Alexander Kostyuk is their board 4, it makes them an absolute danger and a possible champion come the end of the playoffs.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Seeing what we saw today is really scary for anyone taking on the Wizards. Of course, there are still a couple more teams that are going to punch their tickets for the playoffs. You have top heavy teams like both the Bras and the Knights, right, led by Nakamura. Yeah, in those teams with those types of lineups, Robert, I think you really have to find those underrated gems, right, on boards 3 and 4 who are going to outperform. Not to say that the players for the Chess Bras aren't fantastic and underrated in many ways, but today the recipe just didn't work out, right? And you saw balance win overall for the Wizards in a big time way. Let's talk about where we stand in terms of the teams that are fighting for their lives, fighting to avoid elimination. We're about to see a matchup between a couple of those teams. California Unicorns and the Golden State Pacers are coming up. But the Chess Bras will be in that list of teams that have 2 losses fighting for their lives or fighting to be dancing in the playoffs next week as well, Robert.
Yeah, these teams, they know what their mission is. They have to win, and they have to win again next week. So it's difficult. It's an uphill battle, but you see the names on these rosters, the California Unicorns and the Garden State Pacers coming up. Those teams have the likes of Gukesh on the Unicorns, Sam Sevian on the Pacers. They're very, very strong, just haven't had the results to show for it thus far.
Yeah, exactly. I like you said the way this matchup ended. Yes, it was a 3-point victory for the Wizards, but it was a very close matchup. Even though both the Unicorns and the Pacers have had tough results this year, they've been in some very, very close battles. I can't wait to see who shows up with their best chess today. Both teams at 1 and 2 know that it's win or go home, literally, at this time. I love the matchup you already highlighted, Gukesh versus Sevian. We're going to focus on that one. I think we're going to have some guests during this next featured matchup as well. So fans who want to hear from some managers and some top players, don't go anywhere for that. Robert, should I ask you to do a quick prediction?
You can. Do I have to answer? But I will, even if I don't have to.
You never have to.
I'm going with the Pacers. I just think that, we'll talk about it more in a few minutes, but I think that the Pacers have such a stable lineup at the top, and that Carissa Yip is playing, so she's a very strong board 4 for them. So I'm going with the Pacers, even though the Unicorns are a fan favorite.
All right. Well, I'm going with our call out that the women's candidates is back. And I want to make sure we draw attention to that before we head to the break, as the women's candidates finally comes to a head on Tuesday, March 28th. After taking down 6 of the strongest women in the game, including the PCL's own, Katarina Logno and Alexandra Kostyuk, Lei Tingjie and Tan Zhongyi now vie for a seat across from reigning women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. We're bringing it to you live. We got camera feeds. We got all the exciting commentary that you need of this match. It's going to be right here at twitch.tv/chess. You know how we do. Use the command candidates in chat for all the details. Robert, I appreciate all the details you brought in that last matchup, and I'm hoping that you've got all that's left in the tank for me in the next matchup. I need you.
You'll get me.
Okay. We're going to be right back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Their second matchup of the day returns in just a few. Chess. Win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness.
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
I was about to say, Rook B5, and she's done it! Oh, look at Irene. Can't believe it.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
How in the world did this happen? She's so happy. She saved her team there.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Oh my gosh, Xu Yi is a magician. He just pulled a Houdini.
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
That is it. He's the hero. The Blitz win and remain in the Pro Chess League 2023 season.
Welcome back, everyone. The Pro Chess League here continues as so many teams fight their way into the playoffs or to stay off elimination. Robert Hess alongside Danny Wrench here. We just had a thrilling match between the Wizards and the Chess Bras. We got another one coming up here between the Unicorns and the Passers. Robert, you enjoyed the break? You ready?
Oh, I was born ready because we have an excellent match ahead of us. I mean, the Passers and the Unicorns, so many great players in these lineups. How could I not be excited?
I'm pumped. Before we get into what we expect to happen and do the thing where we look ahead to the Unicorns and the Passers, let's remind everybody of what they missed in case they just tuned in. The Wizards indeed defeated the Chess Bras. That means they have clinched their opportunity to compete in the postseason. And I'm not going to lie, they did it in pretty commanding fashion there, Robert.
Yeah, no, that was an impressive display. And now 4 teams have made their way through to the playoffs.
Yep.
4 more to go.
4 more to go. Let's now talk about the standings of the, I don't know quite what to call it. It's not the elimination bracket. No one here's been eliminated yet, but they are all fighting for their lives, literally. The Unicorns and the Passers. One of these two teams, let's just let it sink in, is not going to be competing in the 2023 PCL after today, Robert.
Heartbreaking stuff. And I mean that seriously because there's dedicated communities behind these squads. I was just in the chat. People were saying, oh, I'm from New Jersey. Of course, I'm rooting for Garden State. And then people rooting for the Unicorns. Many Californians out there and many people watching and learning from the Chess Dojo. So it's hard to see either of these teams go.
Of course, the Bishops and the Shrimps will also be fighting for their lives. Let's just let it sink in. It's heartbreaking when you realize that the teams are getting eliminated with every one of these PCL show days. But all right, let's talk about the two teams that are going to throw down here in just a second. And first, we bring up the Unicorns roster card. The face and the name you know well, Damaraju Gukesh, is sitting there right at the top. He's been leading the Unicorns this season. Your thoughts on how he's played and other thoughts and takeaways from the Unicorns roster?
When you see Gukesh, you just show your respect. He's so strong and so young. You forget that he's just a teenager. But throughout the roster, you see many different flags, right? You see Ilya Nizhnik from the Ukraine. You see Georg Meyer, who now plays for Ukraine. And then Johann Sebastian Christensen from Norway. So the dojo, they love their Californian players. It's very important to them. In a previous week, David Pruis was on the show talking about how he really wants the Californians to play, or people with ties to California. But they're also smart about this. They have looked across the world for some of the best players.
Yeah, and of all the teams, they've fielded a very different array of players every week. So just about everybody has gotten involved. And you see some other household names in American chess, if you will. Sam Shanklin, Ray Robson, they're going to be throwing down, of course. Sam Sevian is someone who's competed for the California Pro Chess League team in previous seasons. He's not here. We're going to talk about that in a minute. But yeah, this is a very balanced lineup and a very diverse one as well. So let's talk about the lineup that they're facing. That, of course, is the Garden State Passers, and the face of the man I just mentioned, Sam Sevian, who previously competed for a David Pruis managed California Pro Chess League club. He's now the face of the Garden State Passers, the team from New Jersey. Robert?
Yeah, Sam I Am, as James likes to call him. He's been doing some great work. He wears a hockey jersey every single time we see him. Oh, and he's wearing one today.
There he is. There he
he's
is.
just showing his support for the NHL. But this is the PCL, and Sam Sevian's like, you're not going to close the door on my team season. That's what he plans to do against the Unicorns.
Yeah, he likes those sports jerseys. We know he's a big fan. When we were in Toronto, actually, for the Chess.com Global Championship, he and our own executive producer, they caught a hockey game while they were there. It was a lot of fun. So used his time well in Toronto. But all right, he needs to use his time well today to help lead the Passers. Who are some of the other names that we highlight on this roster that have been impressive so far this season?
Well, I think one name that may not be familiar to the masses, but in American chess circles is very familiar, is Alexander Lenderman. At 2550, he's grossly underrated. He was like 2650 maybe a year or two ago. Got into a bit of a tough streak, said that playing during the COVID pandemic, it wasn't good for his game. But he's someone who grew up at the Marshall Chess Club. In fact, he might still be living there. I'm not sure. He played so many of those rapid events, and that has given him the experience and the confidence needed. And when you have the youngest grandmaster in the world on your roster in Abhimanyu Mishra and a former U.S. women's champion in Carissa Yip, you have great players all around.
I think you set that up really well, and I totally agree. I think Lenderman is a huge find. We talk about the construction of these rosters. The managers, the game within the game, are trying to build board lineups. They're not just recruiting players. They're thinking about how the ratings might shake out to know that they might have a very well-balanced and successful four-board team. And on that note, let's bring up the four boards that are playing, because I circle Lenderman being a board 3, and I know that he's been a board 2 in previous Pro Chess League seasons, Robert. So that's such a great call out of a guy that is underrated and maybe key for the Passers in this matchup today. But looking at the other side, who do you look at as maybe key or underrated for the California Unicorns?
Well, you have Dariusz Svirich, who now plays for the U.S. on board 2. Of course, Gukesh is well known on board 1. Johann Sebastian Christensen, that's a bit of a question mark from me.
Yeah.
Obviously a fantastic player, but will he be in form in rapid chess? That's a big question as he goes head-to-head with Lenderman on board 3. And then, of course, on board 4. We have to be honest, that's where in my eyes, the advantage is the Passers. Carissa Yip, she can score some upsets, and she has 200 rating points in Zoe Tang. But just because Zoe Tang's rating is under 2,200 FIDE, don't count her out. She's very young. She's had some great success. I believe she's the Oregon State champion. I may need to be fact-checked on that, but I'm pretty sure she won the Oregon State Championship. She's a teenager. She was beating other players around her level and just did a great performance there. So she can strike up. She can beat higher-rated players, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think you highlighted a key point there, because it's how will she do? She is the underdog against Carissa Yip, and this isn't quite the lopsided matchup that was Kostyuk being a board 4 in the last matchup we saw between the Wizards and the Chess Bras. But Carissa Yip is definitely the favorite there, right? And so I think that's one you got to circle early, that when we get down to that board 4 versus board 4 battle, that could be huge for the Passers. I also look for Bortnick on board 2. A lot of people know Alexander Bortnick. He's a streamer. He's a bullet specialist. You know that he's good in these online formats. So as a board 2 nod, I also kind of give that one to the Passers as well. And we already talked about Lenderman being underrated. So it's going to be an interesting one. We'll see. Obviously, we don't know a lot about Johann Sebastian Christensen. We'll see how he can do against Lenderman there. But let's look up the specific matchups and how they will break down, because the colors often matter as well. Carissa will get white against Gukesh, and that's not, to me, that's kind of like Magnus taking on Alexander Kostyuk. That's not a foregone conclusion for me that Gukesh has that one in the bag.
You need to be very careful when you play someone like Carissa Yip, because she played in the Cairns Cup several years ago, and if I'm not mistaken, she lost her first 5 games and then won the next 4, something like that. So she's a streaky player who can beat very strong opponents. So you just don't want to look at the ratings and say, I'm chalking this one up. It's a victory. You have to be careful. But on the flip side, we see that Bortnick with the black pieces. Now, he has a repertoire that's comfortable for him, but objectively, maybe a bit dubious. So maybe Johann Sebastian Christensen, who's worked with Magnus Carlsen, can punish Bortnick. The board 3 for the Unicorns will play his part in this opening round.
Yeah, and I want to come back to the player you highlighted in the beginning for the Passers right after Sam Sevian, Lenderman. He's the board 3 underdog versus the board 2 there. But again, I think Lenderman, he's a very strong rapid player, a household name in American chess for those who followed it, and underrated there at 2550 for sure. So that's also one that could be huge there if it goes the other way too. If Schwierz can get a dub over Lenderman, that might ultimately prove big for the Unicorns. I feel like the early matchups here are going to be huge as far as what we look back at the end in regards to who wins this match and who staves off elimination. We should remind everybody of that. The loser of this match will no longer be competing in the 2023 season. They're all going to be okay, just so everyone knows. Everyone's going to be okay and safe, but they're not going to be competing in the PCL this season if they lose this match, Robert.
Yeah, and that's sad. I mean, you don't want.
I feel like I had to do that
settle
thing
in.
like no one was harmed in the making of this. I had to do that thing. That's all.
But some people's feelings will be hurt, and that's the
Yes.
nature of competition. But I think that, in all seriousness, fans of both teams, they don't want to see the other go out of this league because James Canty, he is the captain of the Garden State Passers, the Dojo. David Pruis, Kosta Gavuzzi, they represent the California Unicorns. It's hard to root against either of them.
Agreed. Let's quickly remind everybody of what they'll be rooting for, not just the players, but the format. You know you love it. It's all play all. That's Scheveningen. If you speak chess good, everyone will play everyone. The time control is 10 minutes plus a 2-second bonus added to the clock with every move. That's 10 plus 2. It's going to be up to 4 rounds unless it's a massively lopsided victory. We will get 4 rounds of action. The first team to 8.5 points wins your PCL battle. And a reminder that if we get blitz tie breaks, it's a ton of fun. We repeat the round 4 pairings. We simply do it again with a faster time control, and it is awesome. Speaking of awesome, Carissa Yip is pretty awesome, and she's got a lot of stuff going on in that room there. I'm digging it. Is that pomegranate juice on the left?
Okay, I don't care what the pomegranate juice.
Is that pomegranate
my
juice?
question is, did she purchase or take the caution wet floor sign behind her? Because she's in college. She goes to Stanford University. And sometimes kids in college, they do some silly things, like take the caution wet floor sign from wherever it was.
I'm not gonna call her out for that at this time, although I do think it's a fair question. I do have a very funny story to tell you. If we get in that mode where we've got some time, I've got a funny story to tell you about someone who kept a parking cone in the back of their trunk for dubious reasons all the time. But all right, we're off. Carissa Yip doesn't play a lot of dubious chess. She's got the white pieces against the man known as Gukesh, Damaraju Gukesh, rising star from India. And we have a Najdorf. Man, we are going to have, woo! I'm ready. Let's go. This is my alley here, baby. Najdorf theory.
Carissa sneezed in the truth. And by the way, can I just say that I'm not playing in this match, but Gukesh's background intimidates me. You see the trophy right behind him?
Yeah.
And up, he's got all these other trophies. You're facing a big deal. And he's just like, this is my room. This is my shrine almost. And he's just saying,
well, also the light,
come at
like right above the camera, makes me feel like I just got sat down and someone said, so where were you on Monday, the 27th? And exactly who can vouch for that? Like I'm being interrogated here. All right, Knight BD7 throws off Carissa maybe a teeny bit for those who don't know Najdorf theory that well. That's not the most common move here, but certainly a playable one. So Carissa double checking her theory in her head right now.
I know what you're a fan of. Bishop C4 is the Danny Wrench move. Let's get into that Sozin, the Vilimirovich type of positions and go after the position, throw our pawn up the board later. But this is maybe not the best news for Carissa, the fact that she has to think this early and Gukesh is barely spending time.
Well, Knight BD7, we talked about the flexibility of the Italian, right, in the last matchup. The flexibility of Knight BD7 is that you're trying to throw your opponent off. You haven't committed E6 or E5, right? Sometimes B5 and even G6 is possible up to Knight BD7 because of a Dragadorf sort of thing. So Knight BD7 by Gukesh is one of those grandmaster moves designed to do exactly what it did. Make your opponent stop, make them think, and maybe sometimes with a younger opponent, which is ironic given that Gukesh is younger than Carissa, you can actually get your opponent to make a mistake in their prep just by playing a weird flexible move. They might forget what they wanted to do.
And we see Queen B6, speaking of weird flexible moves, hitting B2, putting pressure on the knight, and the E3 square behind the knight. If that knight drops back to B3, sometimes, if you're not careful, the queen slides into E3 with check. So Carissa, she is not an opening specialist. She played at the Olympiad in 2022 for the U.S. women's team, and she struggled in some of the earlier rounds, but then found her form and had some big victories for the team. But the opening by her own admission, not her specialty. She likes to play offbeat stuff. Hard to do that against a super grandmaster, Danny.
Well, I was going to say, now she plays queen d2. She's inviting poison pawn style positions. It's not the traditional knight or poison pawn, but that b2 pawn is referred to being poisoned in so many of these lines because of the insane tactical lines that ensue after this.
Yeah, just to put a position like this on the board, you steal a pawn, your queen does not get trapped, but already there are sometimes ideas with pawn to e5 or bishop c4 to go after f7. Look at black, completely underdeveloped with the bishops and the rooks, so you don't really like to play this way, and I feel like when you're playing against a lower-rated player, and by a person you outrate by 300 plus points, 350 on the dot, or sorry, I did my math wrong, 340, excuse me. But when you get a position like this, you say, do I really want to take that risk? Because you might lose the game. Why not try to outplay her? Play objectively strong moves, but try to outplay her in the long stretch, not just go for greediness and pawns on b2.
For sure. But at the same time, I would say if you're thinking like that, you're already getting into slightly dangerous territory by playing the Najdorf. So I'm kind of not surprised he goes, you know what I mean? By playing the Najdorf, you're already biting off more than you can chew, if you will. Not because Gukesh is afraid of Carissa, but because if we're talking about the theory that a higher rated player doesn't want their lower rated player to have a bunch of prep, the Najdorf is not the way to go. So we'll see who knows these lines deeper, who's more confident in the complicated poison pawn hybrid variation we're about to see with knight bd7. I'm excited as a fan, but I also want to back up as a fan and take a look at the other games that have started when we can here, because I think we should swing this thing over. Go ahead, what?
No, I was going to say that was the best move by Carissa, a surprising one in the top left, bishop takes knight. But now Gukesh, he's going to figure out how to capture back. So of the other games, Danny, what's catching your eye?
I thought we should swing it to the other board 4 versus board 1 matchup. Give Sam Sevian a shout out against his opponent, women's international master Zoe Tang. Quickly touch on the reverse of each. So let's see what's going on over there.
Okay, we will get into that right now. And we see that Sam Sevian, the bottom right with the black pieces, he has the pair of bishops, but has this pawn sticking on e4. And Danny, just like Carissa, we might see a pawn drop in there on b2.
Yeah, and this one looks even tastier to me anyway. I know what danger black gets in when you take those b2 pawns in the Najdorf. Not to say you can't play it, but it's, you know what you're doing. This looks like, I guess it may end up being a sort of trade at some point if the b2 pawn falls for the e4 pawn.
It's just a strange position, right? You give up b2, it's more of a flank pawn, you lose e4. But oftentimes this b2 pawn is super essential for your queen side. But look at Sam, right? He could take on b2. Maybe white, by the way, after queen takes b2, will just play knight e2 and say, have that pawn. Right, look at this. Nothing going on in terms of development. It's kind of like the Gukesh game.
Yeah. No, I was going to suggest knight e2 as well. I think that makes sense, and especially because knight e4, if queen b2, knight takes e4, bishop f5, and e5 is coming for black, the other bishop comes to b4. That's not what you want. So if queen b2, Zoe most certainly playing knight gd2, and Sam says, you know what, I don't even want the pawn. I'll defend e4. I have the bishop pair, and let's play chess the old-fashioned way here.
Yeah, it looks like a good move. Just defending. This knight could still come out. You're never taking on b2 with a knight on e2 because the rook comes to b1 and grabs this pawn on b7 behind it. So I think that Zoe, she needs to play quickly in this game. The last thing you want is to be down a couple minutes against a player like Sam Sevian. She's doing great out of the gates in this game.
Agreed. The time management's a big part of that too. And she gets castled, keeping pace.
Mm-hmm. And
Sam kind of, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, the opposite of this, and I just caught it the corner of my eye, is while Zoe is 8:46, doing really well on the clock, Gukesh we have to go back because that game is getting crazy. I was just
Gukesh we go because we might have what we said, the crazy upsets possible when you have really strong board 4s like Alexandra Kosteniuk, like Carissa Yip. Things can happen. And boy, would this be a magical start for the Pastors if Carissa Yip takes down Gukesh. What in the world?
Well, we left and she was just playing bishop takes f6, and Gukesh took with a pawn, because if he took with the knight, he was worried about e5, kicking his knight away.
Yeah.
And then once that knight has to move, whether or not you take on e5 first, I don't think is the big thing. If you go knight d7, there might even be e6. There's knight d5 trying to get a fork on c7. So that's why Gukesh decided to take with the pawn right away. But after knight d5, he had to go king d8 to stop knight c7 check. But Danny, look at this position. No development for black. This rook can come up to b3 at some point to go after this queen. And I wouldn't actually be totally surprised if you can trap this queen in some ways. Here, where's the queen going? You have a4 or a2. I think if you take out a2, queen c3 is my idea. I'm taking away this a1 square, and I'm going in.
Queen to c7 would be devastating. You even could just play bishop c4 and castle short and trap the queen with rook a1. The queen is not getting out. This is a problem for Gukesh. And it makes you wonder, like, who was out preparing who here? We talked about mistakes young players can make in terms of their move orders, their lines, and sometimes the practical just choice of going in for something that's too sharp, right, Robert? And I'm kind of sitting here immediately. I know it's early, but I'm immediately questioning Gukesh's decision. Like, if you didn't have this stuff prepped, why would you go for one of the sharpest openings in the world here, right? It doesn't make sense.
I was saying it, and I think that Gukesh play queen takes b2 was a perfectly reasonable move at the time. But I'm worried for him because, as you're saying, he didn't really prepare it, and now both players around 6 minutes. It's going to be a crazy game. But I'm just worried about this king on d8. Now, all this said, if you make one inaccuracy, maybe two for Carissa, the evaluation might completely turn because black is up a pawn. If you can finish your development somehow, if you bring a queen back towards the king with queen c5. But look at Carissa go. She is playing completely fearless chess. And the eval bar is actually going up and up. The more depth it goes, the higher it sees white's advantage.
Well, it's the move you called, too. Rook b3. If queen a2, queen to c3 is a dual-purpose move, threatening queen c7 and trapping the lady at some point on a2. And if you play queen a4, it doesn't feel much better, but I wouldn't take another pawn just out of pure fear at this point. Okay, apparently Gukesh is like, you can be afraid, Danny, but I'm doing it. Takes a2.
Oh, my gosh. This is looking so scary right now. But how do you... Bishop c4 play, so she's just going for the queen directly. And it gives away a lot of white's advantage, but white is still better, and black may only have like one move to find here, and I'm not sure what it is.
It's definitely not b5. Let's show that, because that's a fun idea to say, oh, like, let me get rid of the bishop, because that's a problem. And then we get a couple of ponies doing their thing. A couple of ponies out on the town. That's checkmate, for those wondering what I'm saying.
The two knights tango is supposed to be something different, but here that is check and mate.
And that would be, those knights would be unicorns, which is not what the unicorns would want in that case. No, bishop c4 doesn't seem like it's the most accurate move, but what move do you play here as black?
You're asking the wrong person, because this rook can move at some point, and this queen's under attack. This queen, it can go up to a1 with check, and I think this is really important. Let's show this. Queen a1 check. I'm going to survive because, wait a second, your king moves. You lose the rook. You have to play queen d1, and we trade queens, and I'm happy. No, no, no. You bring your king up. If you take this rook over here, well, what's that about king safety? Didn't someone ever teach you that's important? And b6, it's the same checkmate that Danny pointed out. Knight c6. The king goes, and knight c7 mate. And if your king instead decide to go immediately, it's forced checkmate here. Double check to your miserable king. And then once the king goes here, queen d8 is made. So this could be a blistering...
This is wild. Well, Robert and I are stumped for answers as to why Damaraju Gukesh chose this opening, but maybe we can ask a man who might know, or maybe is similarly stumped like we are, the manager of the California Unicorns. Probably not super thrilled with what he sees on the board right now from Gukesh. David, good to see you, man. And what is going on right now in this board 4 versus board 1 battle?
Hey, Danny. Yeah, this is driving me crazy. I'm always vulnerable to my nerves during these matches. So yeah, I'm sort of hating this approach to the game from Gukesh today. Last week, he played very, very safely in the first round, and it was sort of technical, textbook, and it always felt like a kind of position where you expect a strong player to do well. And this game here, I think, is what the underdogs want, right? Like just
I was
wild.
going to say, but as we say that, look what's happening. I mean, the underdog might be misplaying it because suddenly Gukesh's queen is out. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I agree with you fully.
Sure.
But I'm surprised by where this is going.
Right. I mean, I
Yeah.
think this is a game where you might see your eval bar yo-yo a bit because it's kind of crazy and hard for both people to play it. So even if the yo-yo is in Black's favor for one move now, like I'm not breathing a sigh of relief or anything. It's just going to be nonstop fear for me.
And if I can translate that or try to interpret it, this is a very David Pruis type of position that you would love to have from the white side. David, we've played in the past. I've seen so many of your games. I feel like you just love these types of positions where they're attacking chances and there's no clear way out for your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, if I were white or black in this position against a much higher rated opponent, I would be happy with my chances, and if Zoe had this position against Sam Sevian right now from either side, I'd be perfectly happy because it's like you want to do a coin flip when you're outrated by 400 points or whatever it is.
Yep. Yep. I can also attest that David Pruis searched for these positions and was very, very good at them, and probably still is. Although we haven't talked like actually playing chess in a long time. Anyway, man,
Yeah.
why don't we bounce around and okay, that's true. We should catch up on that. But all right, here goes knight to c5. Gukesh getting a little bit of life back in his position. Let's go to the bird's eye view, though, David. And as our guest manager, we're going to let you choose which unicorn board would you like to go to for us to touch on next.
Yeah, I mean, given my style, which you've alluded to, the most exciting positions for me are the positions, the one that you were just looking at, and then the one between Christensen, who's got his debut here against Alexander Bortnik, where he's played, an interesting pawn sack straight out of the gates. Clearly prepared it. So.
Okay, well, let's go there. And you just touched on the fact that Christensen's making his debut for your team. You've had a very balanced approach. You've gotten a lot of people in for the unicorns, right? A lot of people have seen playing time. Has that been something you guys wanted to do? Is that just how it worked out with the logistics of the people that you got on your roster, or is that was a conscious effort you made?
Yeah, that's deliberate. It's easier with a longer season, right? We may only have a 4-match season, but hopefully 5. So it's not as easy to had a tournament, next week or the week after. I would prioritize getting them in before. And, Sam Shanklin and Ray Robson are playing in Berlin right now. This kind of Armageddon Blitz series thing. Craziness. And so we tried deliberately to get them in, as soon as possible in the first 2 matches. And Gukesh was playing the WR Masters there. So some of it just worked out. But yeah, I mean, this was on purpose. We're trying to get everybody in. You never know who you're going to beat in the championship match, right? So
I was going to say that exact point, right? You get the experience for all these players. And, well, one person in particular, one player, well, this position is crazy, by the way. Black is up a pawn, but all of these pieces are awkwardly placed, and the king is still in the center. But one person I wanted to talk about is Zoe. I mean, she just won the Oregon State Championship. I think she was the first woman. She's a teenager, so very impressive and just by that. But, what's it like having her on the team? Because you've said previously you want to build that, the local players and give young players a shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. We're excited to have her. She seems to be excited to play as well, which is perfect. You always want it to go both ways, right? You don't want that you're all excited and the other person has mild interest. So yeah,
lukewarm feelings.
Yeah, you want it to be mutual. I think she's excited. I think it's a great experience for her. As you mentioned, being the Oregon State champion at such a young age, it means like it's not easy for her to find. Well, that makes this particularly a special opportunity for her. If she were living in St. Louis or New York City, Dallas Chess Club, Charlotte, maybe it wouldn't be as big a deal. But I think here this is really valuable for her.
Online chess leagues for the win, right? Exactly for those reasons, as you said. Let's talk about this position, though. She obviously obviously has her work cut out for her in the first game as the format goes, playing the top board, but she's holding her own here. This is black is better. The D pawn is under fire. Maybe bishop G4 is coming, but what does she got to do here, David? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, the D4 pawn is going to be under a lot of fire. What she needs to make sure is that she's ready to just sort of trade and simplify things. So against bishop G4, to be ready to play queen E4, bishop E2, queen E2, lose the D pawn. You know, just keep all the pieces defended and trade things. You know, and she can end up close to equality there. And if Sam doesn't go for that, I think she probably wants to play knight G3 next move. And look to trade on E4. If she had a chance, I think rook C1 would help as well, just so the C4 pawn were defended. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. I guess really scary would be C5 or E5. You want to make sure not to let Sam get a passed pawn on D4 as black while you're trading pawns, because that'll be something that black can really press the advantage with.
Man, well said. You should keep commentating chess. I will say I like H5, H6 at some point for Zoe. If you can sneak it, you have to be careful if H5 ends up making the pawn more vulnerable. But if that pawn somehow gets there, Alpha 0 ideas for the win, right? Could be dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with you. If you could get that to H6, then black has to worry about their king position forever with no dark square control.
Yep. All right. Well, David, this has been awesome, and we appreciate you. We hope the unicorns, not rooting for the unicorns over the passers, unbiased commentator over here, but we hope the unicorn season is as long as possible. I'm
How about you, Robert? Any biases?
No biases.
You gonna help us out?
I will give you some good news. I don't have to help you out because just before we let you go, I'll let you know that Gukesh seems to have the upper hand. He stole some material, and his king is surviving.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it changes the fear you felt when you first joined us, David, or the questionable potential decision. I think Carissa really had that one, but somehow it looks like it may work out for Gukesh, man.
All right. Well, enjoy the show, everybody.
Thanks for being here, David. Appreciate you, and good luck to the unicorns.
Thanks, David. And Danny,
all right, that was
the game in the top right, by the way. It looks pretty normal, but look at Dariusz Svirch's clock. 6 seconds for him. Lenderman with 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, it would be normal. It's an exchange sack where black has a pawn for it if we want to go over there. The time pressure is very real. I think really unfortunate news for Carissa Yip how that game went away. But Alexander Lenderman and Dariusz Svirch, as we said, the board 3 versus board 2 matchup. This is, I think Lenderman is, I know we kept saying it, he's a very underrated board 3, and look at the time usage. He's very good at rapid. I think he's a huge find for the passers.
Oh, he is such a good rapid player, way better than even classical, relatively speaking. He's dangerous. He's got that experience. He knows when to play quickly, when to slow down. But Dariusz Svirch can't slow down at this point. He plays E3. He needs to trade off some pawns to get into a position that he feels he can hold. And, well, this is a big question for Lenderman. He can play the move pawn to G3, pushing the bishop back somewhere. I think E5 is the right square. And then you could take on E3 while giving up G3. So changes in pawn structure, difficult to evaluate, but Lenderman, he does just that.
He's gonna go for it. Will he take E3 or like rook E4? No, rook E4 you take, and then you have bishop takes G3. Never mind.
I'll show that very quickly that if the king comes up, bam, because the rook is under attack, and that's a check.
Yeah, but Lenderman's doing the thing you complimented Shamanov for doing in the last matchup, where he's trying to think of not just the next move, but the next couple moves. Because the way you beat someone under time pressure is you have to give them puzzles to solve, not just one move reactive responses. They're too good for that. Grandmasters will manage their clock. But if Lenderman can think, okay, I'm not just taking E3, but on bishop takes G3, I already know my next moves are this, this, and this. That's how you really get them under pressure, and we'll see what he does.
And we see bishop takes G3 on the board. And by the way, F7, that's a target. So that's what Alex is going to try to go after. At this point, 5 seconds for Dariusz. He needs to play something.
He does.
Okay. King G7. King goes up. Great play by... Oh, I don't like the placement of that bishop.
Yeah, that's a bishop that could be sidelined for the rest of the game if you're not careful. But how does white press? You double on the 7th rank, you play E4. Okay, he doubles first. Now maybe king... Okay. Here comes the E pawn as Robert's highlighting. 4 seconds.
Yeah, if you can
Okay.
throw that pawn to e6, you just win the game. So that's what Lenderman needs to do, but
Okay,
it's
yeah.
not that simple, of course.
All right.
Look at that. Putting your
Back-
rook on a light square, Danny.
Yeah, very good. Avoid blunders by putting your rooks on the opposite color square of your opponent's bishops. Pro tip. King d5 and then rush the e-pawn. Although, no,
Yes.
you don't want... Do you want to trade of rooks, though?
I think you don't mind because then the king will then venture up to e8 and go after the
Okay,
F7
yeah, so go for it. King d5. I was testing you. You passed.
He goes the other way. And you have to watch out because bishop f2 at some moment, like if you go up
Yeah.
the board, there could be bishop f2.
Lindemann is trying to work it here with no diggity. He's like, I don't need to rush this because the longer I keep this guy in time pressure, the higher chances he blunders.
Look at this king. Where's
Yeah.
it going
You
exactly?
play
But
king
he
e2 again, it's going to be a draw.
Here he goes. That's what he's doing.
Oh,
He's just trying to
he
push the
does it.
pawn.
Okay, rook. Okay, the bishop going to relocate.
Okay, but e5's the threat, so he goes back here. What about rook e7 and just push that pawn?
Yeah, it's super
Lendemann's
hard to
too
stop.
good.
Yeah, and he's poking and prodding to make sure that the clock is used as a weapon against Dariusz Swiers. You see him nodding his head. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
King
he won the
e2.
pawn.
Oh, he shakes his head. He's just winning. Yeah, and Dariusz is.
Did you see Lenderman, by the way? He gave him
yeah,
the "What are you doing?" face.
Yeah, you're like, that was not your best move. And if you know Alex, that's exactly what he would. That's how he would say it.
Yeah, it's true. Because
That
he's
was
a
not your
great
best
chess
move.
coach. This is over. It's checkmate on the back rank.
It's checkmate
Right
on the
there.
back rank. Rhyme time. Population. is.
Wow.
Um,
What a win.
Lenderman strikes, and this is what we said was dangerous about the passer's lineup. That board 3 is an underrated dude, and Alexander Lenderman. And as we say it, Sam Sevian, he finishes his game versus Zoe Chang. And if I'm doing my math right quickly, I think we're off to a very good start for the passers. What happened in the Boardnick game? He won as well. Was that a? It was a 3-1 start.
Yeah, we didn't tune in for it in a while. We can just pull that game up to show you how that ended. But Bortnick had all the pieces on the board, and White had one queen. That's sort of how that ended.
Okay, so that helped.
But, yeah, I mean, David Pruis was on. He was saying that Johann Sebastian Christian had some pawn sacrifice, just like the movie. It didn't work out.
Well, as we bring up the round scores, for those who tuned in from the beginning, that this could have been a 4-0 round for the passers. I mean, that was close to being an absolute horrible start, maybe an unrecoverable start for the Unicorns. Gukesh did get the win, and we have seen comebacks despite matches starting this way, Robert, but really not a good start for the Unicorns right now.
No, because look at the middle boards. You kind of expect board 1 to take down board 4, but when boards 2 and 3 get the job done for a team, that lifts the whole squad. And Lenderman, everybody knows Bortnick. That's the reason we're not talking about him so much. He streams. He's playing in all the top events. Lenderman is someone who's always flown under the radar. But if you ask the top players, what about Alex Lenderman? They're like, no, that guy, he's super solid, well prepared, and he plays quickly, and he just got the job done.
He sure did, and we said before the match that this might be a really tough pairing for the Unicorns because of Lenderman being underrated there. And again, I'm just sitting here like even Gukesh almost lost. That was almost a donut for the Unicorns. So as bad as it is, I guess what you're saying if you're the manager right now, David Pruis, who was just with us, the pep talk, Robert, is it could have been worse. That could have just been worse than what we saw down 3-1 heading into round 2. So, all right, you don't go anywhere. I'm talking to you right there through the camera and chat. Don't go anywhere because we still got plenty of action ahead. The Pro Chess League continues. The Unicorns versus the Passers. Robert and I will be right back.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
I have 3 puzzles here. Are you ready for the last one?
Well, I want more, like 10 more.
Okay, he wants 10 more.
I need to redeem myself.
10 seconds.
Oh my gosh. I did this exercise like before because, you know, in Polish national team we had like exercises we had to do, like 20 of them I think in a month, and this one was one of them, and I spoiled it actually. And yeah, but I think rook e8 follows. I mean, bishop takes e8 followed by queen g6 is it wins. Yeah, it wins because after bishop takes g6 there is knight takes g6 followed by bishop c4, queen d5, bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, like the second one, I'm pretty sure it's obvious. I'm pretty sure that it is rook to e8, bishop takes e8, queen g6, takes knight g6, and bishop c4.
Yep, perfect.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's rook e8, queen g6. Yeah, rook e8, bishop e8, queen g6.
Yep, perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
Rook e8 check, bishop takes e8, queen g6, takes knight g6, king g8, bishop c4. Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, 1 second. So I'm thinking sacrifice my queen, but that shouldn't work. Okay. Rook e8 check. Bishop takes e8, queen g6.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally. Yeah, I got one correct. Yeah, rook e8, bishop e8, queen g6. Bishop takes queen, knight g6, king g8, bishop c4.
Completely correct.
Yeah, so at least I got one correct, huh?
Welcome back to the Pro Chess League here. It's our second match of the day. Thank you for being with us alongside Robert Hess. I am Danny Wrench, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited for the way Sam Sevian has been playing this year, Robert. This guy is not quite putting up Magnus Carlsen numbers, but helping to lead this stacked passers roster, hopefully into the playoffs if you're rooting for him. Your thoughts on Big Sam?
Well, Sam has been one of the biggest names in American chess for a long time. When he became a grandmaster, he was the youngest in U.S. history. Of course, Abhimanyu Mishra took that from him. But what can't be taken from him were his American Continental Championship. He finished a tie for first in 2021 with Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana at the U.S. Championship. He, of course, was a quarterfinalist in the CGC. He's playing all the online rapid events. He's a beast. He's Sam Sevian. And Sam I Am says, yes, I am. I'm ready to lead my team to a 2-2 record and avoid elimination.
Well, he did get the first victory, of course, board 1 over board 4. You're supposed to do that, but he got the job done. So as we move to our overall scores and take a look, he was one of the victorious passers to help them take that 3-1 lead. But if you're just tuning in, it probably could have been worse. Damaraju Gukesh chose a questionable opening and got away with it against Carissa Yip. So we will need to see a momentum turn around for the Unicorns if they're gonna get the job done here, Robert.
Yeah, and we see the lineups in the second round. Gukesh and Darius Spheres. Board 1 and 2 for the Unicorns, they get the white pieces. But Lenderman, he just won a very nice game, and just because of the black pieces does not mean that he is going to lose that battle. And then down at the bottom, Denny, what do you make of that? Sam Sevian, who we were just talking about, he and Bortnick get white.
Yeah, that's a tough one if you're Unicorns taking on Bortnick and Sevian with the black pieces, no matter who you are. But Christensen and Zoe Tang have their work cut out for them. I'm looking at this passer's lineup, and I didn't feel this way necessarily coming in, but the more I talk about it, this is going to be a tough day for the Unicorns. It has to start somewhere. Someone's going to have to be a hero. Will it be Damaraju Gukesh? He's got enough trophies to tell people he's a hero, but he not only has to win every game, Robert. I think someone else on the Unicorns team is going to have to show up, probably starting this round in a very big way.
Yeah, not all heroes wear capes, but they all do have nice trophy cases, and Gukesh has just that behind him. Look at Lenderman, by the way. I'm pretty sure he has the zoom pulled up. He is a veteran of these online formats. Some players, they just are on focus mode. They don't want to look at anything. But Lenderman, I can just tell he has the opponent player out of the corner of his eye on the Zoom call.
Yeah, no, and he's a player who generally, I think, likes to take a peek at his opponent, see how they're reacting to it, and everyone's psychology is different. But I think some players feel like they play better when they understand, or at least think they understand, how their opponent is reacting to things. So Lenderman, in some sort of standard office building, Damaraju Gukesh in the trophy room that he's now turned into the online chess room, and we have liftoff, board 1 for the Unicorns versus board 3 of the Passers. Say Dariush Swears 5 times fast.
Dariush Svirch. Can't do it 5 times fast. That's difficult. Lots of C's and Z's. But I'm going to seize this moment and just talk about this opening. A6 early on. That is a Magnus Carlsen type of move. On move 3 here, you're like, well, I should develop my knight. Maybe I develop my bishop. And instead, you just push a pawn. Seems a bit random. But in these openings, there's quiet positions. It's not an open position like in the sharp Sicilians. You can take your time. And what we're about to see as the game continues with natural development is it's likely that we could see a Carlsbad structure if you play c6, where white has one fewer pawn on the queen side, no c-pawn, or you play in a sort of semi-Tarrasch type of position with c5 to try to fight for the center. And with knight bd7, Lenderman has not made his intentions clear, Denny. You could see the stable c6 or the more aggressive c5.
Yeah, and that's by design, right? Not making his intentions clear, as you said, a6, the flexible Magnus Carlsen-esque move. Uncle Yermo, Grandmaster Alex Yermolinsky, for those who don't know the reference, he would call a6 a high-class waiting move because it's a move, Robert, that is often useful in every position. Right, so it's not a move that has an immediate or direct sort of consequence, but it's kind of a waiting move in that sense. But it's high class because you know that there's a lot of opportunities for that pawn on a6 to be useful, whether it's guarding a square like b5 from a knight or bishop, or expanding b5, as you already said. So notice Lenderman doesn't want to commit. He doesn't. Okay, finally he says, "All right, I'm not playing the Carlsbad. I'm going to get a little more dynamic here," which I think makes sense given the position.
Do you see his pre-moves, by the way? Like Lenderman, he knows what he's doing. It's still early stages, but he also is showing that he knows how to play these online formats. He doesn't want to waste another millisecond. He's just going, I'm going to pre-move when available. And of course, he knew he wanted to take with the knight. Does he want to take the bishop? That's a different question. The answer might be no, because you want to have your knight to fight against the enemy knight. That's a nasty blockading piece. White also might think about bishop b1, so that would be an argument in favor of taking it. But Danny, these games, it's all about the maneuvering, all about coming up with an exact plan.
Well, let's highlight the forest through the trees here, right? It's because of the isolated queen pawn, too, that you were highlighting, that maybe taking d3 is okay, he went for it. But the point is, in these positions, often when you're the one with the isolated pawn, for the viewers, you want more pieces, you want to use squares, you want open lines, open activity. So trading kind of to help coordinate White's army in this way may not have been what you want. Now White's pieces are directly barreling down on the d file. I was going to say you can use the e5 square if you're Gukesh, and that d5 pawn is going to be a weakness. So we're sitting here singing Lenderman's praises overall, and he definitely deserves it for his career. But I kind of like where this is headed for White right now.
Yes, no, this is very good for Gukesh. Just has a long-term edge against this IQP. The bishop on e6 not doing much of anything. And Lenderman plays b5. He's recognizing what you were saying. If you do nothing, White will maneuver. White will reroute the pieces. So let's play b5. Will I play b4? You'll have to figure that out yourself. But maybe you're creating some weaknesses, some holes in the position that Black can eventually use. Not now, because bishop takes f6, but at some point there could be a bishop a3.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to this one as it gets further along. A positional struggle on the board shall commence with the IQP. I kind of want to rinse and repeat last round and do the board 1 to board 3 swing and go check out Sam Sevian's battle versus Grandmaster Christensen. What do you think? Let's do it.
Okay. Early stages in that one, but it's important to walk everybody through the opening phase. And Danny, it's a bit awkward because Black has spent no time at all. But I'm looking at this, I'm like, what is Black exactly doing in this opening? It just looks worse to me. You have no development on the queen side over here. Your pieces are very cramped, and yet it's Johann Sebastian who has more time than he started with.
Yeah, blitzing out the opening, and instantly takes back with the e pawn. Wants to maneuver his pieces to probably get off the e file. That bishop on e7, the knight on d7. Black has some explaining to do with his development because I like whites. I like exactly what you're highlighting. You can highlight all night long. Go for it. Highlight all night long, baby.
All night long?
Man, you know what chess puns do for me. I am getting hot over here. Chess puns getting me going. Only two things get me going more than chess puns, and you know what they are.
Yeah, I do, but we're not going to talk about that on this show. But what is important for everybody who wants to learn a little bit about chess? The knight on c3 was dominated by this pawn. I say this very often. A pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominates it. So when the knight was on c3, it couldn't advance to squares like b5 or d5, and that's why the knight went for greener pastures and maybe into this f5 square. But first knight e5, hitting c6, blocking this bishop. So what are the queen and bishop doing? Staring into a knight. That's not exactly good. You might need night vision goggles to see through that. And I think that white is very stable here, has a nice plus. Danny, I'm feeling this position for Sam Sevian.
Me too. Let me ask a question for a friend. Do you play f4 here to reinforce the knight, or do you double rooks, be a little more patient before a committal move like that?
I appreciate you asking the question because I know you're doing it for everybody. In this case, I know because Danny Wrench would play rook e2, rook e1, and just connect the rooks on the only open file on the board.
Yep.
And Sam Sevian plays it. F4 is not a bad move, but it's committal. You leave squares behind. Whenever you see pawns 2 squares apart, look at the square in the middle. Maybe there's a future for this knight on e4, whereas this knight on e5 can eventually, potentially, be kicked out with a move like f6. So I like rook e2.
F4 often becomes a move you want back. It also opens up c5 for black, the dark squares, so rook 100%, man.
And I appreciate you doing that for the crowd.
You're welcome. I try to be here. Try to be here for the team. Hess is the best highlighter. You know it. He's I don't know why. I just got on this road where I just want to take it a different. I'm gonna stop doing that. Stop taking it a different direction, Robert. We're gonna stick on the chess.
I mean, we're talking about my highlights. What square do you want me to highlight, Danny?
I mean, choose your flavor, but okay, rookie 2, you're gonna okay, there you go. There's my guy. There it is. All right. Well, let's head back to the bird's eye view, take a peek. We've now touched on both board 1s versus board 3 battles, if I said that well enough. Dariusz Fierce versus Carissa Yip. An endgame. The ladies have exited the building on that board. And then we've got Alexander Bortnik versus Zoe Tang. Your thoughts, Robert? Choose your adventure.
Well, why don't we go to the end game between Svirch and Carissa Yip, because that eval bar is doing a little bit of bench pressing. I see it go up a little bit and then go back down. So the question is, how high will it get? So between Svirch and Carissa Yip, if we can dive into that game, we are seeing the position start to open up a little bit, because for now, the only open file is the D file, but with White's last move, knight to D2, finally finishing the development, Black says now it's time to play B4, because maybe I'll be able to take on C3 and isolate your pawns, even if mine are isolated as well.
Yeah, I like that. I like B4, and the structure is relatively equal, but why does the eval bar give a slight edge for White? I know I'm asking you to interpret something that is a borderline coin flip, but I'm wondering if you feel like there's something long-term to highlight about this position as far as why there's a teeny edge, because otherwise everything's symmetrical. What is the computer looking at?
Okay, well, that was a blunder, and I get it now, because rook to B1 gives White this open file. You can't play rook B8 because bishop E5 check cuts off the circulation between those rooks. So that was a miscalculation, a misstep, let's call it, from Carissa, and now it's clear why White is better. The D file is open, but there are no squares to use, and there are too many pieces in the way. The B file will be fully open and available to the White rook, and I just feel like we see a position, dark square bishop, better for White, because the black bishop is just staring into its own pieces. This bishop's looking at both sides of the board. So I think that it's not an obvious position, but it is clearly better for White. But how to actually make the most of that, that's a difficult question.
All right, well, we'll see if Dariusz Fierce makes the most of it. But right now we're going to be joined by another one of the stars behind the scenes for a team. We had David Pruis. Now we've got James Canty joining us, bringing it for the passers. James, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? What's good? What's going on, chat? I hear everybody. Hope y'all doing well. We got Big Dan, the man, Danny, the man himself, and Hess. I always smile when I see y'all. Why is that? Like,
They stole
he's
my
in
line,
studio.
GM Kane. I was about to say we're in here, and now you're in here with us. We've been in here, and now you're here too.
Wow.
So where you been?
Wow, that was nice. That was nice. I like how you put that together. I was actually running some errands and stuff today. I got Charlotte and then Charlotte this weekend, and I was watching the Pacers. I'm watching all the games. I'm watching them on this screen right now in front of me. I'm looking at everything. Carissa Yip was about to. Oh my goodness, that Gukesh game. He lost his mind. She got 2,700. That's what happened. So she just got 2,700. We talked about this yesterday. Hess, how people just get 2,700. And that's what happened there in that game. But it was a wrap. It should have went 4-0 there. But so far, so good. The Pacers, I got the Pacers gear on. I'm feeling good. Everybody's feeling good, right? You see that Garden State right there? You see that? That's a Pacer right
I love
there.
that.
On my
I
shirt,
gotta
feeling well.
get one. I gotta get one.
Come on now. What we got on the board, boys?
Well, right now it looks like Carissa is in a worse position, but still one where she will fight. But James, I was just looking at your hat again, and I feel like this is the only occasion that gets you to remove the COE because now it's all about the GSP.
That's exactly right. The Golden State.
You're down with
aka Golden State.
COE. I'm down with GSP. For those who don't speak calculation over everything, that's
right,
James's brand. You should check out his merch store right now. I'm giving him a plug. He didn't even know. Go check out the COE merch because it is hot stuff. But all right, Garden State Pacers. You talked about Carissa letting that one get away last game, James. We were sitting there like, oh my gosh, right? What's about to happen? But let's back up to the bird's eye view and let you choose another one as the Garden State Pacers representative here with us. Is there a game that has your eye, your fancy that you'd like to take us to and give us some chess breakdown?
Let's definitely look at that Sam and the Johan Christensen game. Definitely looking at that for some spicy chess. See this stuff when a piece is on F5, it gets very live. So there is a piece on F5 with Sam, Big Sam I am. Yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it right now. If that knight gets to F5, it's going to be a big problem over there. Rook E3, Rook G3. I mean, come on, bro. Knight takes H6 first, maybe. Then Rook E3, Rook G3. I mean, this is a dream come true. I don't know how this is even equal right now. I feel like I have something take on D7 now and play something F5. Maybe Queen F4 here too as well. All kind of stuff.
I'm with you. So, Robert, why is this position equal? Because Bishop D7 looks dangerous. I guess Bishop D7, Knight D7, Knight F5.
And just the rook slides up to E6, and I guess they're saying that
there's nothing.
With all this tension on E5, we may see a bunch of trades at some moment, but I'm with you both. Like, this looks so good to my eyes for white, and maybe instead of taking on D7, leaving the tension might be beneficial. Can we also start with F4? Dan, you asked about this move a long time ago.
Yep.
Can we just reinforce this knight? And then when we trade, we got knight F5 with even more just impact because the knight on E5 won't be hanging. I like this for Sam.
Canny, you like it? I think F4 makes more sense now. Earlier it was too soon, but now white has played C3 to reinforce D4. You've doubled rooks. You're not really worried about F4 backfiring anymore, I think.
Yeah, I'm not worried at all, actually, about even Sam's convert. Only time he took an L, I forgot the other L, but one L was just to Magnus. So, like, you just like, oh, that doesn't even count. Like, everybody loses to Magnus. So, okay, so he really just lost, like, one time in the PCL. So, and every time he gets good positions here, when he gets these good positions, he usually converts them. He's doing very, very good. He was previously 2,700. So, he still is basically, 2,700 club strength. So, he's playing very, very good chess here, and I believe in everything that Sam's doing. In his position, he's going to convert this, I believe, especially with the time that he has as well. So it's not too low. It's like what? Is that a minute difference? Yeah, something like that. So we just got to not get too low in time.
Okay, he takes D7, now F4. Okay, so the same thing we talked about, but decides that getting rid of those bishops first is what the doctor ordered. I still like his pressure, although again, when you add the time to it, I'm not going to lie, I'm starting to think, okay, is Christensen holding on here?
Yeah.
I just think the practical elements. I'm with James on this one. I think we all kind of feel the same way. If you gave us this position in blitz, we're all choosing the white pieces because knight F5 is a threat. If you play G6, you're stopping one threat of knight F5, but you may walk in at some moment just a kind of F5 as well. I just feel like G6 is a scary move to play. It might be best, but it's certainly not easy.
G6, I mean, F5 I just feel
you go ahead.
What you got there, Danny?
No, you go ahead. Finish your thought. I want to take us to another game after you finish your thought.
Oh, that was it. I just wanted to see F5.
I'd like to look at the Lenderman game with Gukesh just because it got super, super weird. And I know you saw Lenderman get the big win already as a board 3 over board 2, but this position with Gukesh is double-edged as they come. Bishop pairs and bad pawn structures versus weird knights. I thought it might be a fun one to throw us to.
Yeah, definitely. Let's look at that. Let's look at that there. Yeah, Gukesh is doing 2,700 stuff, but he got these two knights here. So now I think Linderman's extremely solid. And I remember I was watching the broadcast and you were talking about how underrated he is in the way. Yeah, absolutely. When we saw like Linderman on board 3, that's going to be a problem. Like Linderman is not the guy that you're like, oh, that's a dub. Like you don't say that against Linderman. So that's a very, very hard. He likes the in games. He likes to draw those very slow positions. I mean, he'll play any position. The most tactical ones, I actually know he doesn't prefer them, but he can definitely navigate them. But these slow positional playing real chess type games, and something's wrong. Something happened here.
He blundered.
E7?
He blundered.
What happened? Oh, knight C6.
Because he can't move the bishop. Because you can't move the bishop because D5 hangs, so bishop D7 doesn't work. And if king E7, knight C6 check is a fork down on C6.
And
so as soon as he played it, we all saw it. He shook his head.
Yeah, to be fair to him, this position looks terrible for black because you don't really have a bishop, you have a pawn. And the last move, knight e2, knight f4, it's a very clear plan. Get this bishop or have it move, and you drop this pawn here. And if you stop knight f4, or think you're stopping it, I think this endgame, it might already objectively be close to winning for white. The eval bar is saying it's only +1, but maybe with a really, really, really strong engine, it could be that white's already close to winning because you blockade this pawn, you have mobile pawns of your own. So I think Lenderman just completely missed that for king e7, knight c6 check is a fork that wins a piece, but still, top position regardless.
Yep, Gukesh doing 2,700 stuff. That's just how it is.
I love that.
Like, what you like?
You see how Robert just subtly, Candy, you see how Robert just had a subtle GM flex there? Because he pointed out that if the engine was stronger, it would have already been announcing a win in that line with Bishop or EF. And he's right. He's right. And Robert doesn't want to draw attention to the fact that, because it's just not good banter for us to point out when the eval bar is wrong, because most of the time it's right and it makes us look silly. But that was Robert, do that again, because I got to give you props. Unfortunately, I do. Because that was actually really, it's about to, maybe we don't, but that was actually a really important, quick, subtle point that the engine we have in these shows, everyone, is about a blunder check, and it leads to the drama. And believe me, it's right 99.999% of the time. But that was a really good example of the rare times where, without a super strong engine, they don't have the horizon effect where a grandmaster just looks at that and sees that it's lost because of the direction the game is going. So, Robert, that was awesome.
I don't even know if it was lost definitively, but I just look at that position. I'm kind of like, that looks really
I think
bad.
you're right. I think you're 100% right.
Okay, well, we can analyze this in detail later, but I think right now, especially with James on here, this is not a good game for
let's
your
get
squad.
this on the screen,
Sorry,
bro.
James.
Let's get this on the screen, my guy. This is kids watching this.
Let's
we
go.
don't need this
Let's go
stuff.
to one more game so that Kenny leaves on a positive note. Kenny, what's the game that's a positive note? Take us to there.
Oh my goodness! I don't
Sevium.
Boardnik, and Sam.
Boardnik. Okay.
Let's go to Boardnik. Boardnik, come on, bro. Come on. Make this a clean show here. Thank you. There it is. Boardnik's looking pretty smooth there. Ooh, this is nice. Bishop swiping the board. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, we up anything?
It's bad queen on F8.
We got an invisible James talking, right? Like we hear him.
Man, the voice of James, the voice of Canty. I love that.
I'm a Jedi. I teleport from time to time.
No, but I agree with you.
Wow.
Yeah, this looks good.
Get up and walk away like that on the Queen C8 walk away. Jeez, I like the attitude there. I mean, completely losing. I'm walking away on him, like psychologically. I like.
We like the
look at it taking out the trash. Like, let me get my all right.
Let me get my errands done while I'm here.
Hold on, I forgot laundry. Let me get that real quick.
I wonder if something got unplugged. That's what that looks like to me. That's either a fair play camera or like the computer got unplugged over there. But she's trying to defend this. I mean, it's clearly better for white because of the activity. The rooks are connected and in the center. This rook on a8 is not playing a part in the game. And with his bishop on d5 in particular staring in both directions, it looks like clearly an advantage for Bortnik, but not easy to see where you conclude this game. Black is still quite solid, especially with his rook on d7.
That's right. I'm trying to figure out what I would do here is actually try to attack. I mean, obviously, me alone to push this G pawn at some point. G4, G5 almost wins a piece there, but that's just very committal. So I may have to back around like a bishop move, but then that's why Queen C8's there to try to trade. So it's really weird here. Maybe go Rook C1, then move the bishop, and then try something. But then you have to worry out for like knight D3s too, though. It's weird.
I think Rook C1, Bishop E4 is strong because, James, that was a nice idea because if Bishop E4 for white, Black takes D1 with check and then trades queens. But like Rook C1 with tempo, maybe then the Bishop goes to E4. You try to relocate. Put some pressure on h7. I like it.
Tempo. We talked about this yesterday with Robert about the tempo. Rook c1, bishop e4 is the tempo. You get all this time, f4, g4, and like maybe do something. Throw everything on the 4 and then see what happens.
Where does this queen even go, by the way? Is there a single square? By the way, Darius Spears just officially won against Carissa. Yeah, but wait, where does this queen
we don't
go?
want Canty. We don't want Canty here for that. That's a negative news. But we're gonna let Canty go. Canty, you're the man. Thanks for joining us. This was awesome.
My guys.
I think we're gonna leave with a positive note that I think your boy Bortnick is gonna find a way to convert on this bishop pair here against Zoe Chang.
That's right. We need that. Of course, we need a dub. If it's 1 point, that's okay. As long as it's 8.5, 7.5. I don't care how we get it, as long as we get it done. Pass us the ball, the passers. Thank you, guys. See y'all later.
I love it. See you, man. All right, that was the man, James Canty. You know him, you love him, and that was a good point. He found this rook c1, bishop retreating, sort of similar to what he called. I like White's position here, Robert.
Yeah, I do as well. But I mean, with the queen trade on tap, maybe rook d2, get those queens off the board, go after the b2 pawn. I feel like Zoe's in that territory where if she plays very accurately, she'll have good chances to draw. It's not going to be easy, especially facing off against a bishop pair, but I like her last couple of moves. Just a quick thing that we can analyze just because they're getting in time trouble. The queen had no safe squares. If you go to e8, you're walking into a pin, and that's
F4,
not good news for you. Maybe bishop e4 first, but f4 next, and there's going to be a problem with checkmate threatened on h7. And if you go to b8, rook takes e5, already wins a piece. I remove the defender of your rook on d7, so you take a rook and you lose one, and white has an extra bishop.
Well, and I like your point about rook d2 coming, but I still like white because I feel like he's playing bishop g4 here. He's not going to trade queens, and in my opinion, I think keeping the queens on the board was right. But maybe there is something on c6 with the bishop on f3.
Yeah, you're saying just trade queens, maybe even trade rooks after that because you can't easily take with the knight.
B7 is falling, yeah.
Lose. Tough call.
I guess I felt like... Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I thought white would want to keep the queens on the board, but I'm wrong, and obviously Bortnick sees something concrete. He's going for your line where he's going to trade everything, and maybe b7 falls. By the way, looks like Damaraju Gukesh gets his second win of the day, taking down Alexander Linderman.
Big win there for the Unicorns. They tied up the score 3-3, and this one is a clear advantage into the endgame for Bortnick. And the other game is also one where Sam Sevian, he would like to press for the passers. I'm really looking at the clock in the bottom left.
Yeah.
While the position, same material for both sides. Sevian has that experience, right? He was a CGC quarterfinalist, and I feel like if anyone could win that game, it would be Sevian. He's a healthier pawn structure, and his king's not as far advanced.
Well, and the clock has turned around, too. For those who watched it earlier, Sevian was down, but now he's managed to get an edge on the clock. And I'm with you. Sevian's got the experience, and he needs to get the win if the passers are to maintain their lead, or at least as much of a lead as they had, because I think Bortnick will get the job done against Zoe Chang. So Sevian in a spot where board one has to deliver. That's why you have strong board ones. We'll see what he can do here in the time scramble.
Yeah, this pawn d5 is isolated, but unfortunately can't get to it. And knight e4 is about to happen. It's not like black is going to sit and wait and do nothing. There could be checks against the white king. So maybe nuances are less important than the actual just straight up overarching picture here. And that is why we are seeing perhaps a repetition that who cares about this isolated d pawn. Black is just too active and white has nowhere to go. Whoa.
That's huge commitment. He doesn't want to draw. No more checking, no more tickle. Sam is going for the win. I like it. I think he trusts his strength in the time scramble. I think he wants to blitz this one out.
Yeah, but is it playing for a win or is it playing for a loss? Because it does make your king a little bit more exposed. The question is, where does this queen belong? I would not go to c1. I know it's fun to give your opponent a check, but you should stay close. That's exactly what Christensen does here. But where does the king go now, Danny?
Maybe even g5. Okay. I was in on g5.
Because of a move like knight f5, right? You wanted to keep that away.
Yeah, I wanted to hold the squares because if king g5, queen d2 check, I'd maybe even had king g4. That's what I was thinking.
Danny trying to walk that king up. We see a check. Don't go to h2. Watch out for forks.
Yep, that would be a knight fork. A forking problem, as the knight would say.
So queen c2, does white have to retreat and then we see a repetition?
Yeah.
Oh, king e6.
We get a draw anyway, maybe not. But we are someone could easily blunder this. This is how knights win games. Someone walks into a fork and then they shake their head and resign. We've seen
Yeah.
it before.
By the way, I'm just showing you that queen takes knight was not
You
possible
can't
because the
take it.
queen was pinned. Where's the king
Okay,
going?
walked into a check there.
Uh-oh. I feel like both sides have their chances to lose this game. I don't think anyone's in the business of winning, but both sides could lose.
Yeah, both sides in the process of trying to win could blunder. So maybe we'll finally see a repetition. Looks like we do. In fact, peace will be had throughout the land. Sevian takes a breath. I'm not sure he's super thrilled with the result, but in the end, that was probably the karmically fair way to end that game, given how it was being played.
But Sam, he always wants to win. He did not have many opportunities, if any, in this one, but he had the white pieces, so he's probably a little disappointed.
Well, as we see Sevian there, we also see that was a huge round for the Unicorns. Remember, they started out losing 3-1 in the first set of 4 games. Now they bounce back with a 2.5, 1.5 round victory, if you will, which brings us into a much closer match scenario. 1 point is always doable for sure. And Unicorns versus Pastors, Robert, we got a close one here.
Yeah, the big difference that I'm seeing across the scores is Lenderman has 1 out of 2, Christian has half. And then at the top, Gukesh is getting the job done, but so is Bortnick. We know what Bortnick's capable of. And what's great about this is, guess what? Bortnick and Gukesh still have to face off.
You took the words right out of my mouth. You shush your mouth when you're talking to me. But I know that's hard to do. But you know what people can do? They can join our Discord. They can join our official Discord. Did you know that they can do that?
I did, in fact, know that because I'm in it, I think. Maybe?
Okay, great. Our server has tons of cool features. We do all kinds of exclusive community events like AMAs with Grandmaster Sam Shanklin when he released his new Chessable course. We got special chess tournaments. Yours truly is playing a game versus the world right now where I am winning. If you want to go join that, I'm going to give away some merch when that game's over for the people that are most involved actively voting. But I'm looking for some fun in that game. All you got to do is use the command Discord to get info on joining. Please do, because it's fun, it's a party, and we want you with us. Robert, you're even invited.
I think I need to be invited because I just looked, and I'm pretty sure I'm not in that channel. I don't use Discord for anything, so nobody here come bothering me, Danny. I'm going to stay out of your Discord.
You almost sound as old as me saying you don't use Discord for anything. I mean, I'm like, I don't Discord DM good either. But all right, a lot of these guys are playing chess really good, and they're going to have to continue to do so. Robert did take the words out of my mouth because I think this Gukesh Bortnick matchup is going to have us on the edge of our seats. So don't go anywhere, or if you are, get out of your seat right now and be back in just a few because Robert and I are going to do the same.
Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games, or what did your training people look like?
I'll give you one of the secrets here. So a good coach will correct your moves, but a great coach will correct your thinking. And
all right, hold on. I want to repeat that again for the people in the back. Can you just repeat that again?
So a good coach will correct your moves, and a great coach will correct your thinking. So really part of the magic of coaching is holding a mirror up to a child so they can see their own thinking. And sometimes you made the move because you were overconfident, you were dismissive of your opponent. And so whether they were this kind of self-knowledge, this self-awareness is part of the cognitive process, and it helps to accelerate their learning curve as players. And so meaning games are not lost because you didn't know the Roy Lopez, or you didn't know the 14th move of the Roy Lopez, or because you couldn't execute a rook and pawn endgame. Yes, of course, these are technical things that you need to win chess games. But games are also lost because of lack of self-knowledge. So the issue of Spassky losing to Petrosian, I tell the story many times, but Spassky lost the World Championship to Petrosian in 1966. Spassky goes back to Botvinnik and he says, why did I lose? Now, many people may not know, but Spassky was an incredibly talented chess player, right? In many ways, he's considered one of the first universal chess player. He can attack like Tal and he can defend like Petrosian, but he loses this match. And Botvinnik told him, the great talented Boris Spassky, did you study Petrosian? right? So meaning he didn't think it was important to study the opponent. The famous line from Sun Tzu: "Know your enemy, know yourself. In 1,000 battles, you will never lose." He just thought it was about Spassky, and so he had to take the time and recognize that he needed to understand Petrosian. Beating you means I must understand you. Chess is a conversation, is a dialogue between two chess players. So by 1969, he knew what to expect at the chessboard. He has studied Petrosian, and he eventually becomes the 10th world champion.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
You know, there's got to be a fan or something buzzing in that room, Robert. You see the ribbon kind of either that or like in front of Gukesh is a massively open window, right? And there's a sea breeze coming in. What do you think?
I don't think, but he needs to do all the thinking because his team is down by a point, and he's one of the best players on the planet. So if anyone can get the job done and figure it out, it's him.
He is the third youngest grandmaster in the history of the game. We've got some others there also competing in the Pro Chess League. Abhimanyu Mishra, of course, right there at the top. But yeah, Gukesh, this guy's a monster, a household name for many years to come. He shall be, thanks Yoda. And he's been getting the job done so far today.
Yeah, going full Alphaville, forever young, not like Jay-Z, young forever, but either way, that record, it's one of the historic feats in chess. Abhimanyu Mishra, who's a member of the Passers, he owns the record for youngest ever GM, but Gukesh, not only was he one of the youngest ever, he then became a super grandmaster. That's something that remains to be seen for Mishra and some of the others in the list.
Yeah, we often say these days it's the title there, but then it's how soon do you make 2,700? And obviously Gukesh made 2,700 at quite the young age. All right, we have a match going on. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? It's the Unicorns versus the Passers. It's a close one. The Passers jumped out to a 3-1 lead after the first set of 4 games, and the Unicorns bounced back with a 2.5, 1.5 victory. This is a 1-game separated match. Remember, it's first to 8.5 points to win. Let's jump right into previewing the next round, Robert, because I want to talk about what we think is going to happen, given the colors continue to change, and you've got Gukesh with the black pieces taking on Bortnik.
Yeah, these are some great matchups. We've been highlighting it, Bortnik versus Gukesh. But look at Sevian against Fierce. What is this, the U.S. Chess Championship? And then down on the bottom 2 pairings, Lenderman gets black and Zoe Tang. He needs to win for the Passers. And Carissa Yip gets black against Johann Sebastian Christensen. Johann Sebastian's been well prepared, but Carissa's been dangerous. So that's another good matchup.
Yeah, Carissa may have had winning chances, very, very good ones against Namaraju Gukesh in the first round. We'll see if she can bounce back and get her first victory against Christensen, maybe with the black pieces. Lenderman and Zoe Tang, we talked about that. Lenderman is an underrated rapid player. Zoe Tang will have her work cut out for her. We've got a round to jump into here. We've got Alexander Bortnik chilling, chatting out loud. I don't even know if he's streaming. He might be streaming while he's playing right now. Is he?
Easy way to check. Let me go check really quickly. But what we do know about him is he's Bortnik strong. You came up with that nickname. He is streaming right now, and he is going to have to play Gukesh and put his undefeated 2-0 record on the line.
For those who don't know, well, now you know. Bortnik made a name for himself, and that Bortnik strong meme came from the Bullet Chess Championship a few years ago, where he burst onto the scene and beat a lot of players who were bigger household names at the time. But he also streams, and so he's commentating. I think the only other player who actively does that is Hikaru Nakamura. So if you haven't given Bortnik a follow, consider doing so if you're on Twitch. Seriously. Here we go. We're maybe going to have a Carol Khan. Nope, Carol can't. Carol can't IQ Peepon. Huh? Panov fought Vidic.
We've got a Panov, and I think it's a great choice against Gukesh because Gukesh, earlier, it was a chaotic position against Carissa Yip, but he was clearly tactically alert. And now this position is, are you going to win this D5 pawn back? That's the big question. White is up a pawn. Black often tries to get it this way or plays A6 and B5. But I think that Bortnik is well prepared in this kind of offbeat line.
Yeah, knows his theory well. Has almost more time than he started with. Gukesh on the first one taken, I think, here. Debating, as Robert said, between the ideas of knight b6, a more direct approach. You have a6 and b5. These are interesting positions. Sometimes white can back the bishop up to b3, and then the queen on a4 might slide all the way over to h4 and immediately start launching a kingside attack. So you got to be careful in choosing your lines here if you're black, and Damaraju is thinking about that right now.
Not easy because a6 doesn't even threaten b5 in some positions because your rook is loose. This queen sometimes slides back to a3 and you try to punch d6 in. Sometimes you play d6 and try to give the pawn back. You jettison it on the square and say, take it. And now your pawn structure is ruined as well.
Bortnik plays queen a3 instantly. He almost feels bored and kind of like, whatever. He's just like, I know this stuff. Well, okay, look at this. Instantaneous trade on c4 and b5 to follow by Gukesh. Bortnik still, though, not pausing, not even taking a second to blink.
No, because he's well prepared. And what's the count? Let's quickly look. White is a pawn ahead. I have 2 over here compared to just 1. That pawn is targeted. You don't want to take it too soon, and there could be a bishop a6 at any moment. But this is scary territory for Gukesh because it's not a position where it's even and going to be an easy draw. It's like, if you're not careful, you may be down a pawn for the long haul, and then you can start pushing some passed pawns that appear on the queen side.
Yeah, and white also has, speaking of passed pawns, you're down a pawn already. The b5 pawn might fall, and then there's 2 more passed pawns to go with it on b2 and a2. So, yeah, Gukesh is slowing down. Bortnik seems to know this stuff well. And the bishop pair for black is kind of one of the main trump cards here. You can put it on g4, you can put it on b7, but you got to be careful about your next move here. Big time.
Yeah, bishop g4.
Big time, careful time.
There might already be knight e5 going to c6. Now, this is not a great position, I think, for Gukesh. Not because objectively he's in trouble, but I think he feels a bit of an onus to win his games. And for Bortnik, he's like, I've already won 2 games. If I draw against Gukesh, that's a successful result. Let's rely on the teammates. And speaking of teammates, I think all 4 games are underway.
Yeah, let's back up to the bird's eye view and choose the next direction. We've got Christensen versus Yip in what looks like a Catalan or some sort of, but the knight's in front of the c pawn. Something a little odd over there. You got Sevian and Darius Fierce over there. English. And then Zoe Tang versus Lenderman. Is that a Trumpowski, or are you just happy to see me?
Both of the above. Yeah, that is definitely a Trumpowski over there with in the bottom right doubled F pawns for Lenderman. But why don't we go to the maybe Carissa Yip game, just because that one's a little bit more farther along. So let's go to Johann Sebastian against Carissa. And look at this position. This pawn on c4, that's, draw arrows badly, and can be under pressure, but sometimes black...
Don't ruin your reputation.
Yeah, I'll try not to. I'm trying to keep it a sparkling reputation. But what do you think? Knight a5, do we get greedy here? No, she says.
e5. Okay. Maybe knight a5 was what the doctor ordered. I'd love, speaking of the emotes you've been dropping on the board, if only we got a cone that was caution wet floor on the board, that'd be hilarious. Like if there's a square, like you drop a cone. Sorry, I don't know why. My brain just thought of that. E5 is played though. Let's talk about the idea. Often in these structures, when you've taken on the taken on c4 as black when your knight is blocking the c pawn. Otherwise, it's a traditional Queen's Gambit kind of structure. You sort of have to do something. Robert recommended knight a5, even though that was a knight on the edge of the board. It's actually a common idea. And then e5 changes the structure so that you don't have a traditional QGD or queen pawn led center.
And you saw the eval bar drop after pawn takes e5. I wonder why, because if knight takes, bishop takes, c4 will drop. I don't think white's any worse there. But this pawn's not going anywhere. So maybe that's the problem for white. Is there a way, bishop e6 potentially? Maybe even queen d3. Sometimes you swap those queens off the board because e5 will fall next.
No, there's no reason to do that. Okay, I was thinking about bishop f5. Obviously, I'd love to put the bishop on d3, but white will play e4. Not a good idea.
Well,
but I like your
stick
idea.
up for you, Danny, because I don't think that's a bad idea. Sometimes you want to provoke the move e4 to get the d4 square. So, like, just to show that if you could quickly get your knight into d4 or win this pawn back, the bishop on c1 is open. That's the good news. But the bad news is you had a pawn taking away some important squares, and you no longer have that. So
I'm glad you said that, because I saw inducing e4 and bishop g4, but I assumed opening up the bishop on c1 was no good. But I didn't realize how much of an improvement that potentially was for black. So bishop f5, interesting idea. Maybe we'll see that. All right, well, both sides taking their time here. Christensen with an edge on the clock. Carissa not sure how she wants to approach the middle game. Let's complete the around the horn cycle just so we touched on every game and ensure that no exciting game is left unviewed. Zoe Tang and Alexander Linderman. I mean, all the games are equal as they should be. But let's check out Sevian versus Dariusz Fierce. Like Robert said, is this a U.S. championship? What's going on here?
Yeah, let's go to that game. By the way, in the bottom left, Carissa did in fact play queen d3. The evaluation bar stays in her favor, so good choice by her. But Sevian and Fierce, this is like king h8 has to be played. You simply must fill the diagonal in a position.
I was going to say king h8. King h8, you know. Sometimes you got to do it just for the memes, you know?
Yeah, who cares what the eval bar says? Like, this is the move you have to play. You are mandated.
How often is every square on the long diagonal filled? That'd be a stat that I wish Elias Sports Bureau was covering, you know? That's an interesting stat right there. The move king h8 is not going to be played. Let's put it back. I mean, that's not a good move. That's not a good move, but okay, bishop d7 is on the board. White has a little bit of an edge in this structure. The d6 pawn is potentially weak as the pieces get cleared, so you got to watch out for that. These positions are very simple to play, though. Seriously, you put the queen on the second rank, put the rooks on d1 and c1. At some point, you're looking maybe even for knight a4. If you can prod away the bishop, the d6 pawn gets tender.
Everything you
said.
I don't
know why. I don't like these positions for black. I prefer these positions if the bishop is not on c5 but is on like f8. I'd rather have a more solid looking support of my center than a bishop that can be targeted. That's kind of key to protecting the pawn. Am I crazy?
You're not great. Well, you might be, but for other reasons. I think you made some good points. Yeah. Queen c2, rook d1, even knight a4, because this bishop, once it gets kicked, it does not want to go back to a7, because then bishop comes to a3 and d6 is a target. So, yeah, white does have an opportunity to start kicking this bishop about. Knight f5. We saw Sevian do this against JSC, against Christensen. You got the knight into f5 that caused some problems. Not a win, but some issues nonetheless. And by the way, as we talk about this match and the games, out of the corner of my eye, we haven't looked at the game of Lenderman and Zoe Tang, but Lenderman seems to have the upper hand there.
Agreed. Right as you said that, I looked over and anticipated you'd want to touch on that game because the eval bar has slid greatly in black's favor. Lenderman has an advantage here. The knight is on e4, and with the rook coming to c8, you start to see a problem when you've got a whole bunch of undefended pieces on one file, right? Not that every piece being on the C file is I think the position was further along.
I just wanted to show something. You're correct.
Oh, okay.
But I was just going to say that making a move like b4, you think you're advancing, but it actually was a step in the wrong direction because you create some weaknesses and some opportunity for your opponent to strike because your pawn's here. More open files is good for the side that was previously restrained and with less space. And so rook c8, a quick move by Lenderman, and after bishop b3, Danny, that's what you were saying. Lots of tension in the c file. Good news for the rook, bad news for the queen.
Yeah. That's well said. Yeah, the B4 pawn advance is what got us here. And as I was looking at the current position, I was saying that so many pieces on the C file when they're all kind of undefended. The rook. It's very funny when you see a simple move like rook C8, Robert, and White has a ton of problems, right? Like all these pieces have just uh, not been thinking ahead about the protection they're going to need. And here comes C takes D5. The knight on C3 is pinned. It doesn't work right away, I guess, because the knight can take it. There's a tempo on E7. Okay, so that's actually good to show. Can you take on C3 first, or is there even a move like C5 for black in the live position? What are your thoughts on the advantage? Yeah, it looks interesting.
C5 approved of. You just want to pry open the C file on your own terms, and you shut this bishop down. And Lenderman says, hey, Danny, you do have good ideas. He's also a very nice person, so he would say that even if that weren't true. But C5 was played. Great call by you. Trying to take here, open up the C5, win a pawn. Or if you play B5, C4 happens, and A3 is loose as well. Now, this is a great find.
It's funny because that was one of those positions I will admit guilty as charged. I got a little bit of help by having an eval bar because it's saying black is better, but C takes D5 was clearly not the answer. Yet I know with whatever chess strength I do have that intuitively it has to be something on the C file, and C5 is the next move you think about, right? So we keep talking about that version of help chess where how good would someone be if they had an eval bar? And I feel like that was a move, Robert, I found because I knew black was better.
Yeah, no, I got you. But I think if we try to break it down just for a quick second here, White's pieces would love to have access to the D5 square. The bishop would be open. The knight could hop forward. Now these pieces have no squares, and C4 just shuts all of them down. Black's pieces coming to life, and you're winning a pawn in A3. So it actually does make sense when you think about it from that perspective. It's a very hard move to find because you're so tempted to open up files, go for pins, trying to win some material. But Lenderman, just really, really strong player, classy player, and I think he'll punch C4 through.
Okay, Zoe has already played B5. I didn't even realize that was a live position. Yeah, black is doing fantastic here. Take A3, right? Get out of dodge, steal it while you can, and black is up a pawn. A healthy pawn, too.
Yeah, very nicely done by Lenderman. So it looks good for the Garden State Passers on this board. That would get them to 5.5. Reminder to everybody that 8.5 points does win the match. So, Danny, the teammates will have to help Zoe Tang out because she's in a tough way.
Yeah, let's back up to it. The other games all look equal, so that's good news if you're Unicorns fans. This board here between Lenderman and Zoe Tang is the only one that's getting away from what I can see. Although, what's going on with this Christensen game? There's a knight on D2?
Yeah, what?
That's awkward AF. Where's Bobby when you need him?
He was in the chat before. He was watching and trying to get your attention.
But I was ignoring him. Classic.
This is a wild position. And by the way, in the top left, it looks like Bortnick has a pass pawn. That's getting crazy. But for Carissa Yip, apparently that move was a mistake. Let's go to that game because you don't see a knight on D2 every day. Where did that even come from? Let's go back. This queen's got
queen
traded.
D3 move you predicted happened, right?
Yeah.
And then the E5 pawn fell. Okay. And so it was sort of a forced little scenario here.
That was a nice move.
The D pawn. Yeah, bishop D4 is a good move. And here it comes.
And there we see the rook come, and then the bishop went back. It was under attack. Great coordination by Carissa. And at this point, Danny, she plays bishop E6, and the king quickly came to F2 to defend this pawn. I think that shows why there was an advantage for black and what was missed. I wouldn't have played this move on my own, I don't think, but bishop takes C3, because if you take with the knight, you drop this pawn on E3, and if you take with a pawn, then you have a very bad pawn structure over here, and I'm not sure what the next move is, maybe simple development with bishop E6, but clearly White's position is not very good.
Agreed. But King of Two played right away. That was the best move by JSB. I prefer that acronym than saying Johann Sebastian Christensen. Just from forevermore, it is JSB. Forevermore.
JSC.
Oh, JSC. Sorry. JSC. But the problem with the King on F2 is you're always in tactical sights by the knight, right? There's forks, there's checks. You have to be very careful here, especially in a rapid game. This is a blunderable position, as we like to say.
It's also a position, though, where if black is not accurate, white's about to develop all the pieces. Maybe there's an E4 coming your way to kick this knight out. So I feel like...
Maybe even G4, by the way, in some positions.
Get that knight out of there. I really feel like suddenly there are chances for Johann Sebastian because king e1, does that trap the knight here? I guess that has a c4 square, so you're fortunate not to lose a piece.
Yeah, it's funny. You don't see a knight on d2 every day in a position like this, and probably there's a reason for that for both sides. And okay, g4 played, and after the knight moves, will we see king e1? There's a crazy idea. You just follow up g4 with e4, Robert. Just g4, e4. Here comes f5.
Wow. And it's played.
Let's go. Right? Okay, it's not good, but it looked fun.
Well, you said the move that White's trying to do. Black should probably play f5 herself.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. And now you're
I like that.
Wow, she's playing a great
She
game.
plays it. What is going on? Some high quality chess here. That's not just because they're playing the moves we're predicting. These are good moves. The engine's liking it too. I mean, overall, Carissa keeping the pressure.
But the question, Danny, is where's the high quality H2O? Mama says that maybe we should actually take a step back and look at the Bortnik Gukesh game, because if you're a unicorn fan, you may not be happy about the one we have on screen. But as we back up, Danny, look at the top left over there. Gukesh doing 2,700 things.
Against Alexander Bortnik. Let's check it out. Always listen to Bobby Boucher's mom. Last game of the year. Dan can't hold anything back now. It's not actually last game of the year yet, but Gukesh is not holding it back today. He's got a passed B pawn. This is okay. So quick math. Black is up a pawn here. Just double checking. Okay.
Yep.
And the C pawn, as dangerous as it looks, doesn't have a concrete breakthrough. So sorry, I'm walking myself through this process right now, everyone. I hope this is instructive. The C pawn is dangerous, but nothing concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Black can even play moves like bishop c3 if you had to defend the B pawn, but really you want to push b3 and get the bishop out of there probably. Yeah. Yeah.
You feel good about that process?
You can do it. You can do it. Let's go.
Oh boy, yeah, that's a Rob Schneider reference if I've ever heard
that
one.
You didn't see coming. I think that's the first Rob Schneider reference I've made on a chess show. That's which is rare for me.
That's probably a good thing if we're being honest.
All right, you move the bishop from b2. You push the b pawn. Right, drive it up the board. Drive it like you stole it. Get the pawn to b2. Play rook a1, and White has problems.
I guess White at some point will play bishop d4 just because the idea is so straightforward. If you allow the pawn to b2, it's going to be an issue. So you need to be able to go after that pawn. And if there's a trade on d4, there could be a pin. And let's not forget about the c pawn. I know you said you were calculating correctly. Not super dangerous, but it could be at some point with the right trades.
Yep.
And I just
time is of the essence. Sorry, what?
If these pawns come off, and let's say the minor pieces come off as well, like all these pieces I have red, that leads White closer and closer to drawish territory. You want to be down a pawn where they're all in the same flank.
Right. Yeah, and Bortnik would be happy with a draw at this point against the mighty Gukesh. That would be helpful for his team's overall strategy, I would guess. Having the white pieces, that's never a foregone conclusion, but I think Bortnik would be happy with the draw. And, okay, rook a5. Interesting move. Kick the knight. I feel like that's a very tricky move. That knight could go to the wrong square. Bad things could happen here.
Can it go to the right square and then try to push this pawn?
Knight a7. c7 comes. Is there a trick?
Maybe there's that bishop e5 covering the square.
Yeah, I like that idea.
It's getting super close. This knight is needed here. Otherwise, bishop b6 would be a fork. And by the way, just a quick sequence. Knight takes e3. We don't just automatically take back because that would lose our knight here. You throw in c7 first, and all the rooks on the board are under attack.
Are hanging. It's actually a funny line. I don't even know why the position is equal, but hey, this is crazy. Knight a7 has been played. I like your move bishop e5, though. I think that just makes sense. You get the bishop off of the b file anyway. You're actually threatening bishop b8, Robert, in some positions because the knight is trapped.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. So bishop e5 threatens bishop e8.
Let's not forget about the clock. Gukesh is down under now 50 seconds, and this is a difficult position to assess.
Yeah. Gukesh under a minute. Bortnik is very good in these time scrambles. He's a bullet specialist. As we said, Bortnik strong. This guy's a Very dangerous person to go up against in this mutual time scramble format.
By the way, I mean, Gukesh down under 30 seconds. This is not an easy position whatsoever.
Yeah. Rook A1.
So
I keep looking at C7. What's the deal? I guess you just take it here. You take it and
oh
play
my
Rook
gosh.
E1.
That is
Look at
sick.
that.
We have to
That's
show
crazy.
it. Because just to point out, everybody, if you trade rooks first, now you're losing.
you
'Cause
lose.
You have to give up your knight, and I win a piece. But as Danny just spotted, I was wondering why you can't play C7. I didn't see this at first. Rook takes, bam.
Back rank
Rook
problems, baby.
E1. That's
Jay-Z
so
told me about him. I got 99 of them. Back rank problems.
That's so sick, actually. If you take, that's his checkmate just to finish the line. And so that means you're going to lose that rook on F1. So that is really nice tactical awareness from Gukesh. I'm impressed. So what's the move here for Bortnik? It says it's only -1.
Well, and he's only got 40 seconds here to figure it out. This is going to be a mutual time scramble. I feel bad because we're not looking at the other games. Linderman looks like he's going to beat Zoe Tang. Wait.
Go back.
Wait.
We got to go back. Apparently, there was a huge miss here. After H4, Danny, knight takes E3 now works because this rook is hanging with check. And if you take the rook on A1, you lose the rook on C4 and black's maybe a piece ahead. Something like that.
You just missed it.
Yeah.
Winning a piece, knight takes E3. Oh my gosh, that's such a weird move to miss, though. It's a totally understandable tactic, but wow.
We'll have to look at more detail later just because I'm not even sure what the answer
No,
was.
I think you're right. I mean, 93 would move the defender with the knight on A7.
You gotta go, Gukesh, what are you doing? No. We already
1
saw
second.
someone lose on time today, Danny.
Here you go. You got to move. There you go. B3. This is the problem with going up against Bortnik, man. And Gukesh doesn't play online chess as much as some other players, although he's starting to play more. But you worry about a time scramble here if you're California.
And bishop back. What is he gonna do? 4 seconds. You can take, but the knight takes back, and you don't have bishop E5. He goes rook C5. What a tricky move.
You got to play E6.
Can you take that and take this? Oh my gosh!
Oh
Bort's
my
gonna
gosh!
win.
It's falling apart. Oh my gosh!
Oh, C7, knight E7 check. It's over.
The Bortnik scramble. The Bortnik scramble. Bishop A3 check first. Actually, you don't even have to. You can even just play
Push
C7
and take
D4. Yeah.
He's going for it this way.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this might be deadly for the Unicorn's chances right here. Look at that. And the fork, and just like that, the fist pump from Bortnik. He is pumped. Look at that. Wow. Who says chess isn't a contact sport? That guy almost lost his mind.
And you saw him be Bortnik strong. He flexed those muscles. He said, I got this, and he's a perfect 3 out of 3. But Danny, the teammates are still going. Bortnik can't believe it. He's streaming. Go give his stream a follow right now. And look at his teammates, by the way. Sam Sevian with an advantage. Alex Lenderman.
Well, I don't want to say this because I want as much chess as everyone, but if Bortnik gets that win, Lenderman takes down Tang, Sevian has an edge against Fierce, and if Carissa Yip can do the job against Christensen, we could have this match over in 3 rounds. 4 points would get to 8.5.
Wow, yeah, 3 wins here by the remaining players would get it done. And I don't even know which board to look at, Danny.
It's not out of the question that actually happens. Let's take a look at Yip and Christensen or Sevian. It's just you choose.
Let's go to Svirch and Sevian maybe, because I see Svirch has 4 seconds left. Kristen has 9.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
All these games are just crazy time scrambles, but it looks like in this position, this pawn on F5 may be a long-term weakness rather than a strength for White, but for now, White is better because Black can hardly move.
Yeah, bishop to... Okay. The knight retreats. You got to get that king out of that net, but Sevian shakes his finger Dikembe Mutombo style, says, not in my house. You're not getting out. Lenderman does win against Zoe Tang. Oh my gosh, this is not looking good at all for the Unicorns.
It's lawnmower, right? You just start buzzing around, take everything you can, and you can't move. Look at this knight.
Yeah.
Boop, boop.
Black is trapped.
Oh my gosh.
All White has to do is advance the B pawn. Like, what do? You can't move the rook off the back rank because rook B8. He does it. I guess you do have knight G8, so it's not over.
But just
bishop
move the
F1
bishop
to C4.
Well, yeah, eventually, and you can also just promote the pawn anyway.
Black is frozen.
Wow.
This is, oh my God, what a torturous position for the unicorns.
And bishop f1 probably does win. So that likely does.
Yeah, well, especially now that the f5 pawn isn't hanging and Didi finds it. Here comes bishop c4. It's Rover. Just like that. With this they've got 3 points on the board now after bishop c4. Sevian nods his head. He's like, yep, we got this. I see you. I see you. And we gotta quickly get over to Yip's game. Dude, if you look at those nods, if she takes this home, then the passers send the unicorns out of the Pro Chess League in knockout style.
And what is knight g8 check? Get your piece back to where it started because, well, there's some danger for white here. He goes.
Is there knight takes h6 and bishop f8? No.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, what a weird idea that was.
Yeah, it's close. But what's happening here? So black has a passed pawn. White has a much more advanced passed pawn.
Well, all of the unicorns' season hopes, by the way, are coming down to this game and Johann Sebastian Christensen's ability to win it or not.
c4. If rook here, what's the deal? Doesn't hang.
No, rook takes c4. There's bishop e7 check.
Oh my gosh! Watch out! Watch out for forks.
Yeah, forks. Got to go to h5. Only move.
But the black king is also getting checkmated.
Yeah.
Okay, it's check.
Yeah, this isn't looking good. I think JSC is going to keep the unicorns' hopes alive with this game here. Carissa shakes her head. She's not happy with where this one has gone.
No, she had a winning position, but she'll be relieved after the game is over because she'll look at her teammates and say,
"Yep,
oh, good job, guys."
Yeah. Wow. Look at that. JSC, Johann Sebastian Christensen, making his Pro Chess League debut, is keeping the California Unicorns Pro Chess League hopes alive, Robert. That was an absolute must-win, and he got it done.
I put this position on the board because you see his reaction. He's like, I had no business winning that. It was 2 minor pieces against a rook, and yet somehow he won. The pass pawn helped. Time trouble, of course, did him some favors. But yeah, he's in disbelief.
Yeah. I'm still looking at this like, how in the world did white win this? The 2 pieces for the rook. You can put you want to take h6 right away, but e7 is the problem, just for everyone keeping track of the pawn. Knight g6. Looked like a very good move by Carissa. Wow.
Yep. No, it was wild, right? This is one of those positions. You have the eval bar. You see that black is doing okay, but you play it yourself, you lose most of the time, myself included. So I think that it just was a really hard-fought battle won by Johann Sebastian Christensen. And as you said, Danny, it was the only win of the round for the Unicorns, but they needed it because otherwise they would have been eliminated from the PCL season.
Yeah, their hopes are alive. It's going to take a massive comeback. We'll talk about the score here in a second. But yeah, it was a 3-1, very dominant performance here. I'm not sure who to call out more. Bortnick's win over Gukesh, that was pretty awesome. But there you have it. That leaves us with a 7.5 to 4.5 match score in favor of the Garden State Passers. We've been here before. We've seen those comebacks. I commentated on one when the Blitz came back and ultimately won in Blitz tiebreaks in week 1, Robert. But this is a very tough position for California for sure.
Yeah, just like earlier today when this was the separation between the teams and you can only afford just to give up a single draw and win the rest of your games. Good luck to the Unicorns. But I think when you look at board 4 in particular, I know they've struggled today, but Carissa, I feel like she's had more chances in her games. She's the higher rated player. So I think that if you're the Garden State Passers, you expect to get 1 point, whether it's 2 draws or win somewhere. You expect to get it done and make Captain James Canty a happy man.
Yeah. Well, but stranger things have happened, so don't go anywhere. We'll see if the California Unicorns can do the unthinkable and turn this thing around. It would take a 3-1 victory at minimum to send us into overtime tiebreakers. So we will be right back with the Pro Chess League in the final round for today's second matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll return.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
So I loved puzzles. I loved solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Johann Sebastian Christensen, the sole winner for the Unicorns in that round 3, Robert, keeping their PCL hopes alive. Literally, single-handedly keeping their Pro Chess League season hopes alive.
Well, in the words of Bon Jovi, never say goodbye, Danny. So we are not saying goodbye.
I thought it was living on a prayer.
Well, I figured you would fill that one in for us, but I'm just going with the less popular, less known song there. So let me have that moment, because as we look at this in the graphic here, $4,000 goes to the team that loses this match, but of course they're striving for more.
Yeah. The winning team is who you want to be, right? They return next week for a chance to keep the season alive. And as long as the season's alive, you still have a chance to win the whole thing. All the teams will return for the Arena Royale on March 24th, by the way, which is going to be a ton of fun. So get ready for that. I'm excited for that format. As we've said, the total prize fund for the Pro Chess League is $150,000, and the teams want to get to the playoffs to make their troubles worth it. And the glory of winning the PCL. Let's talk about where we sit in the overall scores of this match, Robert. Because like we said, it's going to take a comeback victory. I always ask you to script it. I know the math. The math is they have to go 3-1. But as you look at the particular pairings, what do you think the chances are for the Unicorns, and how could they get it done?
Well, the Unicorns need 3.5 points out of 4 here. I don't know where they're going to get all that from, because as I look at the individual matchups, I like that Gukesh and Dariush, they have the white pieces in the top 2 boards. But then Carissa Yip, she gets white. She's been playing well. I think her score is very misleading. She's 0 out of 3, but she's been giving the players all they can handle. Gukesh struggled out of the gates against her. She was actually just better against Johann Sebastian Christensen. And then Alex Lenderman with the white pieces. I mean, how could you not trust him after what he's done today?
Yeah. I love the point you made about Carissa Yip. I think she has definitely played better than the score would entail, and we'll see if she can use that in this last game, get herself in the confident mindset, because all the passers need is 1 point, and she's probably someone that they circled to get that job done on board 4 most of the time. So, all right, circling back, let's take a peek at Sam Sevian. We've got him right here again, just chilling, loving the jersey. I think that looks like one of those magnetic dartboards in the back. Those things are no fun. You throw it, it hits the dartboard, and it falls. Okay? Like, they don't actually stick. It's not a real dartboard. Sam, I'm going to get you a real dartboard, buddy.
Well, everybody heard it, so you better get him a dartboard now.
I will, because you know how infuriating it is for me to see that? That dartboard is no fun. I have kids, and I've played on those things, and they're just not fun. It's not an enjoyable experience.
I'm surprised, speaking of not enjoyable experiences, there's a Rubik's Cube over there behind him. I don't know about you. I never really liked the Rubik's Cube. I feel like people just memorize how to do it, and they do it, and I'm kind of like, okay, so what did we get out of that? Now the Rubik's Cube community is going to hate me, but I just had to say it.
Right. I don't disagree. So, the the Rubik's Cube, it has become that, where at a certain point everyone can do it. YouTube killed Rubik's Cube. All you gotta do is look up a video and it tells you how to solve Rubik's Cube. YouTube killed Rubik's Cube, unless you're one of the fastest solvers in the world. So
no, that actually is cool to me. I have to say, like, we play a game where memorization plays a big part, but it's my least favorite part. So when memorization is like the entire part of a game, that just is something I can't get into. So with all respect to the Rubik's Cube community, please don't come after me. I still have respect.
Don't walk it back. Fast. Let's pick a fight with the chat in the front row. Someone who spent their whole life mastering Rubik's Cube just got called out by Robert S.
Like, can we get Rubik's Cube 960? Like, fish a random Rubik's Cube somehow? Can we mix that up?
I don't know. That sounds like a good idea. Right now we got D4. Gukesh. Gukesh is not mixing it up. He's going in for main lines here. He has to get the win, obviously. And as you called out, I know I misspoke a few times saying it was a 3-1 score they needed. Yes, they need 3.5 out of 4 to tie this thing at 8 games apiece. That's not easy. Although, again, we should point out it has been done. The Yogis went 4-0 against the Chess Bras in the final round, so it does happen.
It certainly does. It can. Sam Sevian playing a very solid. It was a Queen's Gambit decline. Rogozin variation. The Queen never came to A4 with check, which is one of the drawbacks considered in these variations. So it's just a quiet start to this game, Danny. And I guess one thing, it's hard to be motivated when your team is down by so much. On one hand, you can kind of live freely. Like, if you lose, well, we're going to lose anyway. But in the other, it's just kind of like, well, I feel like this is out of our control. Do I really have to put in all this effort? Gukesh will do that. He loves chess. He tries his best in every game. But you just have to find that motivation somewhere.
I think, I know it's a sports cliche, but it's like the great players do have the ability to have short-term memory loss and keep themselves focused in the moment, right? Which is just to call it the one game at a time mentality, or you can't have a great comeback unless every single person wins. So all I have to do is take care of my game. And I think obviously it's true that, it's an almost insurmountable lead to come into, but I think these guys know how to keep themselves focused and, make sure that they get their job done. So I don't think Gukesh is going to take it easy on Sevian here at all, and I think this should be a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, the short-term memory loss is really important because you see Sam and Ted Lasso. He needs that. He needs a little bit of team morale, but also just forget your mistakes. If you struggle out of the gates, it's okay. You still can bounce back.
Were you trying to get me to talk about how Ted Lasso season 3 is coming out soon? I'm so excited.
You said, having a short-term memory, you got to be a goldfish, and I thought you were going to start talking about it.
You got to be a goldfish. Happiest creature on earth. Got to be a goldfish. That's right. I have a coffee mug that I drink out of. Ted Lasso. coming. I don't work for Apple TV Plus, but it is the best show on television, and I highly recommend it. All right. Sam is highly recommends putting a pony on e4 and going after a weak c3 pawn, but Gukesh has the bishop pair, and it's going to be double-edged, as this sort of symmetrical structure can get. I saw the call out earlier where someone talked about the London players just memorizing what they do over and over. I thought that was a great call out.
Yeah, but I called them out too. So right,
I know. No, it was building on what you said. I loved it.
Need to take a breath. Need to relax a moment here. But I think that Gukesh actually is doing the right thing. In a must-win game, sometimes people think, let me just sacrifice all my pieces and go for checkmate. That will often backfire, especially when you're playing a super GM like Sam Sevian. So here, what he's doing is he's keeping his small pluses. He has the pair of bishops. Both sides have an isolated pawn. But White's queen is just a little bit more active than Black's. It's on a3, looks a little oddly placed, but defends this pawn, kind of stares across the board, keeping the rook on a8 tied down, for example. So I do like this position for Gukesh.
I do too. And I like the mindset you said where you're not going, you have to be all in, but you're not doing something crazy and dubious because of that. You're going to play chess, and sometimes the practical psychological element there can work in your favor. If the person on the other side loses a game, you don't want to be the person who gave the momentum for the other team's comeback, right? So you play chess and just see what happens. And maybe they beat themselves because they get nervous. So,
and I'm just looking across the boards, by the way, and I like what I'm seeing. I mean, this
Unicorns,
is going to be.
I was good.
Go ahead.
I was about to say the same thing. It got to start somewhere, and every board is kind of doing their thing right now. Every board is giving themselves a chance.
Yeah, because you just need funky positions. They don't even necessarily have to be objectively great for you, but as long as, look at the top right, for example. Dariusz Svirch for the Unicorns, down a pawn, but Black has these doubled pawns in front of the king, and there's attacking chances on the king side. In the bottom left, we see a position where Lenderman has given up his dark square bishop, and Johann Sebastian Christensen has a bishop pair. In the bottom right, we see a crazy-looking position where White's already castled queenside. It was a Sicilian. Black's king's in the center, but Black has the bishop pair. So I think there are chances. There are small things in every position that give the Unicorns hope.
Yeah, I agree. If I had my way, I'd actually take us to that board 4 matchup between Carissa Yip and Zoe Tang, not just because it's a Sicilian after my own heart. But I think it's one of the most double-edged positions we could look at. The king's opposite side castling to a degree, even though the Black king hasn't even castled. But these positions, this probably came out of one of those bishop d7 rousers where White takes on f6, and exactly what I thought. And so the theoretically most popular move there instead of bishop f6 is f4, but this is a more positional line White can play. I played f4 against Ray Robson, the Spice Cup, Lubbock, Texas, long ago. Shout out to Ray Shea.
Well, you might have to shut him out now because you might not get another opportunity. He does play for the Unicorns.
That's true. No, but seriously, these positions are full of life for both sides. And Zoe Tang trying to. Okay, I like this move f5. Get the bishop to g7, open things up. e5 is obviously the response, and things are going to get real weird real quick here.
Yeah, actually, we can just show that e5 you can't take because queen takes d7 not just wins a piece, it ends the game. That's checkmate thanks to the rook behind the queen. But after e5, bishop g7, pawn takes d6, this is where things just get wild. You play e6, you hand your opponent a passed pawn, an extra pawn, but you say, look at my compensation. That bishop on g7 is worth a pawn for sure. And it's pawn d6, it can't go anywhere thanks to the bishop on d7 blockading it. So, Danny, these positions, they get sharp, and we might just see this line.
And Black in that position can even play b5 and b4. You're an all-out checkmating attack, dragon style, with the bishop on that long dark square diagonal. So this is a way for Black to get winning chances, and it doesn't matter if your opponent is stronger. You have to play the board, play the moment, right? You got to own it. Thanks, Mom Spaghetti. Here we go. One chance, one opportunity.
I know this game is double-edged, but if we zoom out for a second, the evaluations are starting to go in the Unicorns' way. I mean, beforehand, I was very pessimistic about their chances. Look at the top right. Bortnick in big trouble against Dariusz Svirch. And the bottom left, Johann Sebastian Christensen with a sizable edge on the evaluation bar against Lenderman.
Let's go to Dariusz Svirch versus Bortnick first, because that one looks a little more lopsided in Svirch's favor. But I'm with you totally. This is how you would write it up. You would say that everybody has to win. Well, right now, everybody is looking like they might have winning chances. And as we kept saying, stranger things have happened. What's going on in this game? White has an attack. You can castle long and bring the queen to h6, and Bob's your uncle. I mean, is it that simple?
I guess
Bishop
black can
d3.
rely on queen f4 at some point to trade queen. So
Mm.
that's the good news, is that there's no straightforward mating attack. But bishop d3 stops queen f4 in many positions because g6 will be loose. And then it just looks like a king's Indian. It started from, show everybody, in Alyekin with knight f6
Yeah.
on move 1. And then where that pawn was sacrificed was here. Look at this move. I love that. You can't take because d5 is a fork.
That's how you play for a win, man. I love it.
This is awesome. So he took the pawn, and then we got to this position with aggressive intentions, and black had to give away a pawn just to give some counterplay and go for e5. But, Danny, this is a really good position for Dariush.
I mean, I don't want to overplay the drama unnecessarily yet, but if this goes the unicorn's way, and what would be maybe the most incredible comeback we've had all year, you have to wonder about Bortnick's decision to play the Aljohan's defense, the Alekine's defense in that spot. It's exactly the kind of game that inherently gives White an advantage and winning chances. So I'm kind of throwing that out there. And then I think you would also tell Bortnick, hey, you want him to be him. You don't want someone to not play their game and their style, no matter the moment. But there are times where the team chess situation should outweigh the personality situation, especially when you're a strong enough player to maybe be objective about the fact that the Aljohan's defense is a little dubious. Just saying.
I understand you well because you've did this to me my entire life. What you're saying, if I can translate, is, hey, learn some better openings. Did I get that right?
And you called Bortnick out about it before the match started, so you started it. But Bortnick might do well to learn some better openings. The guy is so good, so talented, and so fast. Like, if he could just stop being in bad positions all the time, you know?
I don't disagree.
Does someone want to clip it and send it to his channel? I mean, I'll tell him, like, learn some better openings, bro.
I think he's aware, but he does really well with his questionable openings. And in this game, he's trying to fight back. He's connected his rooks. He has the F file. If the king castles queenside, maybe there will be a trade. C4 is loose, and he might be getting away with this, Danny. I mean, it's not like this is a clear-cut victory for White.
Okay. Fair. And by the way, the trade on F5 has occurred. So is he playing B3? That's the one funny thing about dubious openings, though. We joke about it. I mean, even Hikaru is probably the best example of someone who Hikaru has a very good repertoire overall and has played high-level over-the-board chess, but his online repertoire has at times been designed to be the B3, G3 kind of stuff, right? But he knows the position so well, so much better than his opponents, that it doesn't really matter, right? If objectively the edge existed for them at some point, because he knew he was going to outplay them, right? So that's kind of the argument to playing openings, that you know better than your opponent. And the only way to consistently know your openings better than your opponent, Robert, is to play openings that are probably less often looked at by them. Therefore, slightly dubious openings, right? So it kind of checks out as far as how someone like Bortnick would play these positions well, even if he's objectively worse.
Yeah, Fabiano talked about this during our World Championship commentary, where he was saying that you look for that third line. It may not be as strong objectively, but it catches your opponent off guard. You need to take some risks. And right now, I think that, well, the position is risk-free for Dariush. Even if queen f4 happens, a queen trade doesn't end black's problems. There could be a knight b5 jump. This knight can just sit on e4, go to g5, into e6 at some point. The open h file, of course, is good for white. So this position, better for Dariush, not game over. So let's see how his teammates are doing, because he needs them to win in addition to potentially getting a win of his own.
Okay, let's do it. Gukesh with a little bit of an edge over Semyon. We already looked at that. We've seen Carissa Yip's game, which, by the way, is getting wild as all giddy up over there. But I feel like we should at least pay off Lenderman and Christensen. Johann Sebastian Christensen is the only reason the Unicorns are even playing in this round, for the record, if you just tuned in. He was the sole winner in the last round to keep their hopes alive. And he's doing okay against Lenderman here.
The problem, though, is look at this position, right? Like,
yeah, this is one where Lenderman's like, okay, I don't care what the eval says. I'm not going to lose this. It's going to be a draw. Like,
yeah, and so let's talk about winning chances. That's what you need. It's just chances. You don't need an objectively winning position. You just need to find yourself an opportunity. One thing I'm noting is this pawn a5 is loose. So in some positions, you may take on c4. giving a position of opposite colored bishops, which is not ideal, to win a pawn. Maybe there's some kind of King's Indian ideas, throwing your pawns this way. But with the tension along this diagonal, you already have to watch out for knight takes e5 and tactics of that sort. So even if it's just knight d2, you may have a trade of bishops, leaving you with a bad bishop against a knight that can hop around. So I just feel like I don't know where the advantage is supposed to come from for JSC here. And Lenderman, he's confidently holding the balance.
Agreed. Almost too much agreement going on here. I want to get some disagreement going on. Wow, the unicorns might turn this around. Well, there you go. That's a comment from Twitch there. We'll see. It's going to take a lot. But this is a really tough one, as Robert highlighted. He pointed out f4, g5, h5. I think the King's Indian all-out mating attack is probably your best chance. But overall, it's a closed position, an opposite code bishop affair, probable, honestly. Likely might occur, and so maybe even if they back their way into the victory, they can get 2 draws on these 4 boards, and they're still going to win the match.
That's all they need. 1 point, doesn't matter how you get it. Queen e7 played, hoping for knight takes e5. That will open this bishop up. Even if tactics may be okay for white, I just think practically speaking, it's a terrible decision. And just to show everybody what I mean is if you take on d3, the knight can take back here on d3, and well, black is still for a choice, but I think you can go even better for an opposite colored bishop's position. Take this, take that, just control all the dark squares.
And this is one where an opposite bishop position would maybe lead to winning chances because the dark squares will not be defendable by that bishop on a6. So the black bishop and the black queen might do some dirty things, put a bishop on e5, put a queen on h4, that kind of stuff. So, okay, yeah, this is the kind of opposite bishop position you want if you're JSC. You down with JSC or GSP or COE? Yeah, you know me.
I do know you. And I'm not sure if that's a fortunate or unfortunate thing when you're giving me all the initialisms there. But, are we about to see a repetition? I think this was brilliant.
Don't give it to me.
No, I think it was brilliant by Lenderman. That's such a good
move.
I'm
saying don't give it to me. You shush your mouth. No, I don't want it. Bishop
avoid
b5.
it?
Look at Lenderman. That's irritating. Oh, that's irritating.
And you see, look at
JSC.
He's like, what do I do?
I think that they can see their teammates' games now in the last round. We've allowed that. Just FYI.
But what does he do on his board here? Like, if he wants to play for a win, let's say we swap. So people might be confused. Like, okay, what's the big deal? We traded bishops. This knight comes to c4, and your bishop on g7 is just a bystander.
Yeah.
Especially if you make this move f4, which is part of the King's Indian plan. You see the eval already going up in white's favor. You just control all the squares. Eventually, you play c3 to open up more lines.
It's a good knight versus a bad bishop, right? That's a Franken pawn on g7 and a dominant knight on c4. This is I'm with you totally. And the repetition, you saw him look over. I'm guessing he was looking at the Zoom screen share and the Zoom fair play call. We've allowed the players to see their teammates' games only in the last round, still under controlled circumstances for those who want to know what goes on behind the scenes of how we monitor stuff. And I think he was probably looking at his teammates' games, Robert. He's probably like, well, if I take a draw here, do they have any chances?
Well, the arrows I'm drawing. Play a5. Oh, he doesn't. He's just playing for stability. This might be one of those situations, though, where a draw is good for your team, so you start playing for the result. And then you were right to call this out several rounds ago. You said you have to be objective. And objectively, a6, knight a5, knight c6, like advancing your knight seemed good. I don't think Lenderman has a problem, but if at some point he just takes a solid approach, it could backfire because there might be a pawn storm at some point in the future.
Yeah, I agree. So, and to add further context, Robert's saying, like, look, maybe Lenderman doesn't want to do this a6, knight a5 thing because he doesn't want to overpush when he knows his team doesn't need it. But you have to be objective about what the position needs. And if a6, knight a5, knight c6 is the best, you should do it. Because if you just keep sitting, black will eventually muster up something. There you go. You'd love to just pop that pony in there on c6. That's illegal, Robert. Put the mouse back.
Don't tell me what
I had
to do
hands,
when
I would control it.
Yeah, exactly. I have the power here. Just like
you have
Steve
no
Carell.
power. That's true. I don't know what to do with my hands. You ever feel that way? You ever in a room awkwardly and don't know where to put your hands?
No, but I also just regretted saying Steve Carell when I meant Jim Carrey. So you didn't correct me on it, but I just thought
huge
about it.
Mistake. Okay,
yeah.
Let's go to the bird's eye view. Would be a huge mistake not to back up and check on the Battle of the Board Ones Damaraju Gukesh versus Sam Sevian. I think Sevian is holding on there. You got to give Gukesh credit. He's been pushing. The pressure is real. I kind of like his practical chances, despite the fact that it's still equal. He's also up a minute on the clock, so let's check it out.
Why is this zeros? I feel like white has better positioning of like the bishop, the knight, the queen. I mean,
H4 maybe at some point.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
A5 is weak.
Oh, that's a sweet move. I thought it like just blundered a piece, but clearly Sam
E3.
sees at least a draw. This is queen
That's
C1.
why it was equal.
Oh, that
what's
is
funny?
brilliant.
That was the only move probably of why it was equal. Like queen E8 is probably the only reason black is holding this.
Yeah, every other move is slightly better for white. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
So everybody, just to explain, queen E8, if the queens come off the board, then all of the weaknesses in black's position aren't such a big deal, and the knight will reroute, the king will centralize. If you take what seems like a free knight, this pawn is hanging with check. If you go to the corner, you get back rank checkmated. If you go towards the center, queen C1 is check and also check to your bishop. Thank you very much. You go up a pawn. So that was a great find by Sevian.
Wow. Queen E8. That might be the move that sends the unicorns home. If he holds this now, it's getting more and more bleak for the unicorns to complete a comeback.
He answered the question, Danny. He's not even listening to us, and we were wondering, why is this okay for black? It looks like white should have a nice stable advantage, and now the queens are gone. I still think that there are winning chances because black's extra pawn, if you cut the board in half or there's an extra pawn over here, can't move.
Yeah.
You have the square under your control, whereas white has potential mobility in the center. Like if you get a quick pawn going up to e5, you have some chances.
Yeah. No, it's that backward B7 pawn. Basically, the one white pawn on A4 is currently equal to the two black pawns. So there is this outside chance that white has a majority, but still, I think hard. You'd have to combine it with an edge on the clock, but Gukesh's time advantage is slipping. And now he's
Danny,
actually down.
You know what the good news is for Gukesh is even if he doesn't win the game, if we zoom out for a second and look at the evaluation bars across the boards, look at the bottom left. We were talking about that Lenderman-Christensen game, and it's breaking loose. Like, that was a closed position. Lenderman shouldn't have had any problems, but it's opening up. And the bottom right, Zoe Tang. Let's go to that game, Danny. That might...
Yeah, Zoe Tang, Carissa Yip. Look at this. That would be the underdog victory. If Zoe Tang takes down Carissa Yip with the black pieces, that is not... Carissa Yip is one of the stronger board fours in the league for sure. And so this is not what you drew up at home.
Not at all. B5 is hanging. H5 is hanging. White, right now, it looks like is up a pawn, but it's even material. But you kind of don't want to start grabbing pawns, especially ones in front of your king, because you may open the side of the board up here. So,
well, it tells you black's pressure must be very real because, I mean, the eval bar loves black, even though black is actually... Okay, the material's equal. I thought black was down a pawn for a second, but...
Oh, this is a problem. This is a big problem for white. I mean, you're just kicking this rook away, trying to get that pawn. Oh, that was a mistake, apparently.
Wait, where do you move the rook, though?
Maybe she... Oh, maybe...
Oh, my God!
There was take here, and bam! What's up?
But it may not matter. Johann Sebastian Christensen has blundered. Lenderman is now completely winning on that board, so we might have to switch over there because that might be the game that sends the unicorns home and clinches the passers. Well, sorry, I'm about to say playoffs. They are not in the playoffs, but they clinched that they're still alive. Johann Sebastian, you see his head was down when we joined. Back up, Robert. What was the blunder? I missed it because that's it. That's the match.
I mean, suddenly black had some active play here, and bishop takes f4, blundering.
Oh, he just with check.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, he played for the discovery. It was just check.
He just blundered. They forgot that the pawn could take back, and now he's down a piece and just losing.
Bishop takes f4 one was a discovered attack on the queen on h5, but he just completely blundered that it's check. You can't open up the rook on g2. It's checking the black king, and the man who was single-handedly responsible for the unicorns still playing is now potentially going to be the first one to lose here in round 4. It looks like the unicorns 2023 season is coming to a close with this round.
What a surprising way that one went. I mean, it didn't look like they had much of a shot regardless. an ace. I'm already looking at bringing this knight in. There's rook e6 mate
You
after
take
this.
d6 here. I mean, anything is winning.
Yeah, although that's the one last trap, actually. Rook takes d6. There's a check, on the g
Well,
files.
no, I was saying knight takes first. Because if knight takes, queen takes, rook check, there was rook g6. It doesn't matter.
I got
anyway,
you. I got you. And he's saying that here,
there's a draw in game 2, and it looks like Spheres just gave up against Bortnik, trying to win. And with Sam Sevian also seemingly turning things around against Damaraju Gukesh, it is just not a day to be a unicorn. Mythical creatures, be scared. Today's an unlucky day.
And there's just checkmate about to happen on this board. So Alex Lenderman takes his team through 2-2 record.
He does.
But Danny, there are some bright spots. I know the season's over for the Unicorns. They've had some bright spots, but Alex Lenderman, he was huge for them, for the passers.
Yeah. Huge day. We called it coming in that he's a better board 3 than probably most board 3s in the league. Underrated and very good at rapid. Even better and even more underrated when you consider his rapid skills. And he delivered today. Right now it looks like the passers are delivering across the board, though. Sam Sevian about to beat Damaraju Gukesh. The draw between Spheres and Bortnik. And, Zoe Tang, the lone bright spot, might be about to take Carissa Yip down here.
It's huge. It's huge for her experience. It's not a good news for the passers because they're going to need Carissa. They're going to need her to do well. Let me pull up that game right now. But you see this position here. It's completely winning. Somehow it's Zoe up a full piece.
Yeah, don't know where the blunder happened, but we see Carissa obviously unhappy. Not her best day. It's really strange. It started off potentially being an epic day for her. She was much better, maybe had a winning position against Damaraju Gukesh. But when that one slipped, it's been kind of downhill ever since. She's played well, but not been able to get the results done.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you look back on this, you look at the archives, you're like, oh, well, losing the games, playing well doesn't mean anything to some. But I think it is a good showing by Carissa. But for Zoe Tang, this is huge. I mean, this is a matchup that we may see for many years to come. We talked about how D3 check, by the way, wins this rook in the corner, how Carissa Yip is a former U.S. Women's Champion. Zoe Tang just getting started and just takes down a player that she may face many, many, many times in future decades.
Yep, the battle here was won by by Zoe Tang, but unfortunately, the overall war was won, if you will, by the Garden State Passers, despite that battle being lost, and they do defeat the California Unicorns by a final score of 9.5 to 6.5.
And you see, look at the results. Look at that. Look at that trio for the passers.
3 out of 4, 3.5 out of 4, 3 out of 4. Bortnik, the player of the day for beating Gukesh the round before, really putting the Unicorns on their heels, and it's sad. I hate these elimination matches. Someone had to go home, though, and today it is the Unicorns. They will no longer be competing in this season, but they'll be back, I'm sure, next year. The passers looking mighty strong today.
Yeah, it's surprising that they had 2 losses already in the season, but Sevian, Bortnik, Lenderman, look at those powerhouses. And I think Bortnik, we knew what he was capable of going in. I think the public, the fans, they knew. But Lenderman, I think he impressed many people. He had 3 out of 4 himself.
If you're getting 3 out of 4 on your board 3, that's a board 1 score. You know what I mean? I mean, that's a pretty awesome performance there. Alex Lenderman gets the job done. We bring up the standings and unfortunately highlight that this was the elimination match for the California Unicorns. They will be going home. They join the Capybaras, Bears, and Cobras respectively. We still have these 4 other teams that are fighting to keep their chances alive. The Garden State Passers now will have a chance to do so next week. As long as you're winning, you're still dancing here in the PCL format, Robert.
Yeah, it's a different kind of March Madness here, and we see that the Unicorns have to depart the Pro Chess League for this year. They have a great team. They have great management. The Chess Dojo channel, if you don't already follow them, do so. David Pruitt, he really cares about this league, and his team will be back. It's not going to happen this season, but in future seasons, Danny, I think we have some bright spots for the California Unicorns.
100%. David cares a lot. I'm sure this team is going to rebound, rebuild, and be back stronger than ever. But speaking of strong, I'm hearing we might have someone Bortnick Strong joining us here on the other side of this break. He was the man today with a 3.5 out of 4 score as the Pacers got it done. So, okay, don't go anywhere, everyone. The final moments of today's Pro Chess League show will be with you when we return, and the awesome interview with your questions, chat. So bring them to us. We'll be right back.
So I loved puzzles. I love solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here's the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well as a high school kid. Fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Welcome back, everyone, to what has been yet another epic day of Pro Chess League action. The passers kept their season alive, and because of maybe no one else more important today with 3.5 out of 4 score than Alexander Bortnik. Alexander, I've got the serious question for you. Did you ever think you would have such a cool nickname as Bortnik Strong?
Hello. I remember that.
Hello.
It's since 2019, I guess, from Bullet Chess
That's right.
Championship. Yeah.
That's right. You know who gave you that nickname, right? Who said that?
Of course.
Okay, just
Yes.
making sure. Just making sure you do. Robert, take it away.
Well, Alexander, congratulations. And one question for you is, you play the Alekhine opening often, and in that last round, it seemed like your position might have been a bit questionable at some point. What was your mindset going into that last round? Did you feel like you're just going to go with your typical opening repertoire, or kind of what was your thought process against such a strong player?
I like 3 years ago played against Schwartz in the classic game, and I played Alekhine too, and seemed to me like I was fine in that time, and I thought it's a good idea goes in the same line, but he chose the another way, like King Knight F3, and what I exactly forget the correct move there. Like I remember like Knight C6, it's after E6, Black should be fine, but need to move by move, remember that. And probably I made mistakes, like maybe castles.
You held on though, and drew it, and also, jokes aside about the nickname Bortnik Strong, I want to remind everybody the reason you got it is because you were dominant in that bullet performance, and when you were in that game versus Gukesh, Robert and I were talking about just how comfortable you are, how strong you are in those moments of time scrambles, in the moments where both players only have a few seconds on the clock, and I just wanted to ask you what's going through your head in those moments, right? You're streaming, you're playing high level chess, but you're doing it with very few seconds. And how are you able to maintain your nerves in those moments?
I just didn't have time to think about nervous, and I just I understood like I have bad position, and I recognized that, and I saw they move b3, and even in my stream I said just b3 and I'm losing, and I didn't understand why he just spent in time. Like he spent like 3 minutes or 4 minutes and moved the rook a5, and I thought, oh my, I have now chances because he's not often to play in the regular tournaments in the Chess.com. Like I didn't see him in the title Tuesday, so I thought if he will have less time, I will have the all chances to like confuse him at some moments and just beat him. That's what happened actually in the end. So I'm happy we won the match there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Alexander, it was a great match. And I guess to take a step back, I have a question for you because you're playing for the Garden State Passers. You don't live in New Jersey, but how did you get on board with this team? What was that process like, and how have you found playing with your teammates?
Oh, actually, it's interesting and fun story because I didn't get any invited by any teams. Probably somebody thought I already have team, but I did not. And once I said in my stream, Jesus, nobody invited me in the team. Why? And my actually my fans and my viewers write to them by searching the Twitter, and they after that they invited me. So help. I want to say that thank you so much to my viewers. Now I have a team and we played actually well.
I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense to me that no one recruited. I'm not gonna lie. I see you as one of the more underrated and potentially dangerous, wherever you sit in board twos in the league. And I think precisely because of what you said about your experience online, time pressure, and handling those moments that are critical. So again, congratulations, and it was a great day. Because the passers are moving on, I'm going to ask the question, put you on the spot. Of the teams you could face, who would you rather face? Right? Maybe throw one to the other side. Is there a team that you feel you guys match up better with?
Oh, I didn't have time to think about that actually. I don't know. I already wanted to play against Chess Bra, but we already played against them because every time fighting against Magnus, it's like he's still world champion, and but we lost them very close match. I think I will ready to play against Archbishops to fight against Caruana.
Okay.
So I'm
I
really
was gonna
happy
say
to fight against best of the best. So this will be probably a very interesting match. But they need to win theirs match, I think.
yes.
Then we will
I
have
think that's the
chances
right
to fight
choice.
them.
Calling out Fabi. Calling out Fabi is the right choice. I'd love to see you. I'd love you throw down against Fabi. Right, Robert?
Yeah, of course we would. And Alexander, I guess on that note, you said you always want to play the best players. Do you find that extra motivating because you play all these strong grandmasters in Title Tuesday, Arena Kings, all the rapid tournaments that you play in? But is that something that you always have the hunger for?
Yeah, and you can still improve your chess when you play against best of the best. And every time when I'm playing against, for example, Hikaru or Caruana, I analyze their games and I prove it. So this is why, and you don't have a chance every day to play against them in rapid chess. Of course, chess.com. Thank you for that's possibilities to play against them. But in rapids, it's much more harder for players like me, who is 2600, to fight against 27 or 2800 players. So this is why I always ready to play against them to prove my chess.
Love that. Great answer. And I have a question from chat. I'm going to read it. It's a pun after my own heart from YouTube. They want to know whether you prefer playing online or over the Bortnik. That was
Over the
as
Bortnik is
painful
good
for me
one.
as it is for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
OTB chess
back.
over the Bortnik.
Yeah, probably some viewers already knows. I've been in the Danya's house yesterday. We make together a chess course and played over the board. We played bullet games and some blitz games, and I really like to play blitz and bullet in the board too. But online, I prefer right now more blitz and rapid and classic game.
Did you beat
That's
him over the
for sure.
Bortnik? Did you?
Actually, yes. Some games,
Okay,
of course.
good.
some games, of course. Daniel very strong player.
Do you guys bet Twitch subs or anything while you're having your matches?
Yeah. No, or not. Wait, I'm not sure. But this was very
good idea.
Do you have a friendly wager with him when you guys play a series of over the board games? Because if you win, he gives you subs. If he wins, you got to gift him any.
Yeah, we didn't do that, but it's a good idea actually. Yeah, because probably I won a little more games, so I will get more subs. Yeah.
Well,
awesome.
We have another featured chat question for you, Alexander, from, funnily enough, LOL Fabi. They said, I would love to know how or if you have prepared for the games today. So what was your preparation like?
Actually, it wasn't any preparation because my flight was very, very late and I back to home like at 1 a.m. So I didn't have time for make any of preparation. And I just want to play my own my lines, what I know very well. It's like Alekhine and full white e4, more solid chess. So hopefully for me, I got some interesting games and our team won, but it wasn't any of preparation. I'm just playing my lines. It's it. But usually, yes, I'm trying to figure out what my opponent's playing and try find the lines. Even if I will not know very well this line, but my opponent doesn't know the moves, I can choose that line. So I don't want to fight, on their side. Like, for example, if I'm not playing some openings and my opponent's not playing that opening too, I will choose that one, then choose my own openings. I think it's smart. If you understand what I mean, I'm sorry.
No, we do. 100% we do.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's well explained from a practical perspective, and it often pays off, obviously, because you trust yourself to fight well in those positions and handle yourself in the critical moments, especially with fast time control. So congratulations, man. And you're doing it in a rare
Thank
way
you.
too. I think you and Hikaru are the only ones playing and streaming while competing in the PCL. Maybe others. So I apologize if others are playing and streaming at the same time. But it's impressive to see what you do, and congratulations on your big score today, leading the passers, keeping the season alive, Fortnite strong style.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
All right, man. Good luck next week. And that was the man, Alexander Bortnik. He was the man today, Robert. And now we see that the standings for those who've secured playoff spots are right there at the top, but still a lot of teams fighting to do so. And now the passers will join them.
Yeah, the passers, they go to 2-2. That's great for them. But overall, throughout the day, we saw Magnus Carlsen and the Chess Bros. They couldn't quite get it done, and now it's the territory where everybody has to win. We do have a set of matches tomorrow, Danny, but going into next week, all the teams that are 2-2, it's the last week of the season. Don't hold anything back.
I was going to say, and I think as I was pausing there, for those who read into me pausing, I was kind of thinking like we almost need a 2v2, all the teams that are 2v2 bracket, right? Because the passers are right there with them too. And of course, those who've clinched the playoff spot are eagerly awaiting to see who they'll challenge. But I can't wait to see what happens when they're all mixing it up. The Chess Bros, of course, are right at the top of the list of teams that everyone wants to see what they'll do. So talking about the standings, though, for the teams that have been eliminated, as we just said, the Unicorns were sent home by the Garden State Passers. They sit at the top of this bracket along with the Blitz. They will be joined by either the St. Louis Archbishops or the Spanish Maniac Shrimps.
Danny, I have a question for you, and this is going to be difficult to answer. Neither of us are team captains. Going into that final week, do you kick somebody off your roster to bring in somebody new? That doesn't feel good for anybody, but you have to maximize the chances of your team. So I've been thinking about that. Teams can only have 10 players on their roster. They can bring in free agents, but they have to, just like in professional sports, you have to drop somebody from your roster as well. So do you think we'll see some shakeups?
I don't even know what the rules of that are. I assume that you're asking because the rules would allow you to get a player from a team who's been eliminated.
No,
that's
no,
an
no,
interesting.
No, you can't take. Once you play for a team, that's settled. But there are people out there who have not played any games in the Pro Chess League, and you might find a great player like Bortnik was almost not contacted. Find somebody, bring them into your roster, but you got to kick somebody out.
Okay. Interesting. Well, obviously, if that happens, it'll be a storyline worth talking about. We're going to be watching closely. Let's talk about what the fans will be watching closely next. The two matchups that are around the corner are the MGD1 versus the Norway Gnomes, and then the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. I can't believe I keep saying that. I just love that name. Versus the St. Louis Archbishops. Of course, the Archbishops are formidable, and they are a team with a very strong track record in the PCL. We'll see what Fabiano Caruana and the crew there can come up with to keep their hopes alive, Robert.
Yeah, tomorrow will be another fun day. Arjun Aragaisi, he leads the way for Team MGD1. The Gnomes, they have David Howell amongst their ranks, so it's a very strong team. And, of course, the team's fighting off elimination. The Maniac Shrimps, they earned their way into the Pro Chess League by winning the qualifier. They want to stay. And St. Louis Archbishop, they're a mainstay of this league. They've won the title 3 times. So for the Archbishops, for Fabiano Caruana, it's now or never. You need to win tomorrow's match.
It would feel shocking for the Bishops to not be playing in the playoffs. And that said with no bias, we're rooting to them. But you're right. They've been such a mainstay. Fabiano, obviously, and the crew there have been so good over the years that I would be just shocked. But also, as you said, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they qualified their way in. They know what it's like to win when everything's on the line. And this has been quite the day. It's been a long day. A lot of things on the line. It's time to get outside, get some fresh air for everyone. I'm talking to both myself and for all of you. Speaking of air, I know they're not sponsoring this show, but I think this basically says I need to get outside. I've got bad air quality in here, apparently. Thank you, Air Things, for letting me know that. It's time to wrap this thing up, Robert. Wish you the best of luck commentating tomorrow. Can't wait to see what goes down. The Pro Chess League has yet again delivered on an exciting day of chess for the whole crew here, the team, production staff working super hard, all of our mods and all the crew who make this happen. Airplay team doing all the things behind the scenes. I want to bust into rap, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to drop the mic, sign off, and say thanks for watching the Pro Chess League, everyone, and have a great night.